the incumbent government has lost. The BJP has been able to successfully defend and save a government which had anti-incumbency of 18 and a half years. That, I believe, Congress party would be one of the most demoralizing defeat of this election. And then, of course, the turnaround, what happened in Chhattisgarh. Not many, even in the Bharatiya Janata Party, saw these numbers to be turning the way they have turned. Rajasthan, many thought it was a close election. Interesting fact, every time Ashok Gehlot has been dislodged from the government, the Congress party was left in tatters. It came down to as low as 21 in fact, 2023, 2013, I beg your pardon. This time, Mr. Gehlot, respectable 69 at this moment, but the fact remains that three governments from the Hindi heartland will be now the Bharatiya Janata Party takes you back to 2013, before the 2014 election when Prime Minister Narendra Modi won for the first time, where the BJP won all these states. We'll try and analyze, discuss the broad strokes, the big impact, not only for the BJP. Is it game, set, match for Prime Minister Narendra Modi for 2024? What of the India alliance with the Congress, which was possibly hoping will go at least with two or three victories for the India alliance before 2024? And what happens as far as the whole narration that south of India's the BJP, the Prime Minister does not have the same magic as they have in the North India and West India? Before we do anything else, let me very quickly at this moment just walk across to this big screen that we have here and just give you a sense of the numbers. Where do things stack up? At this moment, at 5 p.m. This Sunday evening, the Super Sunday, Rajasthan, BJP was, the history was with the side of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Ashok Gehlot tried a lot in the last 6 months with his welfare scheme. At this moment, the Bharatiya Janata Party 116, 43 over their tally of 2018. Congress 69, down 31. BSP has still got 2, in fact, down 4. And fascinating, Rajasthan 12, others down 8 from the last election. So the Bharatiya Janata Party cruising at this moment at 116. Vote share 42% for the BJP, 40% for the Congress and 2% for the BSP. The difference of 2% there. The Congress, in fact, has added 1% to their vote share. But look at that. BJP able to, in fact, from the Congress party, adding 3% vote share. Largely, it is coming from the BSP and others. So for the Congress party, the only silver lining is that there are similar number of voters or a little more, those who have voted for them in 2018 and 2023. Let's go to Madhya Pradesh at this moment. We'll just turn around and we'll go to MP as well. That's the state where possibly Shivraj Singh Chauhan 6 months back and nobody was giving him a chance. Kamal Nath thought it's in his bag. And look what the result day brought for the Congress party and the BJP. BJP 164, it's a tsunami, a massive victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 55 over what they did last time in 2018. The Congress party, which possibly was hoping a huge victory here, 65, down 49. And as I said, this is going to be one of the most demoralizing defeat for the Congress party ahead of 2024. Others won, down 4 from 2018. Quickly turning to the vote share as far as the state of Madhya Pradesh is concerned. The vote share for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 49%. For the Congress, 41%. BSP plus and the others are about 4%. The BJP gaining a whopping 8% vote share. It's a huge swing. The Congress stays where they were, but others losing 3. The BSP losing 3. Others also, in fact, losing vote share. But that's a massive swing in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party, where 6 months back, nobody was giving them a chance as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned. The other state, Chhattisgarh, where the sense even till possibly early in the morning was that BJP not sure, close contest. Look what has happened. 56, well over the majority mark of 45 in Chhattisgarh, up 41. They were down to 15. That was an outlier election as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned in 2018. The Congress 34, down 34 at this moment. The others, BSP not, in fact, others out of the question as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned. BSP down 2, others down 5. So compared to 2018 election, BJP this time winning handsomely, and this is going to be the sweetest victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the 3 states that they have won of the 4. Telangana, Vote share of Chhattisgarh, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, 47% for the BJP, a difference of 4% between the BJP and the Congress, 43% for the Congress party, BSP managing 3%, a whopping 14% addition to Bharatiya Janata Party's vote share. And going into 2024, this is going to give the BJP and Prime Minister Narendra Modi a huge amount of confidence. Let's shift to the only sliver of hope for the Congress party, Telangana election. It has been quite a remarkable election, quite a turnaround as well. If the Congress would have managed a couple of or one more state, this possibly would have been one of the big headlines. Congress has been able to defeat the regional satrap BRS out of the game at this moment. 64 for the Congress, up 45. 40 to the BRS, down 48. BJP has also increased their seats and vote share. They are up 7. AIMIM 7. They won 7 last time. They are retaining that. Others are down 4. The fact remains the Congress comfortably, in fact, at this moment over the majority. Mark 64, the Congress party, after the Hyderabad municipal election, not many would have seen this coming. Karnataka election victory at least turned the fillip for the Congress party in the state of Telangana. The vote share, 40% for the Congress party. It's a huge jump from what they had last time, 38 for the BRS and 14% for the Bharatiya Janata Party. They have also gained massively, plus 7% for the BJP, plus 9% for the Congress, and BRS losing 9% of the vote share. So at this moment, this is how the picture is stacked up on this Super Sunday. Kamal Nath, the leader of the Congress party in the state of Madhya Pradesh, speaking at this moment. Let's listen in.
आप सबका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत। प्रजातंत्र के इस मुकाबले में हम मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं का फैसला स्वीकार करते हैं। आज विरोधी दल के नाते और आगे भी जो हमारा कर्तव्य है, हम उस कर्तव्य पर डटे रहेंगे। सबसे बड़ी चुनौती हमारे सामने नौजवानों की भविष्य की है, बेरोजगारी की है और कृषि क्षेत्र की है। कृषि क्षेत्र 70% हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था का हिस्सा है और कृषि क्षेत्र में मजबूती आए, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता होनी चाहिए। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बधाई देता हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि जिस प्रकार जनता ने उन्हें समर्थन दिया है, वो उस पर खड़े उतरेंगे और जनता को जो विश्वास उन्होंने जताया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर, वो विश्वास बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से वो निभाएंगे। आज हमारी दूसरी उम्मीद थी। मैंने हमेशा कहा था कि मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूँ, वो आज भी करता हूँ। मैंने पिछले 1 महीने से कह रहा हूँ, मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूँ। मेरे से जब आप पूछते थे कि कितनी सीटें आएंगी, मैं कहता था मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूँ। आज भी मैं विश्वास करता हूँ और मुझे ये उम्मीद है कि ये विश्वास जो मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर रखा है, उनके साथ विश्वासघात नहीं होगा। हम इस पर विचार करेंगे कि क्या हमने कमियां थी, क्यों हम मतदाता को अपनी बात नहीं समझा पाए। हर उम्मीदवार से चर्चा करके, वो हारा हुआ हो या जीता हुआ हो, हम उनसे चर्चा करेंगे अगले कुछ दिनों में और उस चर्चा के बाद हम इसका निष्कर्ष निकालेंगे।
क्या चूक हो गई, इतनी बड़ी टक्कर भी आपकी?
ये सब तो
थैंक यू।
So that was Mr. Kamal Nath saying that he concedes defeat, and just look at that gap between the two parties. A vote share swing of 8% has converted into 99 seat advantage for the BJP. It's a state that they have not won with this number, Ankit, ever in the past. So it's very clear that that the BJP leadership did everything right, and the Congress got everything wrong.
You know,
what? Yes.
Maria, but let me ask you this. Is now Madhya Pradesh, the transformation of Madhya Pradesh into the second state like Gujarat for the BJP is complete? Is it now completely on the lines of Madhya Pradesh, where the opposition, there has to be an extraordinary election for the BJP to be dislodged?
Well, you know, Ankit, if we were to look at Madhya Pradesh as a case study, because it will become a case study of how to win elections. And then compare it to Gujarat. Gujarat has the two Gujaratis on the top, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah. So there is that great sense of regional pride that Gujarati is, governing the country. In case of Madhya Pradesh, there is no Madhya Pradesh pride per se. But I think here it is about Prime Minister Modi who has become acceptable in a state of Gujarat. So completely different story. But just look at this Vidhan Sabha now, which has a different picture. Here is the BJP, which is returning with its biggest mandate ever. And this is coming at a time which is about the larger pro-incumbency which has worked for the BJP. Ma'am, I'm emphasizing on the fact that there is a woman voter. And this woman voter perhaps believes in Narendra Modi more than it believes in the Congress leadership.
Absolutely. I think this is what the BJP needed the most, because after Gujarat, there was no such decisive victory for the BJP. And while I said in the morning also, the women vote share, around 4% of the women vote share actually is more towards the BJP, and it makes a very significant impact on the election results. See, what BJP has done is it has delivered on the ground. In the last 9 years, it has been delivering, whether the central schemes or with respect to the state government schemes. And this is something which they have worked to deliver, and that is where it is creating an impact. There have been people from the Congress who have been giving promises, but I'm not sure how much impact it is having on the ground, because what they are doing is they are trying to compete. If somebody is giving 1,000 rupees, okay, we'll give 2,000 rupees. So this kind of, buying of a woman vote share is not possible.
Just to add to one point, Ankit, if in all these states, Ankit, the Congress went with one theme of caste census. Is it a rejection of that, Anuragji?
Yes. This is a complete rejection of caste census, because it has no sense also. I don't know why Rahul Gandhi is making so much noise on caste census. And I would like to add one more thing. When Shivraj ji announced this Ladli Behna Yojana, Kamal Nath was the person who criticized this scheme initially by saying this will spoil our economy, state economy. But later, when he realized this is going to change fate of BJP, then he also announced this Nari Samman.
There's a difference. The scheme that the Congress, that's where the Congress also got it wrong. The Congress announced their 6 guarantees before Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan. And then Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan was able to supplement it. And the question also then becomes that there was delivery for the women. 1 rupee in your pocket with the promise of 3 rupees tomorrow is much better than somebody who is delivering at this moment than somebody who will. And the other big question, like we were talking about caste census, Mr. Kala, if I can get you in, because that seemed to be one of the things that the Congress possibly wanted, at least the Congress leadership wanted as a theme for all the state elections. Right. In Madhya Pradesh and also in Rajasthan. Tell me, apart from Rahul Gandhi, which other local leader was talking about this? So even the Congress party did not have a cohesive narrative to go into this election. If the party had decided they want to go with caste census, apart from Rahul Gandhi, not a single local leader, including Kamal Nath, was speaking and projecting it as their trump card.
You are absolutely right on this, Ankit. The Chief Minister just said this caste census word a couple of times, not more than that. So they were not at all in a mood to go and talk about it, and there was no cohesion. The issues about which Rahul Gandhi would talk in rallies were completely different and alienated from what the situation was on the ground. They made a hue and cry about ERCP project, but they were least bothered about it. It was just a speech to be given from a podium and tweets to be put out, nothing on the ground. So they missed out.
May I ask you a corresponding question now?
Yes.
Sachin Pilot waiting in the wings forever now for the Congress party in Rajasthan.
Yes.
Was hoping even in the dying months of this government that, you know, and everybody was talking about why would he want to become the chief minister right now? The history is against the Congress party in this state. One man apart, it's not that Sachin Pilot has said that, but how does Sachin Pilot look at these results right now? Is this possibly the moment? What happens to Mr. Gehlot from here on? He's possibly lost our favor with the central leadership. He's lost the government in that state. He fought this election. Largely, it was a Gehlot-fought election. What happens for Mr. Gehlot from here on?
See, well, we saw Mr. Gehlot saying everything but taking the blame himself. He was saying we had good policies, everything. So he, with these number of 69, will not be in a mood day after when all the MLAs meet to call it a day. It's for the Congress High Command to take a call and say, okay, we pass it on to generation next.
You will take questions. I think let's listen to Arun Singh of the BJP. He is addressing the press in Rajasthan, and then I'll bring in Congress MP Manikam Tagore.
जवाब देने का काम किया। इन राज्यों के तमाम नेता जो इस बात का सपना देख रहे थे कि सनातन विरोध पे वो खामोश किया।
हम प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन करते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने 5 साल लगातार परिश्रम किया, ऐसे सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिनंदन करते हैं और राजस्थान की जनता का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी पे उन्होंने विश्वास व्यक्त किया। प्रधानमंत्री जी की जब राजस्थान में सभाएं हो रही थी, जिस प्रकार से राजस्थान में जन सैलाब प्रधानमंत्री जी को सुनने के लिए आ रहा था, अभिनंदन करने के लिए आ रहा था, तभी से स्पष्ट था कि राजस्थान में पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बनना तय है और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में अब यहाँ पे चौमुखा विकास होगा। राजस्थान तेज गति से आगे बढ़ेगा। पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी के उनके कुशल नेतृत्व, जो उन्होंने समय समय पे राजस्थान को कार्यकर्ताओं को मार्गदर्शन दिया, उनका भी हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। देश के गृह मंत्री आदरणीय अमित शाह जी ने समय समय पे राजस्थान की टीम को बुला करके बात करना, मार्गदर्शन देना, सभाएं करना, हम उनका आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। सभी केंद्रीय नेतृत्व का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं और सभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राजस्थान की टीम का अभिनंदन करते हैं। बहुत आज अच्छा दिन है, शुभ दिन है और आज जहां एक और मध्य प्रदेश में भी क्लीन स्वीप हुआ, छत्तीसगढ़ भी क्लीन स्वीप हुआ, इन सभी राज्यों
Maria, you know, one interesting thing at this, I'm sure, because most of the MLAs would be in their constituencies trying to collect their winning certificate. The question, I don't know whether you have the answer or Mr. Kala has the answer. Who's going to be the Chief Minister of Rajasthan for the BJP? Does this 116, Maria, does this affect a generational change in Rajasthan as well? Or is it a comfortable number that Vasundhara Raje can actually exert herself?
You know, Vasundhara Raje did crisscross the state of Rajasthan. She held over 50 rallies. And if you were to look at the last few days of campaigning, she was very much seen with Prime Minister Narendra Modi in those rallies. There was a lot of pleasantries that was exchanged between the two of them. There was a lot of camaraderie on display as well. So, you know, whether the BJP is preparing for a generational shift, I won't rule that out. But here is a party which has a completely different set of calculations than what we think.
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Kalla wants to come in.
See, Maria, I told you a couple of hours back also, and I stick my neck out to it, that under 120, BJP will not risk anyone else but Vasundhara Raje, because 2024 is an important seat. See, the numbers might look very good, but we in Rajasthan are not used to seeing these numbers.
Yeah.
We used to seeing 163-21 or 156-56. The kind of numbers that we are elated about in Madhya Pradesh are a normal fare in Rajasthan. That hasn't happened this time around. So to make sure that you win all 25, there would be many seats which are very narrow margin. So you need somebody who could bring everyone together, and that at the moment is only Vasundhara Raje.
Okay. We have our guest joining us, Javeer Shergill, National Spokesperson of the BJP, and Manikam Tagore, Member of Parliament of the Congress Party. Manikam, you know, I would say that there is a lot of introspection that the Congress has to do. Yes, you have won the state of Telangana, that's a congratulatory victory, but the larger question of Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, it's humiliating defeat.
Thank you. We thank the people of Telangana for keeping the faith on us, and we humbly accept the results in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, and Madhya Pradesh. We need to look back, and we hope that we will be able to set our things in the right way for the parliament elections in 2024. We are very confident that we'll come back, and it's not a humiliating defeat as you called it. In Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, it is around 8 to 9 seats away from the halfway mark, and Rajasthan is not that much. Usually, we usually gets around 20-25 seats every time after the government period, but this time it performed well, but it is not up to the mark. We need to work on it, and we will be able to work on it, I suppose, and we will be able to build a better structure, better narrative to win in 2024.
Mr. Tagore, when you were speaking, Jaiveer Shergill, your former colleague, now national spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, was shaking his head vigorously. Jaiveer, welcome and congratulations for your party's victory in the total domination of the BJP, especially in the Hindi heartland. But tell me, if you allow me to ask you this, you've been in the Congress party, you're now with the BJP. What is so different in the election management of the BJP that many pollsters, that you've experienced, that many pollsters, those who are not giving the BJP a chance in Chhattisgarh, they've been able to turn it around and have won Madhya Pradesh handsomely?
Thank you, Ankit and Maria, for having me on your show. I will give that answer in just 1 second, but I'm going to say, being a Punjabi, and I have to say, it is balle balle for the Bharatiya Janata Party in these 3 states. The voters have chosen the politics of progress, prosperity, Vikas and Vishwas of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and rejected Congress's politics of appeasement and negativity. Let's not forget, Mr. Rahul Gandhi conducted a Bharat Jodo Yatra in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, which has clearly proven to be a voter todo yatra. The Bharat Jodo Yatra of Congress has proven to be a voter todo yatra, and the voters have broken away from them. And now let me come to your question. What is the difference? I was smiling and smirking when Mr. Manikam Tagore was speaking. The difference is this. Congress fights the elections on Twitter. Congress fights the election on the feedback of Darbaris and sycophants. Congress fights the election on the heads of the George Soros and the BBCs and hollow echo chambers. BJP fights the elections by putting their ear to the ground, reading the pulse of the people, ensuring delivery and implementation. The difference is that the Bharatiya Janata Party never gets lost in celebrations, neither takes any win for granted, but prepares, hunker downs, analyzes, assesses. When Mr. Manikam Tagore was speaking, it reminded me of my days. We will go back to the drawing room, we will learn, it is not humiliating, the margin is closed, the vote share is this. There is a very famous Hindi kahavat, आज तुम्हारे पैरों के नीचे जमीन नहीं और इस बात का फिर भी तुम्हें यकीन नहीं. The point is,
Manikam, while the point that has been made by Jaiveer, there is a lot of, valid argument that he can make against his political opponent in the Congress party. Is there a degree of complacency with which the Congress approached both Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh elections? कि ये तो हमारा जीता हुआ चुनाव है.
We know that people actually defeat what people speak and others. We had been practiced with it, but we had won Telangana also, where BJP is not able to touch the single digit also, or double digit also. For these kind of things, we had known it, and those people who speak up about BJP's Kahavat and others, we know their positions and others. Let us leave about it. But very clear thing is that we take every election very seriously, and Congress is not a party which is guided by any kind of divisive force like RSS. Congress is a party which unites, and it has a democratic structure, and therefore we take time in settling things and others, and it takes Congress is a party which takes little time to settle, because there is a democratic way of doing it, and it's not a RSS way of doing it, that to have some kind of strong force in setting
Mr.
people
Tagore,
right.
David, I'm just coming to you. Let me ask just a corresponding question to you, Mr. Tagore. And I mean, don't want to, at this moment, of course, I understand when you lose an election, of course, the chips would be down. But the fact remains, sir, like you were saying, that things take time in the Congress party and it's a democratic setup, so on and so forth. But the fact is, since 2014, more than 55 elections, when you have gone head-to-head with the Bharatiya Janata Party, you've not been able to overcome that. The fact remains that out of these 4 states, only one state has been able to save its government. That is Madhya Pradesh, where the BJP has been in power for more than 18.5 years. You've not been able to convert that anti-incumbency. You've not been able to hold states more than 5 years. Is that a sense of worry, sir, where the BJP time and again has been able to come back to states where it has been in power in, but for the Congress party, you come to power, hold a state for 5 years, and then you are decimated like in Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh?
The problem with the present equilibrium is that you people come to conclusions so quickly about the democratic processes, and the Congress party just before 6 months has defeated BJP and your Modi in a very handsome way in Karnataka. Let us not forget that these kind of stories were when Mr. Modi was going there in Karnataka, people of Karnataka defeated them. Therefore, in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, there are some kind of missteps we have taken it, and we will get back that and we will correct it. We are in Chhattisgarh also, it is only 8-9 seats we are down with the majority mark. How it went, what are the recent mistakes in the local level it has been committed, we will be working about it. But Mr. The BJP spokesperson was speaking about Bharat Jodo Yatra and others. Well, he will not be knowing it, but because newly converts always become more loyal to the master, therefore they will be speaking like this. The reality is that Bharat Jodo united people, gave hope to people, gave some kind of hope to people that
Manika, will you accept that your bargaining power within the India bloc has also gone down? You had put all the interactions, all the conversations on hold because you were hoping that of these 5 states, one of course the results will be coming tomorrow, you'll be able to win at least 3. But you won only 1. So, the India bloc will have reasons to say that the Congress really doesn't have that fire in the belly to lead the opposition anymore. You cannot be the fulcrum of opposition unity.
That may be Maria's view, but India Alliance has have a different view. Alliance,
Akhilesh Yadav has said so. Nitish Kumar has said so. Mamata Banerjee has said so. Sharad Pawar has said so. So it's hardly Maria's view. It's your alliance partners' views.
But they all come to India Alliance meeting. We all sit together and discuss. Therefore, in this chat, it is Maria's view. I take it as Maria's view, but we fight these battles very clearly, and we fight RSS and we fight those big corporates also. We will continue to fight this kind of thinking, but we are very clear that we will fight these battles, and people of India will one day be convinced. That's the view of us.
But okay, we'll talk more about just hoping that people will in fact get your message. Possibly it's time for a new narration as well, and the election machinery that we keep talking about. But Jaivir, there is one question that I wanted to ask you, and please respond to it quickly. The fact remains that while the BJP is dominating the north of India, the west of India, we are seeing a complete domination as far as the Hindi heartland is concerned. The same issues that you keep saying, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's popularity, the local work, the machinery of the Bharatiya Janata Party, that seems to be failing as far as south of India is concerned. Is that the worry for the Bharatiya Janata Party going ahead in 2024? 130 seats, barring a junior partner in Puducherry, you are nowhere in south of India.
Ankit, just one intervention and I'll answer your reply to the left-handed compliment the member parliament from Congress gave me about a newly convert. I don't know whether his memory fades, the individual who's led them to victory in Telangana is also a convert from ABVP to Naidu to now to the Congress party. So, let's be a little bit, let's call a spade. Number 2, as far as South, the difference again in the BJP is Congress is this. BJP, rather than getting lost in the celebrations in the next 7 days, we will hunker down, what went wrong in Telangana. Though from one seat the tally has gone considerably high. Our BJP candidate has defeated the CM KCR Rao and the Mr. Revant Reddy also. The South is most important in the political landscape of Bharatiya Janata Party. We have to make inroads, and I have no doubt that जो लोग कहते थे ये कैसे होगा, थोड़े वर्षों में कहेंगे ये कैसे हो गया. Let's not forget Tripura, Northeast, where BJP had 1.34% share, and today we are at 43.4%. Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Chhattisgarh victory is a resounding testimony of the fact that BJP fights to win. And lastly, this one-day narrative is being peddled on your show. 7 states went to election in 2022. Congress lost 6. This election, 2023, for the sake of the member parliament on your show, I hope the pigs will fly one day, and his one day will come for the Congress's front. And lastly, larger message for 2024 has been given. The message is this: Ye dil mange more, Modi Sarkar wants more. That is the clear message which has been given.
Mr. Kalla, can I bring you in on this? Because 2013, the BJP won these states. 2014 was a comprehensive victory. 2018, the Congress won these states. BJP still managed a 2019 comprehensive victory. How do you see this now translating in 2024, specifically the state of Rajasthan, where both of us have been talking about now, the Congress has gone up to 70. The performance of the Congress party in terms of both vote share and seats is not as bad as it used to be. So does the Congress take that as a silver lining, or is it game, set and match for the BJP as far as these states are concerned?
Ankit, I would say it's an edge BJP because Congress will have to learn fast and act fast. If they still go on with the old guard mode, I don't see any difference in 2024. Whereas if they pump in fresh blood, there might be something new that they might to do and at least win a couple of seats in the Rajasthan state, because 2 elections back to back, they are yet to open their account in Lok Sabha.
Because Mara, look at these 3 states, Madhya Pradesh, look at Chhattisgarh and also Rajasthan. If I'm not mistaken, all of them together would be about 65 Lok Sabha seats.
Yes.
BJP last time got about 62 of these Lok Sabha seats. But there's some breaking news coming in at this moment. In fact, the Election Commission has ordered suspension of the DGP of Telangana for the Model Code of Conduct violation. Let me bring in my colleague Uma Sudhir on this. Uma, is it because before the results were declared, the DGP was seen handing over the bouquet to Mr. Revant Reddy, who he thought is going to be the Chief Minister?
It is because the Model Code of Conduct is still in place, and during the Model Code of Conduct being in place, officers, in fact, are not expected to go and meet any political representatives. So even while the results were coming out, the DGP, not just the DGP, in fact, along with him, it's DGP Anjani Kumar, Additional DGP Law and Order Sanjay Jain, and Additional DGP CID Mahesh Bhagwat have reached the Congress President Revant Reddy's home, and they congratulated him. And that is something that is seen as a violation of the Model Code of Conduct, and that's the reason why the Election Commission, we understand, has suspended Mr. Anjani Kumar and has asked Mr. Sanjay Jain, who is Additional DGP, and also Additional DGP Law and Order, and also Mahesh Bhagwat, who is Additional DGP CID, to give an explanation by 8 p.m. today on why they did this and an explanation for how they violated the Model Code of Conduct.
Uma Sudhir, thank you for joining us. This also tells you, Maria, lesson to be learned. Before the chickens are completely hatched, there is no point putting your money somewhere. It can prove dangerous. The man thought that the power is shifting, went there to meet him, and now is facing suspension. But the point that I was making, and Maria, come in on that, and of course we can take it to our guest as well. The fact remains that in all these states, the BJP maximized it.
Yes.
In the Lok Sabha, in the last Lok Sabha, 62 if I'm not mistaken, out of 65. What else can the Bharatiya Janata Party do? So does the Congress take still hope from that there is still a fight left as far as Lok Sabha is concerned, while they are bolstering their chances as far as Southern India is concerned?
No, I would say that it gives fillip to the BJP's narrative now. And it certainly adds to a great degree of setback to the Congress's campaign of caste census. Caste census was seen as this big wild card that India group has found, particularly after Nitish Kumar releasing it. But caste census is not an answer in several states. And if anything, BJP's victory in 3 states, in 2 of which nobody gave them a chance. And in Madhya Pradesh, they have, Ankit, they have reached that mark of 50%, an ambitious number which the BJP usually wins in the Lok Sabha elections.
Absolutely.
They have managed to win in assembly elections.
It's remarkable.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
you can't
remarkable.
take
I mean,
anything
Anurag
away.
ji, I have, we keep talking about assembly.
But I've been told that our colleague Arvind is joining us at this moment to explain to us what are the violation of the MCC as far as the DGP of Telangana is concerned. Arvind, go ahead. Right. As soon as I went to him, we have lost that line. With Arvind, the fact remains that 2 senior officers, the DGP has been suspended, the additional DGP has been asked to explain by 8 p.m. and this is in terms of the model code of violations. Arvind, go ahead, just explain to our viewers why has this strict action been taken against the DGP?
Ankit, ECA sources have told NDTV that they have taken a toughest decision today by placing the Telangana DGP Anjani Kumar under suspension for meeting Telangana Congress President Revant Reddy at around 12:15 p.m. when the counting process was underway. So according to EC sources, this was a clear case of violation of Model Code of Conduct, and that's why the Election Commission of India has taken this toughest decision. This is the exact word that was used by the senior most officer in the Election Commission of India. They told us that they have taken this toughest decision to suspend the DGP of a state, that is the Telangana, for allegedly violating Model Code of Conduct by meeting a political party leader who is also a contesting candidate, even when the counting process was away. And that's where the Election Commission sources say, because as head of the force, the DGP could not have gone ahead and met a contesting candidate, because that would give a completely wrong picture. And if all the SPs, all the subordinate officers right under him, even if they had started deserting the counting centers, and even if they had started meeting the political leaders, that would have created a huge impact on the counting process. And that's where the Election Commission has taken this strong action against Telangana DGP Anjani Kumar for allegedly violating Model Code of Conduct by meeting contesting candidate and also Telangana Congress President Revant Reddy, and also 2 other officers also met Revant Reddy along with DGP, one ADG Law and Order and also a CID chief. Both those IPS officers have been asked to explain their conduct by 8 p.m. today. Both of them have to give in written why did they go and meet Revant Reddy by 8 p.m. today. But the Election Commission has taken a strong action against DGP for going ahead and meeting one of the contesting candidates. So DGP has been suspended. 2 other senior officers have been issued notice, and both of them have been asked to respond by 8 p.m. today on their conduct in meeting Revant Reddy, one of the contesting candidate, and also Telangana Congress President.
Right, Arvind, in fact, giving us that important information that very hard, in fact, decision has been taken by the EC suspension of the senior most officer as far as the state of Telangana is concerned. Thank you, Arvind, for joining us at this moment. But just building on what we were talking about earlier, in fact, what happens as far as this victory is concerned. Can I, in fact, at this moment, Mr. Anurag Verma, what is happening in south of India, should that be a worry for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Is there a different way for them now to approach before the 2024 elections? They maximize these states. 65 out of 62 seats were won by the BJP. How much more can you go up? They will need to have increments as far as southern India is concerned.
Yes, South India is a matter of concern for BJP. But if you look at this issue with a different perspective, BJP is basically, their whole agenda is somehow around Hindi and Hinduism. That card is not working in South India.
The Hindutva nationalism, and then we keep talking about
Hindutva Rashtravad. Actually, Rashtravad is not working in South India. That they have to work somehow smartly to make their presence there.
Is that something, Ms. Goenka, that the Congress party and specifically, let's say Rahul Gandhi, who doesn't find much resonance or voters backing him up as far as the Hindi heartland is concerned, and we have seen that state elections after elections, Rahul Gandhi at this moment doesn't have that ability that the voter does an incremental vote in the name of Rahul Gandhi, which Prime Minister Narendra Modi massively can in some states up to 14-15%. Does that mean that for the Congress party, they should also, re-strategize, put more focus in southern states where they possibly can, win much better than they can in north?
See, if you look at couple of southern states, first let us take the example of Karnataka. Karnataka, even though the Congress has won, I wouldn't rule out BJP completely from Karnataka. Maybe in the next elections, they may even come back. It's not like the Hindu vote bank is not appealing to BJP. Or secondly, if you look at Telangana, traditionally BJP was with the TDP in Telangana, and it was a very big vote bank for the TDP. But now, if you, I would like to just draw a parallel to how BJP has progressed in the northeastern states also. So it took time, it took efforts, it took 30-40 years of deep work inside northeast to get there. So I think BJP is doing its best. You may see in the coming years some progress being made in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Telangana also. I would like to point out one very important thing. BJP has got more seats than AIMIM. So that is something which is a very positive thing if you look at it. And regarding the 24 elections, I just want to make one point. 24 elections, even though today I think if BJP would have lost everything, 24 elections belongs to the BJP. It doesn't have any repercussions. Now only the thing is it will add to the seats, I think, or the vote share.
The BJP would be delighted to hear that, but every election is different, and I'm sure the BJP would also want to take it like that. But BJP starts on the pole position. My colleague Maria has more analysis of what is happening. Maria, over to you.
What we have seen today is a massive BJP wave in Hindi heartland. Remember, 3 states they lost in 2018, 3 states they wrested back this time. First, the state of Chhattisgarh, where the Chief Minister had borrowed the BJP playbook of Hindutva and welfarism. Second, the state where the BJP was facing the anti-incumbency of 18 years and a visible fatigue factor, that is Madhya Pradesh. And third, a state where the incumbent Chief Minister had gone all out with his guarantees, that is Rajasthan. So what did the BJP do right to go against the popular narrative in these states? I'm going to begin with Chhattisgarh. Remember, voters have given a mandate which has appended the mandate of the pollsters. None of the pollsters gave a chance to the BJP in Chhattisgarh. It was a well-set government of Bhupesh Baghel, a popular chief minister. Nobody thought that BJP can really trump him. What worked? Prime Minister Modi, remember, had announced 24,000 crore for the welfare of tribals. Where did he do so? And when? On tribal icon Birsa Munda Jayanti, the occasion chosen and the place chosen was Ranchi. It had its impact in Chhattisgarh and tribal belt of other states, including Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. The BJP visibly came from behind to counter the welfare politics of Bhupesh Baghel, with Prime Minister himself saying that it is about his personal guarantees. What we saw also was collective leadership under brand Narendra Modi to counter what was visible dominance of state politics by one man, that is Bhupesh Baghel. Shifting focus now to Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh mandate for the BJP is now close to the ultimate ambition of Prime Minister Narendra Modi of securing 50% of votes polled. What they have usually done in Lok Sabha is now translating into assembly elections. In what was a break from the past, the BJP released the candidate list a month before the ECI, that is the Election Commission of India, announced the poll dates. It fielded 3 union ministers, 4 MPs and a party general secretary, sending a message of all hands on deck. And these MPs and ministers have clearly delivered for the BJP. The message again was collective leadership to counter any fatigue against a chief minister of 18 years. Now to Rajasthan. Despite all indications of a Gehlot fight back, the BJP roamed home with great ease. In the end, pushing aside all internal differences and dissent. Remember that image of Prime Minister Modi in Mathura? He was celebrating the 525th birth anniversary of Sant Mirabai, who was from Rajasthan. the message was for women voters in Rajasthan communicated from Mathura. It ensured that despite not having announced the chief minister phase, the party also ensured that Vasundhara was not seen as disgruntled, and she played an important role and an active role in electioneering, and that's why we are saying the party managed dissent and differences pretty well. And then the party also countered the temple run of Ashok Gehlot with Sanatan Dharma push in certain pockets. So that electrified the BJP campaign. Coming back to this question certainly of what worked in Rajasthan, if we were to look at the Mirabai celebrations in Mathura, Avinash.
BJP played all its cards very well, like you rightly pointed it out, be it the Mirabai celebration, or they came to Mangad Dham also, if you remember, the place where many tribals were martyred, and the Prime Minister said we'll make a monument here. So every small such thing and occasion was counted, and the Prime Minister was present there. That added to the charm, and then the whole idea of collective leadership and not disgruntling anyone, getting everybody all. So the biggest thing that the BJP did well here was to accommodate everyone, you know, give everybody's aspiration a chance and say, okay, you are in the game, and they all came in handy, and they won the election handsomely well here.
Avinash, but do you think that's the difference between how the Congress and the campaign in
Absolutely,
Rajasthan?
yes.
Because, you know, possibly the BJP and the central leadership also at the end, they were able to maneuver, put their ego aside. When they thought Vasundhara Raje is important, they were able to bring her right in the last few rallies of the Prime Minister, bring her on the, put on the center stage, which Ashok Gehlot could not do with Sachin Pilot. One more important thing I wanted to, a lot of people are discussing about, Gehlot also put out so much welfareism. Shivraj Singh Chauhan put out welfareism. Why is it that his worked and his did not? I think one important factor of all the schemes that Mr. Ashok Gehlot put out, there was no direct cash benefit scheme that went in anybody's pocket. Money going in your pocket trumps everything. Yes, Chiranjeevi scheme was great, but people thought, जब मैं बीमार होऊंगा तब फायदा होगा. Cylinder जब खत्म होगा तब मिलेगा. But what Shivraj Singh Chauhan started putting money in their pocket, was that a big difference in the welfare schemes?
See, I'll tell you one more thing, Ankit. You know, well, let's talk about welfareism. It was a litmus test for a welfare state in Rajasthan. But the Rajasthanis have one thing which I've always said, that they look at, and it goes with what you're saying, what we have got from this government is done, what is it that the new one will give? So we look at two Bahi Khatas, you know, the Rajasthanis look at their Bahi Khatas very well. They said, whatever we have got from this government would continue, because none of the people-friendly schemes have ever been stopped. They've just been renamed and going ahead. So that was clear, and so the Congress whole idea that you lose out on this or that didn't work. Secondly, you talked about Sachin Pilot.
Yeah.
You know, I'll tell you one more thing. There was a divided house in the BJP. There were 10 to 12 people out, but they always did their optics.
Sir, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you here. BJP President JP Nadda, the man who would be, as Javeer was saying, doing balle balle today, the president of the BJP has arrived at the party headquarters. This Maria has also, I mean, it has a significance. The way the BJP, and it has now become a routine as far as the BJP is concerned.
And the new party office.
The new party, that's what I'm saying.
Office.
They win the election.
And then it will be a protocol. What will happen is, here is the BJP president who has just arrived. He'll be followed by the arrival of the Home Minister Amit Shah, and then the Prime Minister arrives. So, and the Prime Minister will be welcomed by BJP President. The message is that Prime Minister in BJP office is a BJP Karyakarta, and that the BJP President is supreme in the party headquarters. So I think in terms of imagery, this is the party which has managed it extremely well. You know, you may say whatever, but Ankit, let's not forget that there is this triangle that's working.
Yeah.
And all these three leaders, be it Mr. Nadda, Home Minister Amit Shah and Prime Minister, they have different roles.
Absolutely.
Mr. Nadda, with his with his amicable temperament, actually has ensured that the organization functions in a different way.
Right.
Home Minister Amit Shah is the nuts and bolts man, and of course the overarching image of the Prime Minister. So every leader has a role to play. And he'll also say that all these victories are coming under his leadership as the party president.
Record will be, the history will say that it was the BJP president, JP Nadda, one victory after another. Eventually, that's what the records will say. But as I said, when things are working, when there is a team which is winning, you see all these nuts and bolts working perfectly. Yes, there is a lot of work that goes behind it. And that work behind making sure that you cross that finishing line is something that Congress possibly can now take a leaf out of BJP's book. I have to slip into a very short break. It will be very hectic after the break when the celebration started at the BJP office. So our commercial, commitments at this moment. Coming back, stay tuned. NDTV has a 360-degree view of this election season. Stay tuned.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time? Or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel Banks on Welfare is keen to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will romp home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so.
Party Zindabad! Bharatiya Janata Party Zindabad! Bharat Mata Ki! Bharat Mata Ki! JP Nadda Zindabad! JP Nadda Zindabad!
Leaving for Delhi. Amrita Dhawan ji there getting ready to go to Delhi. And so Amrita ji, what would you like to say about the Congress's in performance in Rajasthan?
देखिए, राजस्थान के इस सभी परिणामों का स्वागत भी करते हैं और एक्सेप्ट भी करते हैं. पब्लिक का जो निर्णय है वो सर माथे पर है. क्या कमियां रही उसका विश्लेषण होगा.
So now it's going to be, they're going to be looking at what went wrong really, the BJP and the Congress, and here you can see that even Congress leaders are also leaving, are also leaving for Delhi. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat there, about to leave for Delhi. He's in the car getting ready to go to Delhi. There'll be charter flight accompanied by Mr. Arun Singh. So a little 2 minutes if we can just have with you. गजेंद्र जी, बहुत बहुत बधाई. बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक जीत रही है और आपने पूरी तरह से बीजेपी की, आपने सीपी जोशी ने और अरुण सिंह ने पूरी तरह से बीजेपी की कमान संभाली थी. यू वर द बैकरूम बॉयज.
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी ज्येष्ठ कार्यकर्ताओं ने मिलकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी की इस प्रचंड बहुमत से विजयश्री जो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उनके चेहरे पर जो चुनाव लड़ करके हमने हासिल किए, उनके द्वारा धरातल पर किए गए कामों के आधार पर, उनके द्वारा सामान्य मानवीय के जीवन में लाए गए परिवर्तन के आधार पर जो जनता ने मतदान किया है, ये जीत माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के देवतुल्य कार्यकर्ताओं को हम सब लोग समर्पित करते हैं.
पर आपको क्या लगता है, क्या खास रहा आपके कैंपेन में जो आपने अलग किया?
देखिए इस चुनाव
गारंटी फॉर गारंटी था,
चुनाव में गारंटी और ये सब चीज़ें जो है ये नीजक रिएक्शन से आई थी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पहले ही दिन से इस वर्तमान की कांग्रेस सरकार के विफलता को लेकर के और माननीय मोदी जी की सरकार की योजनाओं को धरातल पर उतारने में जिस तरह से कोताही गहलोत साहब की सरकार ने की थी उसको लेकर के लड़ रही थी और जनता ने उसको शुरुआत से ही एंडोर्स भी किया था। जनता ने उसको जो है उस पर मोहर भी लगाई थी। एक साल पहले जब हमने जनाक्रोश यात्राएं की थी तब भी इस बात का भरोसा और विश्वास हो गया था कि राजस्थान की जनता ने कांग्रेस की वर्तमान सरकार को उखाड़ फेंकने का मानस बना लिया।
गजेंद्र जी, you managed to do a very cohesive leadership.
कह सकते हैं
देखिए आप खुद देख सकते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को न केवल राजस्थान में अपितु मध्य प्रदेश में, छत्तीसगढ़ में, सभी जगह नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, क्योंकि तीनों ही प्रांतों में हम नरेंद्र मोदी जी के चेहरे पर चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री मिली है। और ये इस बात का द्योतक है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी का तिलिस्म, उनका जादू अभी भी चल रहा है। लोग उनमें अपने लिए किसी न किसी तरह से एक हमसाये की तरह उनको देखते हैं। युवा लोग उनको अपने मेंटर की तरह देखते हैं, महिलाएं उन्हें अपने भाई की तरह देखती हैं जो गरीब के कल्याण के लिए काम करते हैं। देश का सामान्य मानवीय उनको उनके जीवन को सुधारने की गारंटी देने वाले व्यक्ति की तरह समझते हैं। देश के सैनिक उनको अपने सहयोगी और सखा की तरह समझते हैं। इसलिए देश का हर एक तबका उनसे जिस तरह का जुड़ाव रखता है, ये उसी के चलते हम जो है ये 3 राज्यों में प्रचंड बहुमत से जीत पाए।
अब कहीं ना कहीं सीएम कौन बनेगा, सीएम कौन रहेगा, कांग्रेस क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, मैंने शुरू से कहा था कि जब सरकार आखिरी 6 महीने में इस तरह की योजनाओं को लाने का प्रयास करती है तब वो विफल होती है, क्योंकि वो ये जानते हुए ये योजनाएं लेकर के आती हैं कि उनकी धरातल खिसक चुकी है, उनकी जमीन समाप्त हो गई है और एक बार फिर वही सिद्ध हुआ है।
Who will be CM is the big question, गजेंद्र।
ये तो अभी समय बताएगा। थैंक यू।
सो गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत, एक खास मुलाकात NDTV से जाते जाते उन्होंने कहा कि हु विल बी सीएम के लिए $1 बिलियन क्वेश्चन, उन्होंने कहा कि समय बताएगा। लेकिन गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी गए हैं दिल्ली और हम देख रहे हैं कि अरुण सिंह जी भी उनके साथ गए हैं। तो यहाँ यानी कि जो बीजेपी के सब रणनीतिकार हैं अब जो है वो दिल्ली रहेंगे और आगे की चर्चा वहाँ पर होगी। व्हाट इज़ द नेक्स्ट प्लान? सो नाउ द बीजेपी हैज़ वेरी क्लियरली done Operation Desert Storm in Rajasthan. They had a huge challenge from the Congress, from Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and his social welfare schemes. But somewhere, like you heard Gajendra Singh Shekhawat saying, a guarantee for guarantee. And of course, the fact that, the BJP did come up with an experiment and they went ahead. उन्होंने Prime Minister नरेंद्र मोदी के चेहरे पे चुनाव लड़ा और वो जीत गई। इसका मतलब कहीं न कहीं जो लीडरशिप है बीजेपी की, जो रीजनल लीडरशिप है, उसमें भी कहीं ना कहीं फेरबदल या उठापटक हम देख सकते हैं। So some expect some kind of leadership change. Also the fact that this experiment of the BJP, despite challenges, has succeeded. जयपुर से हर्षा कुमारी सिंह, NDTV।
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time, or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel banks on welfare scheme to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will romp home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. All the action continuing to unfold. In fact, all the action's only unfolding now. So far, it was just the numbers that were unfolding. All the political action on who's going to be Chief Minister, holding of the MLAs together, all happening from Jaipur to Hyderabad. All this action. I believe we can go across live to Uma Sudhir, who's there outside the Taj Krishna, where the Congress's MLAs, at least the ones who have won so far, are there. Uma, the DGP of Telangana has been suspended for model code of violation, we believe, because he went and met Kishan Reddy. The Congress MLAs are out there. Early in the morning, we discussed a number of about 70, 72, but it now seems to be settling around 64, 65. Is there a sense of anxiety in the Congress, given the kind of horse trading we've seen in other states?
Yeah, first the news on the DGP, Mr. Anjani Kumar, then Sanjay Jain, who is the additional DGP Law and Order, and additional DGP CID, Mr. Mahesh Bhagwat. All three of them went to the residence of Revant Reddy this morning around noon and handed over a bouquet and greeted him. And that was seen as a violation of the Model Code of Conduct by the Election Commission, who are quoting the fact that the officials are not meant to meet with politicians when the Model Code of Conduct is in place, and that's the reason why Mr. Anjani Kumar has been suspended, and the other two officers, Mr. Bhagwat and Mr. Jain, Sanjay Jain, have been asked to give their explanation before 8 p.m. today. The other interesting and important developments is what we understand from our sources, highly placed sources in the Congress, is that the word from the president of the party was that if the number falls short of 65, they should be shipped to Bengaluru. And if they are between 65 and 70, they can be kept in a hotel, in a place, in a 5-star hotel in Hyderabad. As of now, what I understand from the mood that I've seen at the Congress office, I've met with Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, I've met with Mr. Revant Reddy and several other senior leaders as well. They seem very confident that things are not really going wrong for them. And they also are looking at the BRS camp, with Mr. K.T. Ramarao having tweeted out saying that while we are not sad at the result, we are disappointed because we did not expect this. This does not appear like a party which is now going to try and poach from the Congress. Anyhow, the Congress does not want to take any chances, so all the MLAs were asked to come to Taj Krishna. We have now arrived at Taj Krishna, but we are being told that the MLAs are going to be shifted to another resort, which actually belongs to the relative of Ponguleti Srinivas Reddy, who happens to be a very strong man from Khammam, should I say, and someone who took care of many candidates. In fact, he is quite money bag, and he took care of many candidates. So someone actually referred to him as the D.K. Shivkumar of the Congress here in Telangana. So that apart, one other development. What we also understand is that at least 2 ministers from the BRS government who have in fact won this election have already spoken to the Congress, and we are being told that as many as 15 people from the BRS, other than these two, have actually got in touch with the Congress and could be looking to move to the Congress. So like you mentioned, if they are going to stop at a 64, 65, that's not a very comfortable number for the Congress, but it does not appear as of now, at least the senior leaders don't think this is a time when either the BRS or KCR is going to try and poach the Congress MLAs, and this may not be a time for the Congress MLAs to move either. So in that sense, they are feeling more confident, and they are saying that they in fact may get people from the BRS into their camp. They're talking to about 15 at least, including 2 ministers, like I mentioned, who have won the election. The other big issue now, of course, will be who is going to be Chief Minister of Telangana. In that, we see Revant Reddy as a very clear front runner, not only because the DGP and other top officers went to meet him. Of course, they can say that they met him because he's the leader of the Congress party here, but very obviously the way he carried this campaign very much on his shoulders, very frontal in his attack on the Chief Minister, and it very much appeared as though it's...
Yes, we also see a lot of heavyweights from the BJP trailing.
Yes,
the BJP had fielded a lot of MPs, but I see from Itala Rajendra to Mr. Dharmapuri trailing, and that, while the party has improved its performance, this seems to be quite a setback for the party.
I would certainly think so, because the BJP had put in all its MPs also to contest in this particular election, except Kishan Reddy. You had the other MPs contesting. So you have a Dharmapuri Arvind, who in fact contests from Korutla. He had defeated KCR's daughter Kavita. He is losing. Karimnagar, even Bandi Sanjay, as far as I was told, I have not seen the figures myself, but I was told that he is losing as well. So you have Itala Rajendra, in fact, losing both his seats. He was someone who won a bipole, very high powered, high voltage, high focus bipole, in which KCR, had tried to defeat Itala Rajendra, but all forces had come together. He's losing from both his constituencies. Also Dubak, where Raghunandan had won the bipole. He's also losing his bipole. But very quickly, just I'll talk.
I will have to interrupt you,
just
Uma.
quickly on the 3 other chief ministerial candidates.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so one is, of course, Revant Reddy, front runner, because he ran the campaign. The second part of it, and also he took on Chief Minister KCR on the bidding of the leadership in Delhi, we are told, and that's one reason why he is directly being seen as the person who will be Chief Minister. Second is Uttam Kumar Reddy.
I'm sorry, Uma, I'll have to cut you short there, because we have with us J.B. Mathur, member of the Rajya Sabha, spokesperson of the Congress party as well. Just stay with us if you can, Uma. I'm really sorry to cut you short there. J.B., what is the takeaway today as far as the Congress is concerned? It seems to be a blow in the Hindi heartland. There is smiles in Telangana, but is 65 a number that the Congress feels completely comfortable with?
Well, we concede that it's not a bright day for Congress. We were expecting definitely a much brighter picture for this these state elections. But Telangana, of course, it's a big victory and definitely a game changer in Telangana politics. But as far as Congress party is concerned, this is part of politics. I mean, sometimes we face setbacks, sometimes we face defeat, but we continue with our ideology, what we believe in. And our Congress President, Mallikarjun Kharge ji, Rahul Gandhi ji, they all have, while accepting with humbleness that we concede defeat, but as much as we accept that, we continue to fight. We will definitely, this is a warning signal for us to check where we went wrong, what went wrong, how the organizational aspect and the political aspect, the campaigning aspect, everything has been checked into, and we will definitely be more prepared for the 2024 elections.
Right. Thank you, J.B. We also have an esteemed panel of guests with us. Mr. Avinash Kalla, political analyst from Jaipur, Mr. Pulla Rao, and Dr. Sandeep Shastri. We also have Anuja Kapoor, BJP spokesperson, and Abhilash Khandekar, former senior journalist, joining us from Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Kalla, there is a lot of interest about Rajasthan, and you were bang on about the numbers. But tell us, what is the way forward? Like, clearly there are fault lines within the BJP, there are camps. Of course, the party has put out an emphatic win, but clearly the challenges start right now as to who the chief minister would be.
Vasudha, I think BJP has been a very pragmatic party. All through this campaign, they've accommodated everybody. You know, they've got everybody's aspirations together. And now, I think going forward, the big challenge is who will lead them in 2024. And I see the former Chief Minister as a front runner because she's an experienced hand. The BJP wants to win 25 seats again. And there is somebody like her who could deliver it. So I think she has a bright chance. But the number of seats that they've got is comfortable enough. So would there be a generational change is something that many are asking. But in my opinion, I think that will have to wait for some time. After 2024 election and the victory, there might be something. But right now, the momentum and the victory, the set formula that the BJP have, I don't think they would like to disturb that.
Right. Anuja Kapoor from the BJP. Ma'am, I mean, of course, there's Modi magic, there is Mahila factor, and of course, the Modi guarantees that your party is crediting with. But clearly, did you anticipate, you know, over 160 seats in Madhya Pradesh, and also Chhattisgarh has come as quite a bit of a surprise. Why do you think this happened?
I think it's a surprise for the media maybe and for the opposition party. But for Bajpa, it was not a surprise. We knew about it because we are the people who have been doing work on the ground level. And that is where we have started doing it not on the election day. The number which you see now, it is coming from a way past time. And we have been doing this for a pretty long time. We knew where we have to stand, what we have to do. And this whole was a mission with a vision. And we walked the talk. Modi ji has done it and he has given...
I'm sorry to interrupt you again. We keep doing this on election day because we've got newsmakers speaking. I believe K.T. Ramarao is speaking now in Hyderabad. Son of K. Chandrasekhar Rao, the Chief Minister and the IT Minister of Karnataka, the outgoing IT Minister of Karnataka. He's won his seat. Let's just listen to what he said. He's already conceded defeat earlier.
But इस बार हमें जो रिजल्ट चाहिए था वो नहीं मिला, पर कोई बात नहीं, हम हमारा काम जारी रखेंगे. हमारे जो लीडर हैं केसीआर सर, उनके लीडरशिप में we will continue to strive for the greater good, for the benefit of the people of Telangana, and we will assure all cooperation to the new government. We compliment and congratulate Congress Party on winning the mandate of the people. We wish them the very best in fulfilling all the promises that they have made to the people. Of course, we will play the role of a constructive opposition, which is what has been conferred upon to us by the people of Telangana, and we will play a very constructive role. I promise you that, because this is a state for which we fought hard. This is a state for which our Honorable Chief Minister and our party president has in fact risked his life. So we will do everything in our capacity to help the newly incumbent government to ensure that a proper transition happens. And as part of the democratic process, our Chief Minister has already sent his resignation to the Honorable Governor, and I think the due process will follow hereafter. And I thank the entire media members as well for your cooperation, for your support during elections and even before that. Thank you. चिंतन करेंगे, बैठक करेंगे, जैसा आपने कहा, बाद में बताएंगे. अभी क्या बताएंगे आप? अभी तो हाँ, क्या बता रहे हैं?
सबसे बड़ा रीजन क्या रहा हार का?
दो चार दिन तो रुक जाइए, क्या जल्दी है?
ఆదిలాబాద్ కావచ్చు, నిజామాబాద్ కావచ్చు, వరంగల్ కావచ్చు, ఇలాంటి జిల్లాల్లో కూడా అందులో రూరల్ ఏరియా ఉంది. తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమంలో
అదే మాకు కూడా కొంత ఆశ్చర్యంగా ఏముందంటే, ఇది ఒక వేవ్ అయితేనేమో మొత్తం రాష్ట్రం అంతటా ఒకలాగా ఉండేది. అట్లా లేదు. Hyderabad, Greater Hyderabad, ఇదంతా చూస్తేనేమో ఇక్కడ ఏకపక్షమైన తీర్పిచ్చారు.
Lost a school at the moment. K.T. Ramarao, quite a cool customer there. And in terms of leadership or whatever else, the road ahead for the BRS may be a difficult one. But I think we need to shift focus from Telangana, where the results are clear, to the other states where the results are perhaps clearer. Vasudha, maybe start with Madhya Pradesh.
Dr. Shastri, when I look at Madhya Pradesh results of the BJP, there are many things that the BJP did for the first time, starting 5 yatras in the state and having this whole set of 12 leaders, in every hoarding, and more importantly, fielding heavyweights from Mahakaushal and Malwa Nimar and all these areas where the party did not do well in 2018. Clearly, many things that the party did seemed like a course correction, lessons from Karnataka. But what do you think were the best takeaways from the BJP's campaign in Madhya Pradesh? Clearly 163 seats and leads is not a it's a remarkable feat. So what do you think the BJP did right?
As you mentioned, it's a multi-pronged strategy, long-term strategy they have taken. And as I said in your show in the morning, I think there are 3 M's which are central to their victory: Modi, Mamaji and Mahila.
And somebody added T. They said tribal vote.
Tribal vote.
Yes.
So I think a triple M and T is what has led to this victory.
But Dr. Shastri, even SC/ST votes, if you look at it, but what I understand is 88 seats Madhya Pradesh BJP has won for the last 5 years. Clearly 2018 was an exception then because there was a close fight, but otherwise Mamaji has found
as you're saying, you see, all the strategies that the BJP adopted in its campaign are linked to this fact of the fear of a fatigue factor.
Yes.
Having been in power for 2 decades, say 1.5 years in the middle, they were aware that they have to take steps to offset that factor, and all the points you raised were essentially steps to offset that factor. And then, of course, in the last mile, the campaign of the Chief Minister, I think, played an important role. He was back in the campaign with the 3rd and 4th round of ticket distribution. And that campaign which he participated in went across the state. The image of being the uncle next door is something, I think, which worked to their advantage quite strongly.
Quickly, some data points here, and if we can pick those up on the screens, those key data takeaways that we have made from our data analysis, Vasudha. The BJP has been poor in rural areas since 2014, but this time it's improved dramatically in rural areas. Yes. The Congress, as far as the Congress is concerned, this is the best performance in terms of vote share. It actually increases its vote share but loses seats. Best strike rate of sitting MLAs for the Congress was in Rajasthan, where sitting MLAs got re-elected. Obviously, the numbers reflect that as well, right? It was the incumbent government there. So the Congress versus BJP, and I think this is extremely interesting. In those key takeaways, the Congress versus BJP, at least according to the preliminary data analysis, has squeezed out the smaller parties. Yes. It's become a Congress versus BJP battle. So it's the BJP which is sort of eating away the smaller party vote shares.
Absolutely.
So I think largely that's also true of Telangana, right? BJP eating away the BRS's vote share.
Absolutely. BJP in the last few years has become more inclusive. They take in people. They look to attract people with some talent, with some vote base, with some specific qualities all over the country. And Telangana is one of them. They are not hesitant to take in outsiders, people from other parties. They give them a good space, and especially the tribal vote. Yeah. They, you mentioned the tribal vote. All over the country, BJP has captured the imagination of tribals because they give them space. Yes. Other parties have established leaders and they can't accommodate them. For example, in Telangana, BJP has gone out of the way. Banjaras and others, they get positions, they get respect.
Yeah, quickly mentioning Vasudha, just to point out that in Kamareddy, where it's Revant Reddy versus KCR, it's the homegrown Venkatramana Reddy, and I wish Uma Sudhir was still with us, the homegrown Venkatramana Reddy who's leading now. That's famous. Both Revant Reddy and KCR, at least at the last, this one that I saw, I didn't see a clear...
Why he won. Yes. Everybody knew that KCR will win from Gajwel. Everyone knew this Revant Reddy will win from Kodangal. Why sacrifice this guy? That was one of the arguments.
Mr. Khandekar, I would like to pose this question that Mr. Pullarao was talking about. When you talk about the imagination of tribal votes, this race for tribal votes, BJP has been talking about Rani Durgavati or for that matter, Birsa Munda. So there is this sense of cultural nationalism, raising the spirit of cultural nationalism and also hailing regional icons. Do you think that aspect really helped the BJP in Madhya Pradesh? Because clearly, it looks like a sweep. This comfortable victory for the BJP makes it seem like 2018 when we saw a close fight was just an exception, and the default voting pattern of people of the state seems to be Bharatiya Janata Party.
That's quite right, because BJP has not left any class or any social grouping untouched in the last 3-4 years. And if you remember the first private railway station which Modi inaugurated, it was named after Rani Kamlapati. She was a Gond Rani of Bhopal, about whom even I did not know much. And there was a Kamla Park area in Madhya Pradesh. So from Birsa Munda to Tantia Bhil to Rani Kamlapati, they have been focusing on tribals simultaneously, while the BJP, which is otherwise known as a traders party, they have actually taken over all the classes. So OBC was also their focus, tribal was also focus. And I would like to remind here that, like, while today BJP is winning 162 seats, but this same BJP under Uma Bharti, the OBC leader, had won 173 seats in 2003 for the first time when BJP came back to power. So today's 165 has already been surpassed by BJP itself. The BJP has not gone to that level. But that was the time when Digvijay Singh 10-year-old government was dubbed as anti-people, or maybe bad in governance and roti kapda makan, all these issues were being raised against Digvijay Singh. So today when we come back to the same question, the BJP has definitely tended to the tribal votes. Right. It has also looked after the SC/ST votes. It has also looked after the OBCs, and it has really touched upon all the classes while providing, while creating a women's vote bank, very solid vote bank in Madhya Pradesh. Right, so that vote bank did not really exist before in elsewhere other states. But through Ladli Behna, they have been able to consolidate all the women under the BJP.
That's an important point,
plan.
sir, which we've been discussing all morning. I'm afraid we'll have to take a very short break now, because I believe there's a lot of action that's lined up at the BJP headquarters as well. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, we'll keep this conversation going.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December. Come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time, or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel banks on welfare scheme to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will romp home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Tell you something. I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 50.
Home Minister Amit Shah has already arrived, and BJP President JP Nadda has also arrived. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be there anytime soon, and this is part of his tradition every time the party wins, to talk to party workers, thank them, and also mobilize them for the big battle of the Lok Sabha 2024. But clearly a lot of action happening in poll-bound states. Anuja Kapoor, BJP spokesperson, I wanted to ask you, ma'am, every time I speak to a BJP leader these days, they say that they talk about a prayog. You know, this was, you know, be it Rajasthan or be it Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh, collective leadership and the new things that you tried out is being seen as a strategy for 2024. But in Rajasthan specifically, are you looking at a generational shift? Because this is also an opportunity to do that.
I would just say that it is not only about the things what brought us here. It is you know that we have been working on the ground for so long, and people always used to understand the freebies. Now when Modi guarantee card came up, the youth came up forward, the women came up forward. So when there was a walk to talk, so then there is something which made the people understand that the guarantee card of the freebies would not work, because they have seen Congress, they've seen how Modi ji has done a surgical strike for corruption, and how the PFI was banned, how the women of India was being dignified the minute Modi ji came on board, and how the farmers, the MSP level was also been there, and the COVID-19 was a major shift which has brought into the cognizance of a common man. When we say that it is Antyodaya, it has been seen in our policies, it has been seen in our schemes, and that is where people believe.
Yes.
We can see images from the BJP office of the Home Minister walking by. I think there's only one question between today and tomorrow. Who's going to be Chief Minister where? And do you have any answers on that, ma'am? Do we expect some answers by tonight on who's going to be Chief Minister in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh?
See, as I said, this is a cadre-based party. We never, we were together because CM and Deputy CM, Modi ji, Amit Shah ji, and JP Nadda ji, we all were there, and Panna Pramukh were there, Panch Parmeshwar were there. So you see that the MLAs and MPs, we all were together. Who will be the CM is depending upon how the leadership thinks about it.
I know it will be decided later. Mr. Abhilash, you wanted to make a quick point?
Say that Shivraj Singh, who has emerged a taller leader, actually he is the tallest chief minister in BJP ranks. I think he will continue because he has worked very hard, and after Modi, he was the face, if not officially, among the public, he was the face, and I think he will be sworn in as chief minister. If,
what about Rajasthan, sir? Mr. Kalla, what do you
want
think?
to just put out this graphic that we made of chief minister contenders, Vasudha, in Telangana, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. In Rajasthan, the people who've been put up in our graphics are Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, one possibility, Kirori Lal Meena, the other possibility, BJP Rajya Sabha MP, CP Joshi is one possibility that's been put up, Diya Kumari, BJP Lok Sabha MP is one possibility that's been put up, Baba Balaknath, BJP Lok Sabha MP. I don't see Vasundhara Raje's name in this, but that may not be a fair one.
Mr. Kalla, it's seen as a state where Jats are really powerful, but you've not had a Jat chief minister.
Yes, that is one very valid point, that there is no Jat chief minister. But Veera, I'll just say one thing, all these names are really good, but looking at the Rajasthan results, what we are looking, Congress at 70, more than any push that the BJP would have given, it's just the revolving door policy. That has helped them long, and more than us, the BJP top leadership knows that the victory is not that big. So to make sure that they are home and safe on 25 seats, I think they will not take any new or brave or new radical prayog, as we have been saying. The prayog would be go with the tried and tested, and no momentum should be derailed. And of all the leaders that you have said, none of them has any pan-Rajasthan presence. Mr. Balaknath has been popped up a lot, but in his own seat. But in his own rally, he said, "Hamari Purva Mukhyamantri or Bhavi Mukhyamantri." He addressed Vasundhara Raje as the next chief minister in his own public rally.
Right.
And as far as Mr. Shekhawat is concerned, the mandate is not that high. I think on the polling day itself, we were talking here, and I told Maria that for that to happen, they need to have at least 140 seats, that the cushion is so heavy that they could push anyone in. The cushion, let me tell you, is 115, not too heavy.
Okay.
So you're saying that the chief minister will be made keeping 2024 Lok Sabha in mind?
I think so. You need somebody who is experienced and who can sail it through, who can keep the momentum going.
Dr. Shastri, what do you think, sir?
Till it's announced, we can discuss.
No, I think again, given the suspense that always surrounds a chief minister's choice, in one of the three states, I think we are going to have a surprise element. It may not be Madhya Pradesh because of the role that was just now mentioned that we have seen of Shivraj Singh Chauhan playing. Again, in Chhattisgarh, would you bring back Raman Singh? Would you bring back Vasundhara? Now, this will be an interesting question because BJP sees itself as a party of change.
Right.
And if you're a party of change, are you going to remain with people who lost you the last election? Would you make them the chief minister? I don't know. I'm not too sure that would happen.
The same question goes for the Congress as well, sir.
Same, sir.
Already I must tell you, I mean, that's the only state that I am, I've involved myself as a reporter in, Vasudha. I've already been getting messages from several Congress leaders listing out their biodata saying, sir, he's a chief ministerial candidate, he's a chief ministerial candidate. What do you think? But it has to be Revant Reddy.
It will be a surprise. I agree with Professor, because what's the point of bringing people who had lost the last election?
Here you have Revant Reddy very clearly.
No, Revant Reddy is for the Congress. No, Revant Reddy is all set. Because, one question or one answer we have not got so far, the caste composition of the Congress MLAs. How many Reddys have been elected in 119 out of the tribals and scheduled castes, if you remember them? Enormous
Vasudha, I would like to chip in here.
Yes, sir.
Just to recall and remind that when Shivraj Singh lost in 2018, after Jyotiraditya came, he left Congress and joined BJP. It was the old defeated Chief Minister Shivraj Singh on whose head the mantle fell.
Right.
So you never know what BJP does. And when Shivraj Singh was made the Chief Minister for the first time in 2005, he did not have the Pan Madhya Pradesh presence, or he was not really a tall leader. So BJP can always bring surprises.
Vasudha, I think I think we have Uma as well bringing it some quick breaking news. I believe KCR and Revant Reddy have both lost Kamareddy, and I think Venkatramana Reddy, Uma, our friend Venkatramana Reddy seems to have won. He said very clearly, I am the home man. These are all people from outside. You all think that they are going to win. You don't know me. I will win this seat. That's what he told me in the interview when we met him at Kamareddy. It's actually nice of you
that you actually went and spoke to him.
We met all three of them in that thing. Uma.
Yes, indeed. See, Venkatramana Reddy was very clearly popular among the youth there, and also, many of the people in Kamareddy town, at least, he was stronger, and that is something that Revant Reddy also conceded when I met him earlier this afternoon. Just a day before the campaign ended, when I met KG Ramarao and asked him about KCR's chances in Kamareddy, he said, it's to be presumed that KCR would win, and there is no question of his not winning the Kamareddy seat. And this afternoon, when Revant Reddy seemed to be leading by about 2,000 to 2,500 votes, I asked him, this is a humiliation for KCR if he is defeated by you in Kamareddy. He said it's a lifetime humiliation, not just a humiliation. I said, but are you really going to win, because your margin is only about 2,000, 2,500? He said, why do you have this doubt, Umaji? And now it appears like Venkatramana Reddy is in fact the winner. He is the local person, and I remember something very interesting that happened there, because one youth, in fact, he showed me SMSs, and he said, ever since the TSPSC leak thing happened, we have decided that we will change this government, and that's why the youth power voted against the KCR government, and that's why he said that, that the government has been voted out in that sense. In this case, of course, Venkatramana Reddy making it, and people in a sense should be thankful, because if it had been either KCR or Revant Reddy, they would have probably had a bypoll, and that would have been just expenditure on the exchequer.
Uma, I don't have the exact data right now. I'm sorry, Vasudha, but I just want to point this out. I think this is just symbolic, one result. We leave that aside because Kamareddy is around the area which is area of influence of the BRS. But even if you go down to Adilabad and Karimnagar, Uma, maybe tomorrow when we see the vote shares, we may find that the BJP's rise in vote share has been largely at the BRS's expense in some of those northern districts, which are considered the traditional TDP strongholds, which are the BRS strongholds. What's the sense that you're picking up very quickly before we move forward?
Okay, one important thing that we must point out, like Vasudha was saying earlier, is that all key leaders, many key leaders of the BJP have lost this particular election. But in the seats that they have picked up, couple of them, I think the Hindutva the kind of a campaign or plank of the BJP has worked in those areas. But in the others, like you mentioned, it is the anti-incumbency that has worked, and so that doesn't reflect that they are taking away from the BRS. It's rather that they would be taking away from the Congress. That's the sense that I got from talking to one of those people who is an insider in the BJP and watching the results very closely. When I asked him to analyze what happened, he said it's actually straight anti-incumbency in some seats seats, and some other seats he spoke about the Hindutva plank, because of which it seemed to have worked. In which case, yes, it was also about the shift of the Muslim vote from the, how it helped the BRS, it shifted to the Congress and therefore they lost, etc. That is a different calculation that comes about, but the consolidation that happened for the BJP happened for those reasons.
Right.
That's
My
right.
colleague Maria Shakil, thank you, Uma. My colleague Maria Shakil joins us from the newsroom. Maria, this is quite bizarre because both, KCR and Revanth Reddy losing from Kamareddy reminds me of Mamata Banerjee losing from Nandigram in 2021. But clearly, so many political undertones there.
These are their second seats.
Okay.
These are their second seat. KCR, of course, has Gajwel, and Kodangal is where Revanth Reddy is. They've won both their main primary seats.
Yes.
The seats where they wanted to go and fight each other out, the BJP has won.
Yes.
Maria. We can't hear Maria.
Okay,
we can't hear Maria.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Maria.
Yes. So I'm saying he certainly will be seen as the giant slayer now. A BJP
double giant
candidate,
slayer, Maria. Double giant slayer.
Yes, a BJP leader who polls 34.64% votes, wins with 66,652. That is the total votes that he has polled. And K. Chandrasekhar Rao is number 2, and Revanth Reddy, the two potential chief minister and an outgoing chief minister and an incoming chief minister, they have been reduced to 2 and second and the third position. So who is he? Venkata Ramana Reddy is the man of the moment in many ways. He is among the 8 candidates that have been won by seats that has been won by the BJP. So he is a BJP leader who has polled 34.64% votes, and the vote gap between the second and the winner here is around 7,000 votes. But certainly this will be seen as a big upset.
That's right.
And a big message that is coming in from this election in the state of Telangana will also be somebody called Venkata Ramana Reddy of the BJP, who has defeated both KCR and also Revanth Reddy.
Maria, this is very interesting, Vasudha. Yes. When I must tell you that we met Gampa Govardhan, who is the sitting MLA of Kamareddy. He's a senior leader. He quits, he moves out of his seat to give his seat to KCR. Shabbir Ali, the sitting candidate from Kamareddy, moves to Nizamabad. He lost to Gampa Govardhan last election by 3,000 votes. He moves, gives the seat to Revanth Reddy. When we met Venkatramana Reddy, he said, see, sir, so far we have only helped win, others win. This time we will win. People laughed around him, but he's made sure that he's defeated. That's what happens.
I think that's the story of Telangana. Jebi, Mathur, I wanted to ask you, clearly there is a sense that the Congress may not, at least for now, have an answer to Narendra Modi in the Hindi heartland of sorts, because clearly it is getting difficult for you. South India is definitely a different game. But do you think that these election results are going to impact how India Alliance works and also the kind of power and negotiation that Congress hopes to have?
State election and national election, we are on different platforms. It's a different game. So if I will, let me ask you back the same question. Let us look at 2018 assembly elections. What happened in 2018 elections? 2018 elections, Hindi heartland was swept by Congress, but what happened in 2019? So let us look at state elections and national election differently. The ideas, the campaign, the issues are all different in both state election and national election. So we would like to repeatedly say that in as much as we concede defeat in the Hindi heartland, but that's only a chapter. That's not the end of the book. It's only a chapter, which is a very dark chapter, but we are very hopeful with the India Alliance and with the burning issues that's there in the country. Definitely 2024 is going to be a different game, and we are very positive about it. So otherwise you can also look at 2018, we swept, and what happened in 2019. So this is not something like, okay, we lost the Hindi heartland and that's the end of it. That's not the end of it. We concede defeat for this assembly elections in Hindi heartland, but this one positive side I wish to say is that this will give us to look into the where we went wrong and correct ourselves and take more important steps to ensure wherever we went wrong, we'll correct it organizationally, and in terms of campaign. But 2024, you will definitely see a different picture in Hindi heartland. We are not conceding defeat for
that's an important
2024,
point. So, Dr.
certainly
Shastri,
not.
when we talk about this need for introspection and reflection, clearly caste census, OPS, or for that matter, even some of the other issues that Congress raised, farm loan waiver, doesn't seem to be having that kind of impact that Congress hoped for. Because the heartland states seem to be rejecting these parties. So, do you think
if you look at the Hindi heartland, the issues which the Congress has tried to raise as part of the assembly election campaign does not seem to have cut ice with the voter. Now, it's not that the issues are not important, but maybe the way the Congress has packaged it in this election has not worked. Maybe the way its opponent, the BJP, has countered the alternative that they are putting forward has worked more effectively.
Right.
So I think the Congress has to seriously sit back and strategize as to why is it in a direct context with the BJP in the north, they are not able to break through and defeat the BJP in that contest, because this is not happening just one time, but it's happening time and again.
Why do you think so, Vasudha? Before you ask the rest of them, since you cover the BJP very closely, what is it why is it this divide that's there? This north-south thing.
Yes.
Plus, what do you think strategically is the BJP's?
I think this time the election, the results, the success has been this Chunav Prabandhan, pool management. BJP has been extremely careful, extremely meticulous in deciding, the corrections that need to be made. Karnataka was quite a jolt for them. And the way they corrected all their actions, the way they announced their party tickets, the way they fielded heavyweights from all those areas where they lost earlier, and also sent biggest leaders from Amit Shah to Ashwini Vaishnav to Bhupendra Yadav, and they camped in these states for a very long time. So clearly, I think that is something that was missing in the Congress campaign.
So you're saying that after the Karnataka lesson, I think the lesson that's been learned is that even if you want to move forward, make sure the optics are right, don't just move forward like that.
Absolutely true. Look at the optics. There have been a lot of talks that the BJP is a divided house in the state of Rajasthan. But all throughout the 5 years, their leaders were seen together, smiling, posing together. They were all on the stage. Whereas to get Mr. Sachin Pilot and Mr. Ashok Gehlot together for a picture, you needed a K.C. Venugopal or a Mallikarjun Kharge or a Rahul Gandhi to come in.
Right.
Until unless these heavyweights came in, these two guys did not come together. And look at it, the 70 margin, Eastern Rajasthan, the stronghold of Sachin Pilot, where he got the votes. The Congress, I think, is deficit by 24. So add that to it, you are 94 seats.
Okay.
So I think the Gujar community, you think the Prime Minister raking that issue of Sachin Pilot and
absolutely yes. And look at the way the Prime Minister brought it out. He recalled late Mr. Rajesh Pilot and said he and Sachin Pilot have been both marginalized.
Yeah.
That was just to make sure that whatever, if there is a sentiment of the Gujar saying that, okay, Pilot has got back into the fold, make sure that he punctures that.
And Mr. Pullarao, during our conversations on Telangana, as far as the BJP is concerned, you put one last word, which is, it will be impactful. I don't know if it will be consequential. Today, what would you say?
It was impactful. You see, he has raised the profile of the party. He has gained goodwill. He has gained political capital. It was not immediately useful, but it is there. He has become a familiar face. He has been talking a little bit in Telugu.
This BRS-BJP alliance, the accusation that the Congress said that the BRS is a B team of the BJP. In some way, there was a minority consolidation at some level in favor of the Congress. But do you see the BRS and BJP working together in Telangana as we head to the 2024 parliament?
See, that's the very important question. Till the election, they were working together in Delhi. KCR and KCR's party and Congress party in parliament everywhere.
Right.
Now, if the Congress is going to face a meeting on December 6th, shows real political sense, they may reach out to the BRS. Will they reach out? Or will they not reach out?
Okay.
That is the question. It's up to the Congress party to reach out, not for BRS to approach.
A small point. If you see after 2014, the BJP in state assembly elections has always done well when they are the one defeating the ruling party. And in a sense, in all these three states, the last election was lost by the BJP, including Madhya Pradesh. So in a sense, coming back after a defeat is something the BJP is great at.
Vasudha, why I'm asking that question is post-Karnataka, you had a BJP-JDS alliance. Is it possible? I don't know, because given the social demographic of Telangana, it may not be possible. But
We can ask that to the BJP spokesperson there. Anuja, do you think, at least with regard to the South, the BJP may have to depend on allies, or do you think the Modi magic is going to work across the country when it comes to 2024?
I think the things have been very evident in 2019 also. Modi ji has been elected with again a thumping majority. So 2024 will be an easy catch. Telangana, if somebody says that we lost, I'm sorry, we never lost anywhere in any state. Always our vote share has been increasing, and we have seen that the seats have been coming up. So we now from 1 to 9, we are again the same party which once in some time past we were having only 2 votes. Now we are a party of 400 votes, and we have an opposition on the other side. So I think we are the people who, if have made mistakes, we learn from our mistakes and we bring the whole people together, and we fight the election in consolidation with the public. So when the schemes and the policies are being brought up, they are being brought up in the connect, keeping the public in mind. And when we say Pradhan Sevak, our Prime Minister is a Pradhan Sevak, it is just not been said because he says because he's been doing it for them, and it is doing it for his country first.
In terms of vote shares as well, the BJP has improved in Telangana, point taken, but let's focus on Rajasthan at the moment. I believe we can play out pictures of Ashok Gehlot tendering his resignation. Vasudha, Ashok Gehlot is also a personality until this morning to have reckoned with for any political party. What's next? I think we should focus on what's next as far as the Congress is in Rajasthan, right? I mean, do we see a change of guard? Do we see the... because a few Congress leaders...
And Mr. Kalla, Ashok Gehlot also had this chance to become the Congress president before Mr. Khadge, and he chose to be the chief minister. The state was very important to him. This whole fight with, Sachin Pilot did play out for many months. Now we are speaking about Vasundhara Raje, but tell us, what does this mean for Ashok Gehlot?
Well, it means a lot for Mr. Gehlot, and you said that the Congress... missed out. I would say Mr. Gehlot missed out on being the Congress president, because that would have been a completely different situation. It would have helped the party as a lot. But with 70 MLAs and a lot of his people in that fray, he would now still want to be around in Rajasthan, because with the central leadership, the equation is not what it used to be earlier. After the September 25th revolt, there is not the same camaraderie that they both have. So Mr. Gehlot would now want to stay around in the state. It would be interesting to see, can the Congress government, can the Congress party get a young leader of opposition day after when all the MLAs meet? Right. That is going to be the big question, that can they now, at least in opposition, get the young ones or the young guard get a chance and lead it now onwards? That remains to be seen.
Right. Abhilash Khandekar, there is this very interesting aspect of both Vasundhara Raje and Shivraj Singh Chauhan. When you think about both of them, in some ways both of them were sidelined and the party was looking for a different set of leaders. But clearly Shivraj Singh Chauhan behaved very differently. All 5 years he spent telling people of his state that he's very critical for the party, and to the party he kept telling them that he's very, very critical for the state. So explain to me, what is the future of Shivraj Singh Chauhan going to be now?
So, Vasundhara is also from Madhya Pradesh. She fought an election from Bhind in 1984. She lost, and she comes from the Gwalior royal family. And Shivraj Singh also is an MP wala. So, but there is no comparison between the two personalities, in the sense Shivraj is quite grounded person. And if today we see 162, 163 seats for BJP and Modi's guarantee everything, there is also one factor that Shivraj Singh, despite being a long-serving chief minister, has actually no iota of arrogance touching him. So he is quite a popular person, and he has survived many BJP chiefs, from Rajnath Singh to Gadkari to Venkaiah Naidu and to Amit Shah and Nadda and all that. So he knows how to play his cards well. Contrastingly, Vasundhara had strained relationship with the BJP High Command, but Shivraj Singh, after his loss, the BJP's loss in 2018, He was made the national vice president and made in charge of the membership drive. He took it very sportingly and went away to various states in Northeast and all other places. So the point I am trying to make is that Shivraj Singh is a very wily politician and he knows what the BJP High Command wants, and he actually does exactly what they want. And when it appeared that he was being sidelined, you remember that he asked his own voters, should I fight the elections or not? So that was also his move in a way to show that he is still flexing his muscles, but he was not ready to fight with the High Command. So I think he still has a chance of becoming the chief minister because the BJP tried to sideline him and entire campaign revolved around Modi because people knew that there was an anti-incumbency factor.
Maybe take that question to JB as well. What next in terms of the fact that I think it's become clear that there is a south-north divide. Things are working in the south, but in the Hindi heartland, the Congress is not able to counter the BJP or, as observers put it, the Narendra Modi charisma. What's next for the Congress? Because you have, 6 months left for the Lok Sabha elections. What, in terms of strategic thinking, can the party change? Is it enough time to bring in a new guard or a leadership change in states like Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh?
It's not something about that we have to bring a change of guard overnight. Our party will definitely look into what went wrong. And only after that we will be able to devise what careful strategy should be made. But whatever it is, I repeat that you cannot compare a World Cup cricket with a World Cup football. A win in World Cup football does not mean a win in World Cup cricket. The rules are different, the game is different. So the assembly elections is different from national elections, and this is we have reached a point where we have to give serious thinking to making strategies pan-India, and I wouldn't want to differentiate between South-North divide or anything like that, but definitely we'll have to bring in strategies to connect with people, to bring the issues, what matters to the country will have to be taken to the ground. The reality, the price rise is a reality, unemployment is a reality, the corruption is reality, but how we connect it to the people matters. So I think we have to redraw our campaign strategies to make sure there are no loopholes to ensure victory in 2024. And
I just have a question. Please.
A big role.
Yes.
Also.
One small question. You know, in the last 2 years, there have been so many changes in the Congress. Many seniors have left or retired. Is there a deficit of advice? Is there a deficit of, people giving advice? The old seniors have all gone. Ahmed Patel, Anthony, Ghulam Nabi Azad, Sibal. Is there some deficit there that, most of them now are from the south? I'm not mentioning names, say the General Secretary, Congress President, others. Is there some deficit? Do you feel that lack?
It's a very interesting question.
We won Himachal Pradesh, we won Karnataka, we won Telangana. So we admit that we lost the Hindi heartland, Hindi belt. But that doesn't mean that leadership, otherwise we should have lost everywhere. And also, what BJP has always been trying to portray is a Congress Mukt Bharat. And we have given a fight. It's not the case that we have miserably failed. When we compare to the previous elections of where there's anti-incumbency, we were less in number in most of the states when compared to what we have now. But that is no solace. But what I'm trying to convey is, when the game is different, let's face it differently. But this is a warning signal for us to be more serious thinking to be given in strategic planning on how we convey what we want to convey to the people. Because if we look at UPA 1 and 2, where we went wrong in UPA 2 was that whatever good things we did, we were not able to convey to the people. So that is where the campaign strategy matters. But as far as we are concerned, 2024, the burning issues of the country continues. And what is now tomorrow Parliament session is beginning. We will raise it there, definitely the issues that matters, and we will definitely, I am telling you with confidence that 2024 is a different ball game and not the assembly election.
Very quick question, Vasudha, and I think, how do you see this change or affect the dynamics of Congress's equations with allies as far as the INDIA alliance is concerned? And I think, just very quickly, do you see this affecting that dynamics in terms of the power equation between the Congress and the other allies? Because the Congress has been the glue trying to put this together. How do you see this playing out, and what do you see the...
Ms. Mate?
Is it to me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, India Alliance, if you look at now for example, I mean your channel or other channels are all showing the Hindi heartland being the saffronized. But if you look at the pan-India now also, India Alliance have a great role. The impact of India Alliance will definitely, they are coming together of so many parties and issues on one hand, and also the coming together of all the parties jointly for a mission which we have in common is to bring down a government which we believe is definitely corrupt and definitely against the people, and definitely. So that alliance will definitely, along with a careful strategy on campaigning and taking these issues, the people will make the days brighter for 2024. And I am again saying this is only one chapter. Many chapters, many pages are left for the book.
Dr. Shastri, you know, we have not touched upon Chhattisgarh at all, and that was the most interesting and surprising aspect for me. Mr. Baghel did a lot of things to counter Hindutva, to counter BJP's welfare. Clearly, where do you think he went wrong?
No, it's clear that you do have a vote shift in terms of possibly the tribal vote, something we have been discussing since morning.
And the Sahu community is what I understand.
Especially in that community, there is the shift of tribal vote. Secondly, I think the projections which the Congress was doing about its achievements in the state and the projections by Mr. Baghel do not seem to resonate at the ground if you look at how voters have expressed their view. So I think in some ways, while all of us talk about welfare...
No, we're playing live pictures as you're speaking of the BJP headquarters where I think Mr. Rajnath Singh and Home Minister Amit Shah have already taken the stage. We expect the Prime Minister to reach there any minute now. You already see the cavalcade coming in. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
As I said, while we have been talking about welfare and welfare schemes, at the end of the day, how those welfare schemes work on the ground is what Chhattisgarh demonstrates. You may have provided a lot of welfare schemes, but what happened on the ground and how do the voters perceive that, I think, is seen in the result that you find today projected in Chhattisgarh.
So that's the cavalcade, that's the convoy of the Prime Minister coming in. This has been a tradition for him to address party Karyakarta every time the party wins, and he will start speaking soon. Remember, mobilizing the party cadre has been an important part of the BJP's work strategy, especially this time in Madhya Pradesh where the party was battling an 18-year-old anti-incumbency. Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed 14 rallies in Madhya Pradesh in the last 1.5 months, and senior leaders Bhupendra Yadav, Amit Shah and Ashwini Vaishnav are also camping in the state. Same goes for Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. The Prime Minister addressed about 12 and 15 rallies in Rajasthan. Clearly a lot of effort there that the Prime Minister put in to ensure that voters get the message that he was trying to give. BJP, government and of course the Prime Minister work in tandem, and today he is going to most likely talk to workers and mobilize them and also thank them for the party's victories.
This would be, as we wait for the Prime Minister to come up, I mean, you know, every time there's been a bad result, like for instance in Karnataka, we say that an assembly election is different from a parliamentary election. Now this time it's been a good result for the BJP. So do we see this as an indication for a parliamentary election, or is that going to be very different?
No, I think it is certainly going to be a validation for the BJP, and it's a boost for their 2024 prospects. There is no denying the fact. And it also gives, you know, every time there has been a charge that the Prime Minister is unable to win you seats beyond Gujarat or a state beyond Gujarat, with this and no face in any of the states, the Prime Minister proves it that he can deliver you states in the Hindi heartland in assembly elections.
Right.
So the charge that was always against him, that he's not able to deliver you states on his own, this one around, He proves them wrong and he says, I can deliver the states
And it
even after 10 years.
working, you know,
I just want to ask one question to you as well as the rest of them. In Madhya Pradesh, there was a time when anti-incumbency was very strong. What was that one defining moment in this election campaign where things turned? There you see the Prime Minister walking up. As we wait for him to speak, what do you think was the defining moment in that election? Where was something...
I think the Congress peaked a little too early. You know, that peak came way too early and that gave BJP and Shivraj Singh Chauhan all the time to course correct themselves and the schemes.
How does this peaking early happen? I mean, you know, because a lot of these psephologists and others talk about this, and one of the things that's been given credit to that campaign manager Sunil Kanugulu in Telangana and Karnataka is the fact that he ensures that the peak is at the right time. What
has happened in Madhya Pradesh is the campaign started very early. And I think the Congress let out all its strategies too early, which gave time to the BJP to counter those strategies and come up with an alternative strategy, which the people seem to believe is a better strategy than what the Congress offered.
Right.
And that's what here means speaking too early.
Aside from giving things, the personality of the giver also is very important. KCR gave so many things. Gehlot gave so many things. And the most things were given by Baghel. And yet it failed, you know.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
Shivraj Chauhan had a better personality.
There you have it, the victory march of the Prime Minister there.
It's a big day.
I have a different point to make, Vasudha.
Yeah, quickly make the point, sir.
I was saying that when the anti-incumbency was strongly felt by the BJP High Command, they tried to dissuade the people, I mean the voters and the leaders, and they confused the voters in such a manner that they fielded 7 heavyweights, and all of them almost barring one, but that is Kulaste, everyone has won. And they, in a very intelligent move, they tried to cut the anti-incumbency perception in Madhya Pradesh that showed that if BJP wins, they will not make Shivraj Singh Chauhan Chief Minister, and they have got many others like Kailash Vijayvargiya, like Prahlad Patel, like Narendra Singh Tomar. So that was one move. And the second one is about the Ladli Behna, 1250 rupees per month for 3 months, 4 months to large number of women. So these
Prime
are
Minister
two
is going to
things.
speak now, so we'll have to wait. I must point out that Avinash, you and the Prime Minister seem to be wearing the same colour today.
Good lords.
You colour schemed with the Prime Minister.
Wish I was. You know, we Jodhpuris have a knack of it. Once Ashok Gehlot and Prime Minister wore the same kind of colour. So today I take the charge.
So on the stage, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, and of course Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived and he's going to speak soon. And JP Nadda, the BJP President.
Okay, sorry. So we now, so you've got Chhattisgarh, which is very clear. We are still working. I think tomorrow we'll focus on who's going to be Chief Minister, and I think that's the next decision he has to make. Who's going to be Chief Minister where? Obviously for the Congress as well. Any word you're picking up on when the CLP or the BJP legislative parties are going to meet, where they're going to meet? Because as Uma was pointing out, there is something going on at Taj Krishna. The process is that every MLA will go back to his constituency, his or her constituency, to pick up their from the returning officer the certificate.
So what I understand is today is a day of celebration. We'll get to know all of that tomorrow. Okay. It's been a day of emphatic victory. But Mr. Kalla, tell me something. How do you see, you know, this one thing that you talked about is very interesting. You know, when Bihar 2015 happened, we felt that the Modi factor did not work in Bihar because the Mahagathbandhan won. And then, of course, even recently, Himachal happened where the Congress won. But clearly, Modi magic seems to be working in states irrespective of anything that Congress promises. What is it? What is it that...
See, I'll tell you, you know, I'm saying that the BJP will take the credit that the Prime Minister led. And for Rajasthan, yes, I've always maintained that they would want a faceless election in Rajasthan because we are a pendulum state. More reasons of BJP coming is because of the pendulum state, and as I mentioned, and Mr. Shastri also pointed it out, they gave out their schemes way too early.
Right.
That gave the BJP a chance to match them scheme by scheme, and then they unleashed Hindutva.
Right.
So Hindutva was the core which was adding on to every scheme that the Congress matched.
But there's also another point, and I don't know if this works, and I've noticed this, and this actually was told to me by Jayalalitha in Tamil Nadu. And she had said that, look, when you give... we've got the BJP president speaking there. What she said is that when you have when there is a leader should not tom-tom about what you have given. I think there were lessons that they all learned.
And also, you might like to think, was there too much interference from Delhi in the Congress issue? Was there too much interference? Giving ideas, pushing people in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and they couldn't, and they left everything to Baghel. There was a lot of dissidents there.
Let's cut in a bit to Mr. Nadda's speech there.
नतीजे आए हैं तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक बहुत बड़ी जीत हासिल की है, बहुत बड़ी जीत हासिल की है। ऐसे खुशगवार समय में मैं अपनी ओर से और आप सब लोगों की ओर से और लाखों करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो डिजिटल के माध्यम से और टेलीविजन के माध्यम से जुड़े हैं, उन सब की ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का इस कार्यक्रम में आने पर हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं और स्वागत करता हूं। जब हम प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन करते हैं तो दिल से उनको हम धन्यवाद भी देते हैं, और हम धन्यवाद इसलिए देते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब भी कोई चुनाव लड़ती है, चाहे वो प्रदेश का चुनाव हो, चाहे वो देश का चुनाव हो, चाहे काल कोई भी अनुकूल हो या प्रतिकूल हो, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा सबसे आगे बढ़ करके नेतृत्व को संभाला है और हमेशा उस चैलेंज को पूरा किया है। He has always led the campaign from the front, और उन्होंने अथक प्रयास, अथक मेहनत और संगठन और चुनाव के राजनीति और रणनीति की छोटी छोटी बारीकियों से लेकर उससे निकलने वाले नतीजे तक का खुद ध्यान रखते हुए चुनाव को इस मुकाम तक पहुंचाया है, और एक नहीं अनेकों चुनाव को पहुंचाया है। ऐसे हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी हैं। मित्रों, ये जो संदेश इस चुनाव के नतीजों ने दिया है, वो स्पष्ट बताता है कि देश ने समझ लिया है कि अगर कोई गांव को मजबूती दे सकता है तो वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी दे सकते हैं। चुनाव के नतीजों ने स्पष्ट संदेश दे दिया है कि अगर कोई गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, आदिवासी भाई, अनुसूचित जाति का भाई, इनको कोई सम्मान के साथ मुख्य धारा में ला सकता है तो वो और कोई नहीं, भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हैं। और इसीलिए चाहे महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण हो, चाहे किसान को सम्मान देने की बात हो, चाहे युवाओं की आकांक्षाओं और आशाओं को आगे बढ़ाने का उनके सपनों को साकार
Mr. Pullarao stays with us, but we have a new set of guests, including Amitabh Tiwari. Let me start with you. Defining moment in these elections, we were just discussing, there was a time when one felt, as far as Madhya Pradesh was concerned, that things were going the Congress way. And somebody just pointed out maybe Congress peaked a little early in that election. What do you think was the defining change? Because if there was a wave of this nature and a sweep that was there of this nature, it should have been picked up earlier by everyone. What was it that people missed, A, and B, was there a decisive turning moment? I'll come to you next, but first.
No, see, when you go in a war, you have to first do a SWOT analysis. So BJP did a SWOT analysis and it found out that it is lagging behind and trailing. So it took measures to how to win this election. Number one, announce candidates early on seats which you lost last time. Even before the dates were announced, the party announced candidates in August, number one. Number two, there was a fatigue factor with respect to Shivraj Singh Chauhan's leadership, and it was real. Even amongst a section of BJP voters, there was a feeling that we need change. So the next step was that let's not announce Shivraj as the CM face. And the third factor was, of course, the overarching Modi factor, which led to the compensation or neutralizing the anti-incumbency against the local MLAs. So Congress party's promises were punctured in the sense, Congress party announced 1500 rupees for the women in April. In June, 1250 rupees were announced and started disbursing as well. And after that, the Congress party did not take any measures as a countermeasure. See, it's a game of chess. You have, आपने एक चाल चली, उन्होंने एक चाल चल दी, आपने को दोबारा कोई चाल नहीं चला. Congress party has won all elections which they have defeated BJP under combined leadership model, including Telangana. But in Madhya Pradesh, they have announced a presidential candidate.
Why was it? Why was the reason? What?
Reason was probably because he had the resources and he was funding the election, so he got the leadership.
Right.
That's probably the only reason, and they don't have any other leader because Scindia already had moved to the BJP camp.
Rajat, when we look at Chhattisgarh, that was quite surprising for me because Bhupesh Baghel, you know, he countered BJP's Hindutva, he countered BJP's welfare. Clearly, there is something that he did not get right. What was it?
See, Vasudha, I think if you were to analyze Chhattisgarh, you cannot do that without talking about 80% population, which is a farming population. We've talked about how Dhan MSP procurement wasn't up to the mark, especially in the last couple of years. But forget Dhan, it was Dalhan for which MSPs were just not implemented in the entire state. A lot of farmers were increasingly getting dependent on rice alone. And that became, you know, that was, BJP saw very early signs of, rice and farmers dependent on rice quite early on in the election. In fact, they went out and promised far better sort of rate for MSP procurement for greater number of even areas.
As opposed to the Congress.
Exactly. So these small things. So BJP played a very plain vanilla campaign.
Right.
In fact, it was one state which was a which was like stuck in a fait accompli scenario, wherein BJP thought that it doesn't have the leadership to be able to pose challenge to him, whereas Congress was too overconfident. So much so that Bhupesh Baghel was a warrior for Congress party, roaming around in all other states and trying to be the championing ideologue of the Congress party, but just didn't understand what's going on in his own state. He just didn't have the ears to the ground.
Let me be counterintuitive and ask, what could the Congress have done differently?
Yes.
I mean, is there something that the Congress could have done differently in Madhya Pradesh? What the one thing that
two, three things. There were clear sentiments around PSC exam fraud in the state. You know, the rumblings did not start just in this year. It has been going on for the past
specifically of
Chhattisgarh, very specific micro issues. They did not see the writing on the wall. Perhaps they were just too overconfident.
It just became such
They were just too overconfident. That there is just, because the sheer amount of demolition that they had done for the BJP, that the entire leadership was purged by the Congress in the previous election. So they were confident that who is going to pose a challenge to me? I am this almighty Bhupesh Baghel, who not just in my own home state, but I'm parading myself in the rest of the state.
Similar to what KCR felt in
everybody, whosoever has been arrogant has bitten the dust this time.
One more thing is there. I think Rajat has made very valid points regarding farming.
Yes.
I mean, it was Baghel believed that he was the champion of the farmer. That's number one.
Number two, revise his promises.
So see, that's not later. Even when he got one more point, even when he got the whiff of defeat.
Yes.
2 days before the final polling, he said, every woman I'll give 15,000 rupees. So these are like you're trying to bait voters. Voters have understood. By that time, the slippage and avalanche had happened.
BJP also promised the Matri.
All of that happened retrospective. What I'm saying is that Bhupesh Baghel was seeing his avalanche happening before him, just was not accepting it.
As opposition parties, you need to promise only.
Yeah.
The government has to deliver.
Right.
And some of the things which Rajat has mentioned have not been delivered. But one more thing is very important. Congress won 26 out of 29 ST reserved seats, but they did not give the ST community the due representation in cabinet and in power. You installed a OBC chief minister and you made a Thakur the deputy chief minister.
And then there was polarization within tribals as well, Christians and the Hindu tribals. So that further split Congress's game plan into Chhattisgarh.
I think we should
reasons.
also put up graphics as we wait for the Prime Minister to speak about, we had these graphics made for each of the state in terms of the key factors, the swings that happen, the vote shares, and it's all very interesting in terms of that. Mr. Pullarao, just weigh into this conversation in terms of what the big takeaways are, what would be the defining feature for you in these elections? And let's not stick to Telangana.
Basically, with respect to Telangana, they had a good advantage from the beginning. KCR was demolished by the BJP largely. For 4.5 years, the BJP demolished KCR. Congress was not that much of an opposition. It had sunk, it was demoralized. After Karnataka election, then they felt more confident, resource-wise, other things, they started building up. And people say the BJP went back.
Is it part of the strategy, or was it because you see what the argument that was made, even whether it was with JDS, again you had personal attacks, you had vicious campaign, you had Yogi Adityanath campaigning in Mandya, the BJP invested heavily in Mandya. Here BRS also, it was a personal, in fact, I may tend to argue that the BJP was more aggressive on KCR as well as the Congress. Congress was equally aggressive on KCR. But the BJP's aggression, one felt that BRS is the pole. This would split the anti-BRS vote. Was it part of a calculated strategy, or is it a strategy that misfired?
I think the moment in Telangana where KCR lost his edge was a liquor scam.
Oh, okay.
Delhi liquor scam had a very big impact in the minds of people.
Corruption mixed with family.
Corruption and
mixed with
arrogance. Liquor scam.
Because look at, even after anecdote, after resigning, he didn't have the courtesy to go and submit his resignation personally to the governor. He sent his OSD to submit the resignation. This is his farmhouse politics, because he did not step out of his farmhouse for these 5 years. No, he sent his OSD, he just sent it. And Rama Rao, KTR is actually, tweeting that yes, he has sent his resignation.
No, he's not
so
held
this
a
is
press
this is the
conference.
style. This is where he did not used to go and receive the Prime Minister.
MLAs have become inaccessible. They have started following
this is the root cause of where KCR was finished.
And BJP, I think, strategically feels comfortable of tackling Congress than regional parties. So BJP went in there and said that no matter Congress wins, no problem, we have to demolish KCR and a regional party.
I don't think so, because they were almost at the verge of defeating KCR
What is the
themselves.
mistake that the BJP made? Because this seems like a lost opportunity for the BJP.
I think this is one state where they would be repenting.
We are coming across to the Prime Minister's speech there.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आज की विजय ऐतिहासिक है, अभूतपूर्व है। आज सबका साथ, सबका विकास की भावना जीती है। आज विकसित भारत के आह्वान की जीत हुई है। आज आत्मनिर्भर भारत के संकल्प की जीत हुई है। आज वंचितों को वरीयता के विचार की जीत हुई है। आज भारत के विकास के लिए राज्यों का विकास, इस सोच की जीत हुई है। आज ईमानदारी, पारदर्शिता और सुशासन की जीत हुई है। मैं इस मंच से सभी मतदाताओं को आदरपूर्वक नमन करता हूं भाजपा पर भरपूर स्नेह दिखाया है। तेलंगाना में भी बीजेपी के प्रति समर्थन लगातार बढ़ रहा है। ये हम सभी का सौभाग्य है जब अपने परिवारजनों से इतना प्यार मिलता है, विश्वास मिलता है, तो मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से अनुभव करता हूं कि मेरी जिम्मेदारी और अधिक बढ़ जाती है। आज भी मेरे मन में यही भाव है। मैं अपनी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के सामने, मैं अपने युवा साथियों के सामने, मैं अपने किसान भाई बहनों के सामने, मैं अपने गरीब परिवारों के सामने उन्होंने जो निर्णय, जो बढ़ चढ़ करके समर्थन दिया है, इसके लिए मैं उनके सामने नतमस्तक हूं। इस चुनाव में देश को जातियों में बांटने की बहुत कोशिशें हुई, लेकिन मैं लगातार कह रहा था कि मेरे लिए देश में 4 जातियां ही सबसे बड़ी जातियां हैं। और जब मैं इन 4 जातियों की बात करता हूं, हमारी नारी शक्ति, हमारी युवा शक्ति, हमारे किसान और हमारे गरीब परिवार, इन 4 जातियों को सशक्त करने से ही देश सशक्त होने वाला है। आज बड़ी संख्या में हमारे ओबीसी साथी इसी वर्ग से आते हैं। आज बड़ी संख्या में हमारे आदिवासी साथी इसी वर्ग में आते हैं। और इन चुनावों में इन चारों जातियों ने भाजपा की योजनाओं और भाजपा के रोड मैप को लेकर बहुत उत्साह दिखाया है। आज हर गरीब कह रहा है वो खुद जीता है। आज हर वंचित के मन में भावना है कि चुनाव वह खुद जीता है। आज हर किसान यही कहता है, ये चुनाव हर किसान जीता है। आज हर आदिवासी भाई बहन ये सोचकर खुश है कि उसने जिसे वोट दिया वो विजय उसकी अपनी है। आज हर फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर बड़े गर्व के साथ कह रहा है कि मेरा पहला वोट मेरे विजय का कारण बना है। इसी जीत में हर महिला अपनी जीत देख रही है। इसी जीत में बेहतर भविष्य का सपना देखने वाला हर युवा अपनी जीत देख रहा है।
हर वो नागरिक इसे अपनी सफलता समझ रहा है जो 2047 में भारत को एक विकसित राष्ट्र देखना चाहता है। साथियों, मैं आज विशेष रूप से देश की नारी शक्ति का अभिनंदन करूंगा। रैलियों में मैं अक्सर कहता था कि इन चुनावों में नारी शक्ति ये ठान कर निकली है कि भाजपा का परचम लहराएगी। और जब देश की नारी शक्ति किसी का सुरक्षा कवच बन जाए तो कैसी भी ताकत उसे नुकसान नहीं पहुंचा सकती। आज नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम ने देश की माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के मन में नया विश्वास जगाया है। आज देश की हर महिला में ये भरोसा जगा है कि भाजपा सरकार में उनकी सक्रिय भागीदारी को नई बुलंदी मिलने वाली है। आज हर बहन बेटी को साफ साफ लगता है कि बीजेपी ही नारी गरिमा, नारी सम्मान, नारी सुरक्षा की सबसे बड़ी गारंटी है। उन्होंने देखा है कि बीते 10 वर्षों में भाजपा ने उन तक टॉयलेट, बिजली, गैस, नल से जल, बैंक में खाते, ऐसी बुनियादी सुविधाएं पहुंचाने के लिए कितनी ईमानदारी से काम किया है। आज वो देख रही है कि कैसे बीजेपी घर परिवार में, समाज में उनकी आर्थिक भागीदारी बढ़ाने के लिए उन्हें रोजगार, स्वरोजगार के नए अवसर देने के लिए निरंतर काम कर रही है। नारी शक्ति का विकास बीजेपी के विकास मॉडल का एक महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ भी है। और इसलिए इन चुनावों में महिलाओं ने, बहनों, बेटियों ने एक प्रकार से भाजपा के विजय की पूरी जिम्मेवारी अपने हाथ में उठा ली थी और भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया है। मैं आज पूरी विनम्रता से देश की हर बहन बेटी को यही कहूंगा कि आपसे जो वायदा बीजेपी ने किए हैं वो 100% पूरे किए जाएंगे। और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। और मोदी की गारंटी यानी गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। साथियों, चुनाव नतीजों ने एक और बात स्पष्ट की है। देश का युवा सिर्फ और सिर्फ विकास चाहता है। जहां भी सरकारों ने युवाओं के खिलाफ काम किया है, वो सरकारें सत्ता से बाहर हुई है। चाहे राजस्थान हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो या तेलंगाना हो, ये सारी सरकारें पेपर लीक और भर्ती घोटालों के आरोपों में गिरी हुई थी। परिणाम ये हुआ कि इन तीनों ही राज्यों में सत्ता में बैठे दल अब सरकार से बाहर है। आज देश के युवा में ये भरोसा लगातार बढ़ रहा है कि बीजेपी ही उसकी आकांक्षाएं समझती है, उसके लिए काम करती है। देश का युवा ये जानता है कि बीजेपी की सरकार युवा हितैषी होती है, युवाओं के लिए नए अवसर बनाने वाली होती है। साथियों, आज देश का आदिवासी समाज भी अब खुलकर अपनी बात रख रहा है। ये वो आदिवासी समाज है जो कांग्रेस की नीतियों की वजह से 7 दशक तक पीछे रहा, जिसे अवसर नहीं दिए गए। इनकी जनसंख्या आज 10 करोड़ के आसपास है। हमने गुजरात के चुनाव परिणामों में भी ये देखा है, जिस कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी समाज को कभी पूछा तक नहीं, उस आदिवासी समाज ने कांग्रेस का सफाया कर दिया। यही भावना आज हमने एमपी, छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान में भी देखी है। इन राज्यों की आदिवासी अंचल की सीटों पर कांग्रेस का सुपड़ा साफ हो गया है। आदिवासी समाज आज विकास के लिए आकांक्षी है और उन्हें भरोसा है कि इस आकांक्षा को सिर्फ और सिर्फ भाजपा सरकार ही पूरा कर सकती है। मेरे परिवारजनों, मैं आज हर राज्य के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं की भी सराहना करूंगा, भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करूंगा। भाजपा और कमल के प्रति आपकी निष्ठा, आपका समर्पण अतुलनीय है। डबल इंजन सरकार का मैसेज आपने पूरी ईमानदारी से जन जन तक पहुंचाया। इसी का परिणाम आज हमें मिल रहा है। हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नड्डा जी जिस प्रकार अपनी नीति रणनीति को अमल में लाए, ये विजय उसका भी परिणाम है। और चुनाव के दरमियान उनके परिवार में एक दुखद घटना घटी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी नड्डा जी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में दिन रात डटे रहे। साथियों, राजनीति के इतने वर्षों में मैं हमेशा भविष्यवाणियों से दूर रहा हूं। मैं कभी वादे वादे और बड़ी बड़ी घोषणाएं नहीं करता हूं, इतने साल हो गए, कभी नहीं करता हूं। लेकिन इस बार चुनाव में मैंने अपना ये नियम भी तोड़ा था। मैंने राजस्थान में मावजी महाराज को प्रणाम करते हुए उन्हीं की धरती पर ये भविष्यवाणी की थी कि राजस्थान में कांग्रेस सरकार लौट करके नहीं आएगी। मैं भविष्यवेत्ता नहीं हूं, लेकिन मेरा राजस्थान के लोगों पर भरोसा था, वहां की जनता पर भरोसा था। और आज हम नतीजे देख रहे हैं। मध्य प्रदेश ने भी हमें फिर दिखाया है कि भाजपा के सेवा भाव का कोई विकल्प नहीं है। 2 दशक से वहां भाजपा की सरकार है और इतने वर्षों के बाद भी भाजपा पर भरोसा लगातार मजबूती हो रहा है। छत्तीसगढ़ के परिवारजनों को तो जब मैं वहां चुनाव सभाओं में गया तो मैं खुद ही पहली सभा में, छत्तीसगढ़ के चुनाव की पहली सभा में मैंने खुद कहा था कि मैं आपसे कुछ मांगने नहीं आया हूं, मैं तो आपको 3 दिसंबर के बाद सरकार बनेगी तो शपथ समारोह में निमंत्रण देने के लिए आया। छत्तीसगढ़ के परिणाम से साफ है कि हर परिजन ने उस बात को स्वीकार किया है। मैं तेलंगाना की जनता और तेलंगाना के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं का विशेष आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हर चुनाव में तेलंगाना में भाजपा का ग्राफ लगातार बढ़ रहा है। मैं तेलंगाना के लोगों को ये विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि बीजेपी आपकी सेवा में कोई कोर कसर बाकी नहीं छोड़ेगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी तेलंगाना अभिवृद्धि कोसम एल्लापूडू पनी चिंतूने उटुंदी। తెలంగాణతో మాకు చాలా మంచి అనుబంధం ఉంది। मेरे परिवारजनों, इस चुनाव परिणाम की गुंज सिर्फ एमपी, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ तक सीमित नहीं रहेगी। इन परिणामों की गुंज दूर तक जाएगी। पूरी दुनिया में इन चुनाव परिणामों की गुंज सुनाई देगी। ये चुनाव परिणाम भारत के विकास पर भरोसा, दुनिया के भरोसे को और मजबूती देगा। ये चुनाव परिणाम दुनिया भर के निवेशकों को भी नया विश्वास देगा। भरोसा ये कि आजादी के अमृत काल में विकसित भारत का जो संकल्प हमने लिया है, उसे जनता जनार्दन का लगातार आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है। आज दुनिया देख रही है कि भारत का लोकतंत्र और भारत का वोटर दोनों कितने परिपक्व हैं कितने मैच्योर है। आज दुनिया देख रही है कि भारत की जनता पूर्ण बहुमत के लिए, स्थिर सरकार के लिए सोच समझ करके वोट कर रही है। साथियों, भाजपा ने सेवा और सुशासन की राजनीति का नया मॉडल देश के सामने प्रस्तुत किया है। हमारी नीति और निर्णयों के मूल में सिर्फ और सिर्फ देश है, देशवासी है, भारत माता की जय, यही हमारा मंत्र है। इसलिए भाजपा सरकारें सिर्फ नीतियां नहीं बनाती, बल्कि हर हकदार, हर लाभार्थी तक वो पहुंचे, ये भी सुनिश्चित करती है। भाजपा परफॉर्मेंस और डिलीवरी की राजनीति देश के सामने हकीकत बन करके लेकर के आई है। भारत का मतदाता जानता है कि स्वार्थ क्या है, जनहित और राष्ट्रहित क्या है। दूध का और पानी का भेद देश जानता है। जैसे तैसे जीतने के लिए हवाई बातें करना और लोभ लालच की घोषणाएं करना, ये मतदाता पसंद नहीं करता। मतदाता को उसका जीवन बेहतर करने के लिए एक स्पष्ट रोडमैप चाहिए, एक विश्वसनीयता चाहिए, एक भरोसा चाहिए। भारत का वोटर ये जानता है कि जब भारत आगे बढ़ता है तो राज्य आगे बढ़ता है, हर परिवार का जीवन बेहतर होता है। इसलिए वो बीजेपी को चुन रहा है, लगातार चुन रहा है। और कुछ लोग तो कह रहे हैं कि आज की इस हैट्रिक ने 24 की हैट्रिक की गारंटी दे दी है। साथियों, आज के जनादेश ने ये भी साबित किया है कि भ्रष्टाचार, तुष्टीकरण और परिवारवाद को लेकर देश के भीतर, देश के हर नागरिक के दिल में जीरो टॉलरेंस बन रही है। आज देश को लगता है कि इन तीन बुराइयों को खत्म करने में अगर कोई प्रभावी है तो वो भाजपा ही है। भाजपा की केंद्र सरकार ने देश में भ्रष्टाचार के विरुद्ध जो अभियान छेड़ रखा है, उसको भारी जन समर्थन मिल रहा है। ये उन दलों, उन नेताओं को वोटर की साफ साफ चेतावनी है, जो भ्रष्टाचारियों के साथ खड़े होने में जरा भी शर्म अनुभव नहीं करते, उन लोगों को देश की जनता ने आज साफ साफ संदेश दे दिया है। और ऐसे लोग जो भांति भांति के तर्कों से भ्रष्टाचारियों को कवच देते हैं, कवर अप करने की कोशिश करते हैं, ऐसे लोग जो भ्रष्टाचार पर कड़ा प्रहार करने वाली जांच एजेंसियों को बदनाम करने में दिन रात जुटे हुए हैं, वे समझ लें ये चुनाव नतीजे भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई का भी जन समर्थन है। ये चुनाव नतीजे कांग्रेस और उसके घमंडिया गठबंधन के लिए भी बहुत बड़ा सबक है। सबक ये है कि सिर्फ कुछ परिवारवादियों के मंच पर एक साथ आ जाने से फोटो कितनी अच्छी निकल जाए, देश का भरोसा नहीं जीता जाता। देश की जनता का दिल जीतने के लिए राष्ट्र सेवा का जज्बा होना चाहिए, और घमंडिया गठबंधन में रत्ती भर भी वो नजर नहीं आता है। गाली गलौज, निराशा, नेगेटिविटी, ये घमंडिया गठबंधन को मीडिया की हेडलाइन जरूर दे सकती है, लेकिन जनता के दिल में स्थान नहीं दिला सकती। साथियों, आज के ये नतीजे उन ताकतों को भी चेतावनी है जो प्रगति और जन कल्याण की राजनीति के खिलाफ खड़े रहते हैं। जब भी विकास होता है, कांग्रेस और उसके साथी विरोध करते हैं। जब हम वंदे भारत ट्रेन लॉन्च करते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी उसकी मजाक उड़ाते हैं। जब हम आयुष्मान भारत लॉन्च करते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी इसमें रोड़ा अटकाते हैं। जब हम गरीबों के लिए घर बनाते हैं तब कांग्रेस और उसके साथी रुकावटें डालते हैं। जब हम गरीबों तक नल से जल पहुंचाते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी इसमें भ्रष्टाचार का रास्ता बनाने में लग जाते हैं। जब हम ग्रामीण विकास के लिए फंड भेजते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी इसे गरीबों को तक पहुंचने में रुकावट डालने की कोशिश करते हैं। ऐसी सभी पार्टियों को आज गरीबों ने चेतावनी दी है, सुधर जाइए, सुधर जाइए, वरना जनता आपको चुन चुन करके साफ कर देगी। आज ऐसी पार्टियों के लिए सबक है कि केंद्र सरकार की गरीब कल्याण की योजनाओं और उनके लिए भेजे जा रहे फंड के बीच में आने की कोशिश मत करो। ये जनता का आदेश है, वरना जो बीच में आएगा उसे जनता हटा देगी। लोकतंत्र के हित में मेरी कांग्रेस और उसके साथियों को नम्रतापूर्वक सलाह है, कृपा करके ऐसी राजनीति न करें जो देश विरोधी ताकतों को बल दे, जो देश को बांटना चाहते हैं ऐसे लोगों को मजबूती दे, जो देश को कमजोर करने वाले विचारों को गति दे। साथियों, आज भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का हर पहिया पूरी गति से घूम रहा है। कुछ लोग कह रहे थे कि विश्व में मंदी का असर भारत पर पड़ेगा, लेकिन भारत ने हर आकलन से कहीं बेहतर प्रदर्शन किया। आज भारत दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से विकसित होती आर्थिक ताकत है। आज भारत का आत्मविश्वास, भारत के लोगों का आत्मविश्वास अभूतपूर्व स्तर पर है। आज भारत में, आज देश में रिकॉर्ड जीएसटी कलेक्शन हो रहा है, कृषि उत्पादन के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, भारत के शेयर मार्केट पर भरोसा चरम पर है। आज भारत के निर्यात के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, यूपीआई ट्रांजैक्शन के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, त्योहारों में खरीद के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, गाड़ियों की सेल के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं। आज भारत में सीमेंट प्रोडक्शन बढ़ रहा है, कोयला प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा है, आज भारत में स्टील उत्पादन बढ़ा है, बिजली उत्पादन बढ़ा है। दुनिया भर की कंपनियां भारत में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए आतुर है। हवाई यात्रा करने वालों की संख्या उच्चतम स्तर पर है। होम लोन में भी, उस सेक्टर में भी बहुत अधिक वृद्धि देखी जा रही है। साथियों, आज भारत का फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पूरी तरह से ट्रांसफॉर्म हो रहा है। आप देखिए, चारों तरफ एक्सप्रेसवे का, इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर का जाल बिछ रहा है। भारतीय रेल आज अपने ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के सबसे बड़े दौर से गुजर रही है। आज देश में नए रेलवे स्टेशन बन रहे हैं, आधुनिक ट्रेनें आ रही हैं। गति नहीं है, संकल्प नए है। और मैं देशवासियों को कहना चाहता हूं, हर देशवासी को कहना चाहता हूं, और मैं मेरे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड के आधार पर कहना चाहता हूं, बड़ी ईमानदारी से कहना चाहता हूं, बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से कहना चाहता हूं, आपके सपने मेरे देशवासियों, आपके सपने वो मेरा संकल्प है। आपके सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए जो मेरा संकल्प है, वो मेरी साधना भी है, मेरी तपस्या भी है। साथियों, भारत का डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दुनिया में श्रेष्ठता की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। भारत आज दुनिया में 5G नेटवर्क के मामले में अग्रणी देश में पहुंच चुका है। आज भारत में गांव-गांव तक ऑप्टिकल फाइबर पहुंच रहा है। आज देश के सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर भी अभूतपूर्व गति से काम हो रहा है। हर गरीब को मुफ्त राशन वाली योजना अगले 5 साल के लिए बढ़ा दी गई है। भाजपा सरकार में 4 करोड़ गरीब परिवारों के पक्के घर बन चुके हैं। हम हर गरीब परिवार को पक्की छत देने के संकल्प की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं। घर घर नल से जल, ये अभियान तेज गति से चल रहा है। आज देश में रिकॉर्ड गति से नए अस्पताल बन रहे हैं, मेडिकल कॉलेज बन रहे हैं, कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटीज की संख्या बढ़ रही है। साथियों, आज भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, भारत का नागरिक आगे बढ़ रहा है। भारत के लोग इस मोमेंटम को बनाए रखना चाहते हैं। अब इससे पीछे नहीं हटना है, और पीछे हटना ये मोदी को तो कभी स्वीकार नहीं हो सकता है। भारत के लोग स्टेबिलिटी चाहते हैं, स्थायित्व चाहते हैं। भारत के लोग विकसित भारत की यात्रा को गति देना चाहते हैं। मैं देश के प्रत्येक युवा को आह्वान करता हूं, वो विकसित भारत का एम्बेसडर बने, वो विकसित भारत के संकल्पों का नेतृत्व करे। मैं भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं से भी कहूंगा, प्रत्येक भाजपा कार्यकर्ता नमो ऐप पर जाएं और कम से कम 10 लोगों को विकसित भारत का एम्बेसडर बनाएं। हमें आज एक ऐसी पीढ़ी तैयार करनी है जिसका सपना हो विकसित भारत, जिसका संकल्प हो विकसित भारत, जिसकी साधना हो विकसित भारत, जिसका समर्पण हो विकसित भारत। साथियों, विकसित भारत के निर्माण के लिए ये बहुत जरूरी है कि कोई भी नागरिक पीछे नहीं छूटे। इन चुनावों में मैंने लगातार कहा है कि हर लाभार्थी तक पहुंचकर भाजपा सरकार उसे सरकारी योजनाओं का लाभ देगी। इसके लिए केंद्र सरकार ने 14 नवंबर यानी जनजातीय गौरव दिवस यानी भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की जयंती से विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा शुरू की है। योजनाओं से वंचित लोगों को जोड़ने के लिए सरकार खुद लोगों के दरवाजे पर दस्तक दे रही है। जिन क्षेत्रों में यात्रा पहुंच रही है, वहां लोग खुशियां मना रहे हैं कि मोदी की गारंटी वाली गाड़ी हमारे गांव आ रही है। मैं आज विजय के इस समारोह से हर बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता को सलाह दूंगा, आग्रह करूंगा, अब आज से आपको मोदी की गारंटी वाली इस गाड़ी के आगे आगे चलना है। मोदी की गारंटी वाली गाड़ी देश की सफलता की गारंटी बनेगी, और ये भी मोदी की गारंटी है। और आपको एक बात और याद रखनी है, जहां दूसरों से उम्मीद खत्म होती है, वहां से मोदी की गारंटी शुरू होती है। मेरे परिवारजनों, विधानसभा चुनाव के नतीजों ने पॉजिटिव एनर्जी का एक ऐसा प्रवाह शुरू किया है जिसे आज पूरा देश महसूस कर रहा है। इस शक्ति ने विकसित भारत के लिए तैयार हुई नींव को और मजबूत कर दिया है। हमें ये ऊर्जा बनाए रखनी है, हमें ये शक्ति बढ़ाते रहना है। हमें 140 करोड़ भारतीयों के विश्वास को जगाए रखना है। हमें जन जन को अपने साथ जोड़ना है। हमें हर मन को समझना है। हमें सबको साथ लेकर चलना है। हमें हर एक को अमृतकाल की विकास यात्रा का साथी बनाना है। जो हमसे दूर है, हमें उनके पास पहुंचना है। जिन्हें संदेह है, हमें उनमें भरोसा जगाना है। भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं पर जिम्मेदारी और बढ़ गई है, क्योंकि नकारात्मक शक्तियां अब तेजी से एकजुट होने का प्रयास करेगी। देश को बांटने वाली ताकतें अब एड़ी चोटी का जोर लगाएगी। समाज में खाई पैदा करने वाले अब नए मौके तलाशेंगे। हमें उनसे मुकाबला भी करना है, उनके फेक नैरेटिव को जवाब भी देना है, लेकिन उससे बढ़कर हमें जनता के यकीन को बनाए रखना है। साथियों, उत्साह और उमंग के इस वातावरण के बीच मेरी आदत छूटती नहीं है, तो मैं फिर से वो तो करता ही रहता हूं कि मैं मूलतः संगठन से निकला हूं तो स्वभाव मेरा जाता नहीं। मैं आज पूरा दिन टीवी पे क्या चल रहा था ज्यादा समय नहीं दे पाया, देख नहीं पाया, क्योंकि मैं हमारे जो भारत का पूर्वी समुद्री तट है वहां साइक्लोन की संभावनाएं नजर आ रही हैं, जरा तेजी की संभावनाएं नजर आ रही है। और इसलिए विजय के महोत्सव में भी मैं तो यही कार्यकर्ताओं से कहूंगा, हमें साइक्लोन मिचोंग से भी सतर्क रहना है। बंगाल की खाड़ी से सटे तटीय इलाकों में इसका प्रभाव पड़ सकता है। केंद्र सरकार लगातार इस पर राज्य सरकारों से संपर्क में है, उनकी हर संभव मदद भी कर रही है। मैं तमिलनाडु, पुडुचेरी, उड़ीसा और खास तौर से आंध्र प्रदेश के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं से भी कहूंगा कि राज्य सरकार भले ही किसी भी दल की हो, आप पूरी शक्ति से राहत और बचाव काम में जुट जाना, प्रशासन को पूरा साथ देना, और यही एक समर्पित भाजपा कार्यकर्ता के संस्कार होते हैं। हमारे लिए दल से बड़ा देश है, हमारे दिल से भी बड़ा हमारा देशवासी है। साथियों, सबके प्रयास से ही हमने अपने संकल्पों की सिद्धि कर सकते हैं। मुझे देश की अमृत पीढ़ी पर भरोसा है। हमारा लक्ष्य एक है, साधना एक है, सपना एक है। भारत विकसित होकर रहेगा, इसी विश्वास के साथ मैं फिर एक बार सभी मतदाताओं का अभिनंदन करता हूं। जो भी विजयी हुए हैं उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, और हम सब मिलकर के देश के सामान्य मानवीय की आशा अपेक्षाओं को पूरा कर पाए। मैं आप सब कार्यकर्ताओं को आपके माध्यम से मैदान में जो लोग मेहनत कर रहे थे उन सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, it has been a fairly epic victory speech over there of the Prime Minister, speaking not just about the tremendous performance of the BJP in the 3 states, but also looking at the future. And I think towards the rest of this evening, we'll be looking at what these elections mean to the future as well. It has, of course, been a truly incredible day of Indian politics. Several hours into the counting of votes into 4 states, the results are clear. The BJP has walked home with wins in 3, Rajasthan, MP and Chhattisgarh. The Congress finds a consolation win in Telangana. Addressing BJP workers, and you were just watching that, the Prime Minister attributed the win to the power of the woman vote, young voters, Adivasis and farmers, making it clear that these are the groups that the BJP will focus on. Nari Shakti was at the heart of what he said, promising women that the guarantees that have been made will be guaranteed by him personally. Women and their requirements will be met. He also said that Adivasis had been liberated from the Congress, which kept them in a perpetual state of backwardness. The bottom line, development, the core of the BJP's agenda. He said that was at the core of the BJP's agenda for these elections. It will remain so for the time going forward. Maria?
And the Prime Minister emphasizing on what he said was politics of performance. And on the dais, an interesting image of what the BJP has been emphasizing on. And if I were to read the poster which was behind the Prime Minister, it said, "Sapne nahi hakikat bunte hain, tabhi to sab Modi ko chunte hain." I think that is the message with which the BJP will be going forward. A quick word on this: over the next 1 hour, the Prime Minister will be at the BJP headquarters. There would be an important meeting of core group which will be happening, which will be followed by a parliamentary board meeting in which the number of observers will be decided. 3 observers or perhaps 2 will be sent to the state. So the process of government formation begins now. Sanjay sir.
So ये जो स्पीच थी, आज बिजी थे वो दिन भर. हम लोगों को ओबामा और बाइडन के स्पीच राइटर्स का पता है, मोदी जी के स्पीच राइटर्स का नहीं पता है. लेकिन आज की स्पीच बहुत ही पावरफुल थी और फ्यूचर का वो प्लान भी बता रहे हैं कि आगे क्या होने वाला है. और जैसा उन्होंने कहा कि भविष्यवाणी मैं करता नहीं हूं, लेकिन लोगों ने कह दिया कि 2024 की हैट्रिक भी अब करीब करीब गारंटीड है. तो मोदी की गारंटी is the new catchphrase. The entire focus is on performance and a serious challenge for opposition कि ये जो गरीबी की पॉलिटिक्स है, जिसको कहते हैं मनोदारिद्र्य हिंदी में, मनोदारिद्र्य की जो पॉलिटिक्स है, उसके खिलाफ पब्लिक में एक प्रकार का एवर्शन है. उसको भी मोदी जी ने बड़ी खूबी के साथ हाईलाइट किया. और कास्ट वाले पर उनका जो काउंटर अटैक है, वो फ्रेमवर्क देख लीजिए कि 4 ही जातियां हैं: युवा, गरीब, किसान, महिला. और जनजाति वाले पॉइंट को उन्होंने 5वें पॉइंट के तौर पर जोड़ा. तो अभी जब आप डेटा देखेंगे तो पाएंगे कि करीब 20-25 सीटें ऐसी हैं जो बीजेपी ने कांग्रेस से वापस ली हैं आदिवासी इलाकों की. छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश और राजस्थान की ये सीटें. इंटरेस्टिंग ये है कि तेलंगाना में वोट शेयर बढ़ाया है. और तेलंगाना में जिस तरीके से उन्होंने वहाँ के लोगों से बात करने की कोशिश की, you can anticipate some major plan unfolding. The way Tamil Nadu is seriously on the radar of Mr. Modi, and he keeps doing things about Tamil Nadu, Telangana will be the next.
So you are saying that these are catchment areas. But Sanjay sir, if we were to look at southern India, why is this new narrative which has emerged in the last 3-4 hours of southern India not, really buying in the double engine narrative of the BJP?
ये जो इशू है नॉर्थ और साउथ वाला, ये जो अभी नॉर्थ और साउथ की बात आज से चली है हमारे यहाँ, ये थोड़ा हम लोगों का ओवर सिंप्लीफिकेशन है. चीज़ें इतनी आसान नहीं है. बीजेपी का आप आंध्र, तेलंगाना और कर्नाटक में वोट शेयर अगर देखेंगे तो ठीक ठाक सा है. कर्नाटक में उन्होंने बुरा नहीं किया है और लोकसभा में चीज़ें बदल सकती हैं. तमिलनाडु उनके लिए सबसे मुश्किल स्टेट रहा है. केरल में बहुत मेहनत के बावजूद बहुत मुश्किल स्टेट रहा है. ये कहीं नहीं समझना चाहिए इस विक्ट्री से हमको कि मॉडरेट से लेके जिसको आप लिबरल थॉट कहते हैं वो नहीं है. बीजेपी का हिंदी हार्टलैंड वाला लिंगो और वो अप्रोच साउथ में नहीं चल रहा है. ये बीजेपी को रियलाइजेशन है. लेकिन लोकसभा चुनाव में जब कंपटीशन इस प्रकार का हो जाए, जब आपको दिखता है कि बीजेपी खुद नहीं बढ़ेगी, दूसरी कोई सरकार नहीं बन रही होगी, तो डीएमके हो या एआईडीएमके, कोई भी वापस इनके साथ आएगा ना. वो दिल्ली में जिसकी सरकार है उसके साथ रहते हैं. तो दक्षिण बीजेपी के लिए डिफिकल्ट एरिया जरूर रहा है. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि दे आर नॉट मेकिंग स्लो प्रोग्रेस. दे आर मेकिंग एक्चुअली वेरी कन्विंसिंग प्रोग्रेस.
In fact, one point which I found interesting, if you look at the Congress campaigns in all of these states, a large part of it, almost all of it, was based on a negative agenda. The target was Modi, the target was allegations of crony capitalism, the target was government policies, whereas this is an aspirational India. Modi just spoke about the youth as much as he spoke about women. Therefore, the opposition and specifically the Congress, would you suggest that the one area where they missed out was one tapping into the aspirations of millions of Indians by just focusing on a negative agenda?
Absolutely right. Opposition and mainly Congress party has not been able to understand what people want. The aspirational language is missing out from their narrative. And always it is a language of resentment and grievance and conspiracy theory of extreme nature that has boomeranged badly. I said in the morning and I'm repeating it now, Congress party unfortunately is doing the politics of social media troll. Their so-called grand design is addressed and designed for social media trolling. There are no communication with people. They are in a jam, kind of very bad situation.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at the big takeaways from these state verdicts. Remember, these three states that we are looking at, the state of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, all three were not won by the BJP in 2018. What is the big picture now? It's clear that the Hindi belt actually is with Modi, and Congress has no narrative to take on brand Narendra Modi in the Hindi heartland. And road to 2024, Modi certainly is in pole position, and the Congress party, or should I say India, has no counter to Modi magic. Voter is very clear in its sentiment. It's about the Modi vote which has emerged in these elections, and it is about that personal guarantee that is coming from Prime Minister Modi. It is about her vote Modi ka hai, and her vote का गारंटी जो है वो मोदी दे रहे हैं. That is the message. And the only solace, one would say, is coming from southern India for the Congress party. KCR's national ambitions have fallen flat. Verdict 2023, it's very clear that BJP is racing ahead and India bloc is now losing steam. So the big question that we are asking now is also, what happens to the Congress?
Yeah. No, exactly. What does happen to the Congress going forward? They're certainly going to have to figure out a certain narrative. Let me go across to Prakash Javadekar, who joins us at this stage. Prakash ji, thanks very much for being with us. End of the day now, as these trends become results, of course, the Election Commission will need to declare that. Be honest with us, Prakash ji. These results at the end of the day, did you expect Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh to be, and Rajasthan to be at this level of a victory for the BJP, or did you actually say smaller numbers?
Because we have seen the pulse of the people, that people want stability, prosperity and positivity. They don't want negative politics and gali-galoj politics. So they have decided they want progress, and therefore they believe in Modi. They trust Modi because he delivers. He doesn't discriminate. And he has become a symbol of progress and stature of India. Therefore, common man who doesn't read everyday political news, the common man who doesn't hear the political debates, he decides how to vote, why to vote, whom to vote, with his robust common sense. And that is really capital of Modi, because they trust him. गरीब लोग समझते हैं कि वो हमारे में से है.
जी, प्रकाश जी.
He understands our pains. जी. So that is how things are moving. And let me just share with this. I was in charge of Telangana. The good news for us is the present Chief Minister and probable Chief Minister of Congress, Revant Reddy and K.C. Rao. Our candidate Venkat Ramana Reddy has defeated both of them.
Yes.
Right.
In Kamareddy.
Right. प्रकाश जी, आपको बधाई, और आज बिल्कुल बीजेपी की विक्ट्री को सेलिब्रेट करने का वक्त है, लेकिन एक डेटा पॉइंट की तरफ आपका ध्यान दिलाना चाहता हूं, और कांग्रेस के लिए दरअसल कांग्रेस के लिए ट्रेजेडी का डे है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस का वोट शेयर सिर्फ 0.4% गिरा है छत्तीसगढ़ में, राजस्थान में 0.6% बढ़ा है, एक जगह मध्य प्रदेश में करीब सेम है, 40% के आसपास. कांग्रेस का वोट परसेंट इंटैक्ट है. हमारी चुनाव प्रणाली ऐसी है कि आपको बहुत जबरदस्त विक्ट्री मिली है बीजेपी को, लेकिन जो हम कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस अपना सेल्फ गोल करना जानती है, उसको नैरेटिव नहीं समझ में आता, बावजूद उसके कांग्रेस का वोट शेयर इंटैक्ट है. इसको भी हमको इनकार नहीं करना चाहिए.
मैं बताता हूं, कर्नाटक के अगर आप याद करोगे पिछले साल के चुनाव की, तो कर्नाटक में भी हमारे वोट वैसे ही रहे, जेडीएस के कम हुए और वो कांग्रेस को बढ़े, इसलिए रिजल्ट आया. अच्छा, केरल में हमेशा देखते हैं 1-1.5% के वोट के फिगर से डीएमके एडीएमके में भी कितना बहुत फर्क होता था, नहीं होता था. तो ये अनेक राज्यों में ऐसी स्थिति है. बट दैट लास्ट 1% becomes very important and decisive because it is not about spread but even concentration in certain areas where you draw more votes. आपको ज्यादा वोट मिलता है तभी आप जीत के आते हो, और जो पद्धति है वो सबके लिए समान है, कोई बीजेपी के लिए अलग तरीका नहीं है। तो ये अपने डेमोक्रेसी का मैं बुराई नहीं मानता, ये अच्छा ही है कि जिसको सबसे ज्यादा वोट मिले वो चुन के आएगा।
Right. Prakash ji, I just wanted to ask you about a couple of points that the Prime Minister spoke about.
Please.
He spoke about Nari Shakti first and foremost. He spoke about 4 groups, but he spoke about women and women's development. And he guaranteed personally the guarantees which the BJP has made. Going forward, is this going to be a core group? And it is huge in our country that the BJP will be focusing on.
Yes, because as I was, मैं जो बता रहा था कि मोदी किसी में भेदभाव नहीं करता। मैंने केरल में देखा है, मैंने तेलंगाना में देखा है, मैंने अनेक राज्यों में देखा है कि जहां राज करने वाले अपने कार्यकर्ता या अपने वोटर को बेनिफिट देते हैं, दूसरे को नहीं देते हैं। मोदी ऐसा नहीं करते हैं। मोदी हर एक को बेनिफिट देते हैं जो बेनिफिट के लिए एलिजिबल है। तो ये एक ही डजंट डिस्क्रिमिनेट, सबका साथ सबका विकास, ये लोगों को पता है। इसलिए मेरे पास हजारों वीडियो केरल में हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने तैयार किए, लिए लोगों के टेस्टिमोनियल्स कि मुस्लिम हो, क्रिश्चियन हो, बाकी सब हो, लोग भर भर के मोदी की प्रशंसा करते हैं कि ये पहली दफा हम अनुभव कर रहे हैं कि जो योजना घोषित हुई उसका फायदा हमें पूरा मिल रहा है।
You know, there was one wonderful quote, Prakash ji, which he said, which I translated. He said, as far as the BJP is concerned, when the strength of women becomes someone's Suraksha Kavach, nothing can harm them. The Suraksha Kavach provided by the woman voter in these elections sort of defined so much for the BJP.
Yeah, but it is not about just a vote. We don't consider women as and we don't see to any bloc as a voting bloc. We see them as partners in progress.
Right.
And because women's power we are seeing, now this new program called Namo Drone Didi is a very innovative program. 12,000 women self-help groups have given training. There are trained women agriculturists who can run and monitor and manage the drone and ensure the fertilizer and pesticide spray in the fields. So this is a
एक सवाल आपसे, आपके स्टेट पर, आप महाराष्ट्र से आते हैं, मध्य प्रदेश की इस जीत का महाराष्ट्र पे क्या असर होगा?
हमारे यहाँ तो अभी ग्राम पंचायत के चुनाव हुए हैं, वो लगभग जनरल चुनाव जैसा ही होता है और वहाँ बहुत भारी बहुमत से हमारा गठबंधन जीता है
जी।
और इसलिए अब वो शरद पवार, उद्धव ठाकरे और ये गठबंधन का कोई और कांग्रेस कोई अता पता नहीं है। तो हम चुनाव जीत रहे हैं हमारी ताकत पर, हमारे कार्यक्रम पर, और मध्य प्रदेश और पड़ोसी राज्यों का परिणाम होता ही है। लेकिन मैं आपको बताता हूं, एवरी स्टेट इज अ डिफरेंट यूनिट, पीपल देयर थिंक डिफरेंटली एंड पीपल वोट डिफरेंटली फॉर डिफरेंट इलेक्शंस। इसलिए मैं कहता हूं कि तेलंगाना में हमें आज भले 8 एमएलए सीट मिली है, विधायक की सीट 8 ही मिली है, लेकिन अभी आने वाले पार्लियामेंट चुनाव में हमें 10 पार्लियामेंट के सीट हम जीतेंगे, ये मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। क्योंकि मैंने देखा है, 3 महीने रहकर जो देखा है, वो जनता कहती है मोदी को वोट असेंबली पार्लियामेंट में। तो ये जो है, ये एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत है।
जैसे आपने प्रकाश जी तेलंगाना के बारे में बिल्कुल नंबर दे दिया, तेलंगाना के लिए 10 सीट बीजेपी के लिए, महाराष्ट्र का नंबर दे दीजिए, या मैं आपको प्रोवोक कर दूं कि 24 के ऊपर नहीं है आपके गठबंधन का?
नहीं, ये जो है वो गलत है। मैंने बताया ना, अभी जो जिस तरह से, मैं आपको आज बताता हूं कि हमारा बेस टोटल 42 था, उससे एक हाथ अधिक होगा, कम नहीं होगा
जी। You know, Prakashji, one interesting point that the Prime Minister spoke about, he spoke about it at length, was the role of the Adivasi community. He said that the Adivasi community has not progressed for decades because of the policies of the Congress. In Jharkhand, on the 15th of November, there's a 24,000 crore rupee scheme that the BJP announced, and the sense was that this might have an impact in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Chhattisgarh as well. But if you actually look at voting took place prior in one phase in Chhattisgarh to this scheme having been announced. So the point is, the BJP actually pegged away at this particular group, the Adivasi community, well before this one announcement. So it's not enough for one person to say, Modi announced this particular scheme and that is why they won. In fact, you've got this group because of a year of work.
That is not the reality. People have faith in Modi's leadership. They want progress and positivity. They don't want negativity, and therefore they are voting us. They are not voting for schemes. People prefer, और उन्होंने आज जैसे कहा कि दल से देश बड़ा है, यही हमारी धारणा है, काम का आधार है, और इसीलिए people also think very wisely. Nani Palkhiwala used to say, illiterate intelligence in our country is many times more effective than educated incapacity.
All right. Prakashji, thank you so much and congratulations for this victory. Let me bring in the studio guests. Rajat Sethi is joining us. Shankar Iyer, political economist and an analyst as well. Sandeep Shastri is here in the studio. Geeta Bhatt, Aishwarya Mahadev of the Congress also joining us, and Smita Gupta. Smita Gupta, we have been talking about the women factor, and I'm glad and Manisha Priyam as well. So we have a good presence of women in the panel as well. Manisha Priyam and two more on this side. So let me begin with you, ma'am. We have been talking about it, and just look at the numbers. I think this stunner of Chhattisgarh cannot be overlooked.
No, it cannot be overlooked. And in the morning, when I was with Sanjay ji on the Hindi panel, I said very clearly, somebody may have enticed me to speak about women first, but I said that women were not derailed by calls for a caste census. And I was absolutely delighted and honored to hear that the Honorable Prime Minister started by saying that kuch logon ne jaat ke naam par gumrah karne ka kaam kiya. And I would say that his speech today, many of you are talking about the Hindi patti and the Hindi belt. I would say that these states refer to the erstwhile Bimaru minus the B, but that message of caste and gumrah went to the entire community of what were the erstwhile Bimaru states, and to show them that this can be achieved on the ground rather than dream spinning. That's been the reason for the victory. And as I've dialed down to my colleagues in Chhattisgarh today, even those within the Congress camp have given me the CCAs, corruption, casteism and arrogance as the three reasons why there is a possible decline of the third C, which is the Congress party. So I think the Prime Minister and his dal have also had their ears to the ground following the Karnataka victory. There were feelers to all of us. There were people who came to us asking us what we thought were the reasons of defeat. And today I see that a humbled BJP that accommodated much of the voices and much of the lessons that were coming from defeat have turned this into a massive and stunning victory.
This is the politics of accommodation.
The Congress on the other side,
and
not left with a chair in the hot sun of the Hindi heartland, as they will fight the 2024 elections that will go down to the very hot May months of India and northern India, which are difficult days, Maria.
बिल्कुल. एक सवाल मैं लेना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि पीएम जो भी कहते हैं मारिया, it is always pregnant with lots of पॉसिबिलिटीज़, बहुत सारे फॉलो अप और एक्शन प्लान. उन्होंने जिक्र किया कि इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए भी अच्छा मैसेज चला गया है, वो भी समझेंगे कि इंडिया में अब क्या होने वाला है, डेवलपमेंट का एजेंडा है. तो जो इम्पोर्टेंट बात है, और उसके लिए हम लोगों को शंकर अय्यर से बात करनी चाहिए. शंकर, मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले दिनों में जो एक थ्रेशहोल्ड होता है, उसके ऊपर कहानी चली गई है इन टर्म्स ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, especially in the very, very strategically important areas which have implications, global implications in terms of geopolitics, in terms of what happens in USA. So, Mr. Modi has a serious plan which will now see a serious, exciting activity around investments.
Well, Sanjay, that's what struck me in his speech was that this is what, I mean, the case study approach of Harvard, he touched points, he touched all the market share points of politics, youth, women, the bottom of the pyramid and everything. And he brought in the aspiration through this investment question. So over the last 6 months, or at least over the last 3 months, there have been questions in the market by many investment bankers and others who are wondering whether what happens to the Sensex or the Nifty and what happens to investment if 2024 is not a done deal, or if the numbers come down in 2024. And so in my conversations, I have always asked the other side. In fact, I had a call yesterday and I asked, okay, so if Mr. Modi is not winning, who do you see winning? So, I mean, you know, every loser has to find a winner. जैसे हम लोग कहते हैं कि हर रामायण में एक रावण होना चाहिए, तो this is the thing that you have to look at. If you look at how India BJP has won in every election in the past 2 general elections, there are about 185 seats where BJP and Congress are face to face. That score has improved over the last 2 elections, and this electoral victory is actually guaranteeing that score persists. I think there's been a lot of commentary about Hindi belt, non-Hindi belt. I mean, it is true that the BJP has found it difficult to pierce through the southern India. But one must recognize that what is market share all about? It is where your voters are and it is where your seats are. And the BJP sustains that dominance in the states where they have maximum seats and in the states where there are, I mean, these are the youngest states. Sure. I mean, you know, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, these are states which have a median age which is less than that of average of India.
Yes.
And this is where the demographic dividend is sort of playing out.
Absolutely.
So
and
he has focused
Shankar, so much about
the positivity.
The youth, and that's linked up to the demographic dividend. I just wanted to get a quick reaction from Aishwarya Mahadev as well. Aishwarya, is the Congress willing to concede at this stage that it was a lack of fulfilling or the aspirations of any number of people across the country that would have actually affected the outcome of the election results in these 3 states? I say this why? Because in 2019, it has been said that you pursued a negative agenda, the entire Chaukidar Chor Hai campaign, the entire Rafale thing, pegging away at Modi, pegging away at the BJP without providing an aspiration and a different vision. Do you believe you've done the same this time?
Good evening, Vishnu. I've been listening closely to the broadcast and I want to differ on a few points.
Sure.
Before that, I want to say that congratulations. I believe that you need to be magnanimous in victory and also in loss. And the few differences I want to point out is to say we ran a completely negative campaign is extremely false, because whether you like it or not, the idea of running it is not completely negative when you hold a mirror up to bad administration in states. And second, when we talk about the guarantees or the promises of administration, I believe that was also aspirational, whether it was to farmers, whether it was for the young and the unemployed, whether it was for women. So to say that we ran an entirely negative campaign is completely false, while we also reserve the right as a political party to hold out certain truths of whether it was administration, whether it is scams, and whether it is corruption. Today, I am again nowhere close to a psephologist, nowhere close to as, let's say, experienced as a lot of people on the panel, but I very humbly submit that while we have lost 3 elections, which is a large cause for reflection for next year, there is still hope to see that we've been able to run a very spirited campaign in Telangana. And none of this should ever take away from the fact that even in the states we couldn't make it, every single Congress worker put in his best. He and her, all of them have worked together.
That's even more worrying. If this is what the Congress thinks, that it was their best performance, then what really is best? You're taking on an election-winning machine which is well-oiled, such as the BJP. They can convert, literally steal the victory out of the jaws of defeat. And here you are saying that this was their best performance. I mean, a best performance with a Congress at 65 in Madhya Pradesh after 18 years of anti-incumbency, a best performance of Rajasthan at 70. Is that really a best performance?
Maria, while wins and losses are binaries and vote shares are discussed after, I will still say that every worker put in what they could. And that is what the moment was for, to appreciate the fact that the Congress worker still has worked on the ground. Yes, in the larger scheme of things, there's a lot of reflection. Yes, there are a lot of analogies being drawn about 20 years previously, what happened and what can happen next year, all of which is a discussion for tomorrow. Today, I believe that we humbly submit
Rajat has a point. Please go ahead,
So
Rajat.
I just picked up a couple of things that you said. See, what I'm really baffled about is how does Congress equate aspirations of people to guarantees that they offer or the freebies that they offer? This is clearly distinct from how the BJP thinks. BJP talks about 2047, they talk about Amrit Kal, they believe that we are not there, and this is the broad vision that we want to establish. Here you are only wanting to buy out elections and buy out people's vote by just flagging out that, hey, I'm going to give you 2,000 rupees, 3,000 rupees directly into your account. That's pretty much all that Congress has to offer. Look at Telangana. They went in and they said that we'll give you a gold coin.
Okay,
and you know, I'll just say, let me complete. Sure. This is point number one. Point number two is the negativity aspect which was talked about. Please, I would want Aishwarya to please elaborate on that. Why does Congress leaders sound so arrogant when they are reaching out to the public? Look at Kamal Nath. He showed his arrogance to not just the public, but also their own India Alliance partners. Pick up Ashok Gehlot. Which other chief minister of BJP ever says that I have a claim to the CM's throne? It was Ashok Gehlot who kept insisting that I'm going to be the one who is going to be the CM.
Go ahead.
And the list goes on and on. Look at Bhupesh Bagel's arrogance.
Okay, half a sec. Just reply, Aishwarya, before we move on. Yeah, go ahead. I think you muted yourself by mistake, Aishwarya. Can you just check?
Vishnu, the funny phenomena happens to be that when the opposition or the Congress talks about aspirational guarantees for the people they're termed as a Rebi, but when today Shivraj Singh Chauhan talks about Ladli Behna scheme, like the biggest thing that has brought him to power, that is not something that is considered Rebi by that logic. I'm not going to sit and look at the ambivalence of definition. All I'm saying is, it is the aspiration of the people to have a job. It is the aspirations of farmers to not have debt. It is the aspirations of various sections which are outside the upper echelons of society and the air-conditioned studios. What the people have done in Telangana have voted overwhelmingly for the positive agenda of the Congress.
Okay,
and
Aishwarya.
I am not here to talk about the arrogance of anybody, because the man in Madhya Pradesh was being carried through water, who now claims to be the new chief ministerial face. So the thing is this, when the shoe is on the other foot, there's a lot that people can say. But I'm saying, Vishnu, today, there is a lot to be learnt. We humbly submit to the mandate of the people and we look forward to a positive, better day tomorrow. And I'm not going to sit here and debate on the tiny points of somebody's hubris or somebody having their chest puffed out here saying, I won over you.
Agreed. Point taken, Aishwarya. We anchors have sometimes a bad habit of asking long questions. I have a very simple, short question. Why do you think Congress lost in these three states, MP, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan?
Sir, I cannot pinpoint the blame on anything, and the voter has voted. The mandate is decisive. I think on our side, the effort was decisive. We put in a lot of effort in Madhya Pradesh, whether it was the yatras, in Rajasthan, whether it was the assurances from insurance to ensuring that women had far more empowering schemes than before. And in Chhattisgarh also you saw that as a government there was a lot that was put in. At the end of it, I'm not going to dissect the tiny reasons, whether it is regional parties like GGP, whether it is the tribal vote cutters here and there. At the end of the day, it is the mandate of the people. But all I can say is from our side, we humbly submit, but we did put in an effort. I believe we put in a strong effort. And a lot of people had written us off even stronger before. Then we came back. In certain states, we were able to achieve a victory. In some, we were not. But we live to fight another day, sir. And I believe tomorrow is another day in preparation for what is going to be a huge sort of election very soon, sir.
All right. Yeah. So magnanimous over there and accepting that the defeat has happened. The Congress will obviously look at it. I just wanted to get in a couple of quick reactions going forward. Smita, if you can just sort of come in at this stage. Let's look at it from a state-by-state perspective. What do you believe was the key issue? Why the BJP did well, the Congress did poorly in Rajasthan?
In Rajasthan, I think the fact that Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot were not on the same page, and this was a battle that was being fought out for a very, very long time. And Mr. Gehlot had made it very clear that he wasn't going to give Sachin Pilot an inch. So even though at the end there were some photo ops with the two men together, I think that was a big negative against the Congress party. Of course, there is also the history that Rajasthan never votes the same party twice in a row. But I think one major factor was that they just didn't trust these people to hold together.
Geeta ji, before we move to the other side, Rajasthan, a quick take.
One more thing just to add to what ma'am has just said. You see, along with this, the internal battles within the Congress between Sachin Pilot and Mr. Gehlot, also along with it, if you see that the corruption was a very, very major issue with the people of Rajasthan. If you talk to locals over there, the government servants over there, the chief minister's, the food grain which was being given, the masalas which were being given, they were of so poor quality
Geeta ji,
that
just
people
half
were
a
just saying
second.
that.
Sorry to interrupt you. We've got Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore joining us now. Thanks very much, Rajyavardhan ji, for being with us. Congratulations. It's been a fantastic day for the BJP across North India. Telangana also, from just one, you've gone up substantially. But let's talk a little bit about Rajasthan. Tell us, in your mind, was there any one factor which actually resulted in the BJP doing as well as it did?
Well, you have to understand that, the sort of confidence that the Prime Minister built amongst the people of Rajasthan, with his commitment, with his policies, and his ability to deliver those policies to them. And then compare that with the schemes that were announced in Rajasthan, but they would never actually fructify. And most of these schemes were announced 2 months short of the elections. So you can imagine the comparison that the voter would make in terms of a person who's committing his effort, his schemes, money of the country to them right from the beginning and ensuring last mile delivery vis-a-vis a government, a local government that was unable to do so. The law and order was very poor. There were 19 paper leaks in Rajasthan. And so obviously the youth, the farmers, the women, 35,000 rapes in 5 years. Can you even believe that? Can you imagine that? Yeah. And this is NCR, this is National Crime Bureau record data. Right. So compare this with Prime Minister Modi's work, and then that's where it builds confidence in the people that we need Prime Minister and his style of governance in Rajasthan.
जी, एक बात और साफ हो रही है राठौर साहब, और वो ये है कि सभी जगह एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थी, यानी गहलोत साहब के खिलाफ भी थी तो शिवराज सिंह चौहान के भी खिलाफ थी और बघेल के भी खिलाफ थी। सब जगह ये फैक्टर आया कि करप्शन भी मुद्दा है, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी भी है, सीएम उतना पॉपुलर नहीं है, लेकिन मोदी जी का वोट एक्स्ट्रा मिला है। तो क्या हम ये कह सकते हैं कि ये जो जीत है दरअसल मोदी फैक्टर की है और स्टेट लेवल पर बीजेपी में अभी भी कमियां हैं जिसको मोदी जी कवर अप करते हैं?
आप अपने वर्ड्स आप मुझे देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. You're trying to put your words into my mouth. So let me rephrase that. And please ask your technicians. My voice is echoing back to me. So
We'll just get that fixed. We'll get that fixed. Yeah.
Yes. So in terms of options that are there with the voter is very clear that he has one government, one party, which is truly committed to empowering that voter, providing services to that voter in a manner to empower him so that he produces, his productivity goes up, his quality of life goes up. That is a big comparison, that given the options, the Bharatiya Janata Party, and obviously with the Prime Minister Modi's image and his ability to deliver his guarantee, like he says, that obviously is something that steals the show.
Yes, Mr. Rathod, Maria here. मेरा सवाल ये है कि मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, Chhattisgarh, Telangana, everywhere where it was MPs who were fielded by the BJP. Many saw that as a strategy of a nervous party, but MPs such as you, landing on the ground, ensuring victory and returning as an MLA, what does it actually mean for you and for MPs like you? How did you react when MPs were told, ministers were told, go and fight?
देखिए, ये सबसे पहले मैं आपको बताऊं मारिया दैट हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के सबसे पहला यही कदम रहता है कि हमें चुनाव जीतना है और हर राज्य के लिए अलग अलग स्ट्रैटेजी होनी भी चाहिए और होती भी है। अब मुझे बताइए, जब क्रिकेट टीम किसी बल्लेबाज को 4th डाउन से 1st डाउन कर दे या 1st डाउन से 4th डाउन कर दे, तो वो दूसरी वाली टीम ये सवाल उठा सकती है क्या कि ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं साहब, ये तो ठीक नहीं है, ये तो देखिए ऐसे हो रहा है। अरे अपना गेम खेलो ना, हमें अपना गेम खेलने दो। तो देखिए, ये अटकलें लगाना कि नर्वस हो रहे थे, ये सब फिजूल की बातें हैं। अब ये देखिए कि हमने 10 साल प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ रह के काम करा। ऑब्वियसली एक ऐसे व्यक्ति के साथ जो दुनिया के लीडर्स के ही इज द टॉलेस्ट अमंग्स देम, उनके साथ काम करने में बहुत कुछ सीखते हैं। अब 10 साल वहां से सीखकर अगर हमें यहाँ राज्य के अंदर काम करने का अवसर मिल रहा है, सो ऑब्वियसली द मेथड ऑफ फंक्शनिंग हियर बिकम्स एज सिमिलर टू दैट ऑफ द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट एंड there's very good compatibility between the central government and the state government. Also remember that there are as many new people who will go and now work with the Prime Minister, and therefore there'll be more number of people who will get trained right under his mentorship. So I see this as a method of grooming his cadre.
Right.
And so imagine a Prime Minister who not only has time for administration, everything that goes in running a country, but is also able to mentor his cadre. It's amazing. You have to look at it from that point of view.
Colonel Rathore, one final question to you. You've had a very tough campaign. You're a fitness fanatic. We know you go running and walking and things like that. Are you going to take it a little easy tomorrow? Are you going to pull out that gun of yours, shoot a few rounds over there, go for a run? And don't tell me you're going to be working as hard as you did today. You certainly aren't.
Right after this interview, I'm driving to Delhi. Hopefully there'll be very little fog. I need to be there because tomorrow there's Parliament.
Right.
And that's the first day of the Parliament.
Work as usual.
But yes, any little opportunity I get, like I say, there is no excuse in life. There's only one life. So if you need to do it, you bloody well do it.
All right, Colonel Rathore. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. Congratulations. Resounding performance of your party in Rajasthan. Maria?
Yes. So you heard from, but what he spoke about in that cricket analogy, Sanjay sir, कि बैटिंग ऑर्डर हम डिसाइड करेंगे।
वही है ना, ये गेम ऐसी हो गई है कि शतरंज के इस तरफ भी मोदी बैठा है, उस तरफ भी मोदी बैठा है। ये एक प्रॉब्लम है और ये टर्म्स ये डिसाइड कर रहे हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि अपोजिशन इसको फाइट नहीं कर सकता है। लैक ऑफ इमेजिनेशन सीरियस प्रॉब्लम है और ये हमारे लिए बड़ी फिक्र का सब्जेक्ट होना चाहिए। एक सवाल मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ संदीप जी से, और वो ये है कि अभी से पहले, आज के पहले हम लोग कह रहे थे कि नेशनल लेवल पे कोई चैलेंज नहीं है मोदी लेड बीजेपी को, लेकिन स्टेट पर बीजेपी का कंट्रोल कम होता जा रहा है। आज के रिजल्ट के बाद ये जो एक आशा थी कुछ लोगों को, एक सेक्शन को, कि चलिए डेमोक्रेटिक बैलेंस इस सेंस में है कि नॉन बीजेपी पार्टीज जो है बहुत सारे स्टेट्स में है और एक डेमोक्रेटिक बैलेंस लेके आता है, सही बात है। आज के बाद ये कहना भी गलत हो गया है क्योंकि बीजेपी अब स्टेट्स में भी बहुत अच्छा कर रही है।
I fully agree with the point you're making. After today's results, the BJP and its allies are in power in 16 of the 28 states of India. It was 14 before this, it would now move to 16. I think the logic of state elections is very different, and the questions we have been raising with our experts, I think the advantage the BJP has is that it's in its electoral arsenal, it has multiple arrows. Whereas the Congress challenge seems to be it has a limited set of arrows and it fires it off very early. and then the BJP is ready to respond to it. And this, I think, is what happened in Madhya Pradesh. When we say the party peaked too early, it put all its aces out, which resulted in the BJP taking corrective action, and we see the result which we had. As Rajvardhan said, even in Rajasthan, the promises which were made were not really possibly seen on the ground. And this made it possible for the Congress to, for the BJP to then take it up. And my final point, sir, if you look at the Prime Minister's speech today, I think the first campaign speech of the 2024 election has been made. He has set the agenda with the 4 points he emphasized. And that, I think, will be the core agenda which the BJP will take up for the Lok Sabha.
And one point
Not only that, I want to add, he has issued, actually reissued, serious warning to opposition and other vested interest groups when he spoke about Parivarwad, Tushtikaran and Bhrashtachar.
Sanjay ji, just wanted to add that, you said शतरंज के इस तरफ भी मोदी है और उस तरफ भी. मैं थोड़ा सा आपसे मतभेद यहाँ रखती हूँ. शतरंज की बिसात वो नहीं बिछाते हैं, बिसात बिछने देते हैं. लेकिन एक ही बात है कि जब वो खेलते हैं तो शाह और मात होने के बाद वो बतलाते हैं कि दूसरे तरफ का रंग क्या है. और जब वो बतला रहे हैं कि परिवारवाद, जब वो बतला रहे हैं करप्शन, जब वो बतला रहे हैं जातिवाद, उस समय दूसरा साइड आसानी से अगर वो नोट्स लेता रहे तो कई बार उनको वो बता रहे हैं कि ये चीज़ें हैं जिनके चलते कि तुम फंसोगे या हारोगे. लेकिन उस समय दूसरे लोग उसको ऑफ करके कुछ जोक्स, कुछ इसमें कुछ उसमें लगे रहते हैं. इफ़ दे टेक द स्पीचेस सीरियसली, much of the lessons are right there, but it is for the other side to take it. Now, Parivarwad, for example, it engulfs all the regional parties in the Hindi heartland, so to say. Just combining Mandalwad with Parivarwad does not make it a superior ideology. It does not also allow them to transcend the very serious charges of corruption with which many of these regional parties have been engulfed.
Sure.
So I think that's the skill that he has. What is black in color defined by Modi?
All right, I know Sanjay has to leave us in a little while from now, but I thought we'd get a couple of key questions on a couple of the editor's take, as it were. So question number one, these elections are done. Let's look at next year. Is the BJP, Sanjay, likely gunning primarily, number one, at a 50% vote share?
Absolutely. After Gujarat verdict, this thought did come into my mind, the way you make bipolar election into an election of 45%, 50% vote. Mr. Modi must be now planning to do something unthinkable, which is to aspire for. मेरे हिसाब से मोदी जी ने अपनी पार्टी को ये टारगेट सेट करके दे दिया है कि भाई आप लोग काम करिए 50% वोट शेयर के लिए, जिसमें बीजेपी का अकेले का 45 होना चाहिए, 50 एनडीए का होना चाहिए. और ये एक प्रोवोकेटिव थॉट है. साथ ही साथ इसका मतलब सीट शेयर पे क्या होगा? सीट शेयर पे ये होगा कि मोदी जी को बीमारी है अपना रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने की. वो कहेंगे कि 303 नहीं, 304 प्लस बीजेपी को अकेले चाहिए. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि एनडीए के लिए 350 से 400 सीटों की बिसात वो बिछाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं. रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने का उनका ऑब्सेशन वैसा ही है जो किसी बच्चे का किसी खिलौने की जिद को लेकर के होता है, विष्णु. तो मुझे ये लगता है कि ये एक लाइन का टारगेट है, एक लाइन का मैंडेट है, 50%, 350 सीट्स इन 2024 इलेक्शंस. और इसके पीछे जो बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन और प्लानिंग चाहिए, उसके तो डिटेल्स हम रोज देखते ही रहते हैं.
Sanjay, one final question. The development plank, will 2024 be fought, based on what you heard today, likely on the plank of development?
एब्सोल्युटली. इसीलिए उन्होंने एक नया फ्रेज दिया, कुछ ही दिन पहले दिया, विकसित भारत का. क्योंकि दरअसल दुनिया भर की परिस्थिति कुछ इस तरह की हो गई है, सिचुएशंस ऐसी हो गई हैं कि इंडिया के एडवांटेजेस बहुत सीरियस हो गए हैं. एक तरफ एशियन कंट्रीज़ के बीच में, दूसरी तरफ अमेरिका की जो सिचुएशन है, यूरोप की जो सिचुएशन है, तो ग्लोबल ऑर्डर जो रीसेट हो रहा है उसमें इंडिया का रोल, जितना हम लोग अभी पब्लिक कन्वर्सेशन में बात नहीं कर रहे हैं विष्णु, और आप डिफेंस और स्ट्रेटजिक अफेयर्स कवर करते हैं, ग्लोबल चीज़ों पर नज़र रखते हैं, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि भारत एक बहुत यूनिक पोजीशन में है। तो जिसको कहते हैं ना कि सारे स्टार्स भी कोलाइड और कॉन्स्पायर कर जाते हैं, जिसमें कि पॉलिटिकल प्लेयर अपना फ़ायदा उठा सकता है, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान एक बहुत ही शानदार ट्रेजेक्ट्री पर है, डिस्पाइट इनइक्वालिटीज़, डिस्पाइट कंट्राडिक्शंस, despite issues cultural and social both, we are on a trajectory and Mr. Modi will be milking it to the hilt.
Absolutely. Yogendra Yadav also joins us at this stage. Yogenji, thanks very much for being with us. You know, I know you love to analyze all the trends down to the barest. But I think
can't hear you. I can hear others. But
elections, Yogendra ji, can bring about a great deal of uncertainty, particularly if the result comes late, etc., or if it's split, a hung mandate, assembly, etc. But between now and the general elections, the fact that we've got clean results and large results, do you believe that economic growth, development, investment opportunities will be stable, that the investment climate in India will not be affected, that there is no uncertainty in that regard?
I'm not entirely sure, Vishnu, how it relates to today's verdict. I think, so let me respond to the verdict, because I don't quite understand this question. What we have witnessed today is clearly a setback. Setback not just for Congress, setback for everyone, people like me, who believe that this country needs transformation in 2024. And that the Congress's victory in Telangana is not enough to offset the setback that we have witnessed in the 3 Hindi heartland states. And this is a moment, therefore, to reflect and to think big and to think afresh. To my mind, 2024 is not a done deal yet. Things can be transformed, provided the opposition learns, provided the Congress learns that it needs other parties in the opposition and cannot take them lightly. And other parties believe that it's not just the Congress which has faced a setback, that the entire opposition has faced a setback. Provided the Congress leadership understands that they need to be a little harsh in words and a little liberal outwards. They may have practiced the opposite. They have ended up being very soft on let's say, MLAs who did not deserve ticket. And they have been somewhat wary of striking alliances which were so badly needed, especially in Rajasthan. The third lesson, to my mind, is that Congress party specifically, but the opposition in general, needs to align its politics with its own social base. The social base of the Congress is and has been the bottom of the pyramid. The poor, Dalit, Adivasi, OBCs. But Congress's politics is not quite aligned to that. And the messages given by the central leadership do not actually reach the bottom. This requires a fresh think. This requires bold imagination. This is the time to move forward, to bring in not just new blood, but also bring in new ideas. Right. Without that, the opposition wouldn't move.
संजय
जी, योगेंद्र जी, संजय हूं मैं और आपसे बहुत दिनों के बाद बात करने का मौका लगा है। अपोजिशन को क्या करना चाहिए, इस पर आपने बहुत ही वेल थॉट आउट प्लान कई बार डिस्कशन किया है, कई बार बताया है, और अभी आपने बहुत डिस्पैशनेट कंसर्न सिटीजन वाला एनालिसिस दिया है। मैं आपसे, चूंकि आप चुनाव शास्त्री भी रहे हैं, तो एक ही सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं, और ये कि करीबन 70-80 सीटें हैं जो 50,000 के मार्जिन से हारी जीती गई हैं इस चुनाव में, और 35 सीटें ऐसी हैं जो वोट कटर पार्टियों की मौजूदगी के कारण कांग्रेस लूज कर गई है। तो ये जो चुनाव व्यवस्था है उसमें एक एक वोट और एक एक बूथ पर जो लड़ाई होनी चाहिए वो सबसे बड़ी कमी है विपक्ष की, और इसीलिए ग्राउंड पर जनमत खिलाफ होने के बावजूद, बीजेपी के खिलाफ होने के बावजूद अपोजिशन जीती हुई बाजी लगातार हारता रहा है। ये भी उसी का एक नया एग्जिबिट है। आप क्या कहेंगे?
जी, आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं। मैं समझता हूं कि अपोजिशन से ज्यादा मैं समझता हूं ये कांग्रेस की समस्या है। कांग्रेस को बाकी पार्टियों के साथ डील करने का तरीका सीखना होगा। अब ये बात सच है कि समाजवादी पार्टी से मध्य प्रदेश में कोई बहुत बड़ा फायदा होने वाला नहीं था। लेकिन अखिलेश जैसी बात कहना तो कोई समझदारी का लक्षण नहीं है। ये तो आपको एक लार्जर नेशनल लेवल पे नुकसान पहुंचाएगा। राजस्थान में अलायंसेस का मामला था, गंभीर था। सीपीएम और बीएपी, भारतीय आदिवासी पार्टी, ये दो क्लियरली ऐसी फोर्सेस थी जो कि जिन्होंने कांग्रेस को कम से कम 15 सीट पे नुकसान पहुंचाया है, जो कांग्रेस की सहयोगी रही, जो कांग्रेस से अलायंस करने को तैयार थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद अलायंस नहीं हुआ। मैं समझता हूं कि केवल अगर कांग्रेस ये दो चीज राजस्थान में कर लेती, इन दोनों पार्टियों से अलायंस, जो बिल्कुल संभव था, और जो एमएलए थे जिनके खिलाफ एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थी, सरकार के खिलाफ नहीं थी, एमएलए के खिलाफ थी, उनकी टिकट काटना, अगर इसमें कांग्रेस बीजेपी से ही कुछ सीख लेती, क्योंकि बीजेपी में मेरे जितने भी वैचारिक मतभेद हैं और वो रहेंगे और मैं खुल के बोलता हूं उसके बारे में, लेकिन एक रणनीति के तौर पे अगर हम इस बात को समझें और सीखें, कुछ देर पहले क्रिकेट की बात हो रही थी, बीजेपी चुनाव में एक टीम की तरह काम करना जानती है। बीजेपी के पास एक स्पष्ट रणनीति होती है, जैसे कि मध्य प्रदेश में उनके पास थी। एक रणनीति लेके उतरना, एक नैरेटिव, एक सपना लोगों के सामने लेके उतरना, जब तक ये चीज आप नहीं कर सकेंगे, तब तक बीजेपी का मुकाबला करना आज की स्थिति में ऑपोजिशन के लिए बेहद कठिन होता जा रहा है। अगर उससे अलायंस सीख सकता है, 6 दिसंबर को जो कि इंडिया अलायंस की मीटिंग हो रही है, अगर उसमें इंडिया अलायंस केवल सीटों के गठबंधन की बात से आगे बढ़ के ये सोचे कि जमीन पे क्या करना है, क्या नैरेटिव, क्या एजेंडा देश के सामने रखना है, तब एक 2024 का मुकाबला अभी भी असंभव नहीं है।
Right, Yoginji, I'm just interrupting you now because we do need to take a short break and come back with the very latest developments. It's been a fascinating day. We're going to run through all the big developments. That's up after this short break.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December. Come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time? Or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel banks on welfare scheme to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will romp home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors I do think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy. Right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest. Right?
24 की हैट्रिक की गारंटी दे दी है।
देखो यार, जिंदगी का कोई भरोसा नहीं, पता नहीं कब फोटो पे हार चढ़ जाए और फैमिली का फ्यूचर, बच्चों की पढ़ाई खतरे में पड़ जाए। तो आज ही पॉलिसी बाजार से 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कराओ, सिर्फ 525 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
बनाऊंगा मैं तो बनेगा भारत, बादलों पे चल के हवाओं से मिलके मैं बनाऊंगा, उम्मीदों के पंख कंधों पे लगा के मैं बनाऊंगा, बनाऊंगा मैं तो बनेगा भारत, बनाऊंगी मैं तो बनेगा।
स्किल, स्टील और दिल से बन रहा है भारत। AMNS India, smarter steels, brighter futures. What you're missing on the inside is waiting for you out there. Find the missing piece of your puzzle. Write the missing part of your story. The new Safari. Reclaim your life.
Experience a new Verilux progressive lens designed with artificial intelligence so it can predict your natural eye movement. Verilux.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time, or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel banks on welfare scheme to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will romp home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6.
To the counting for votes in 4 states, the results are clear. The BJP has stomped home to a victory with wins in 3 states, Rajasthan, MP and Chhattisgarh. The Congress finds a consolation in 1 win.
Yes, and the Prime Minister has sent the message for 2024. He has talked about 4 specific vote banks that the BJP will be targeting, clearly attempting to dismantle the caste census pitch that has been made by the Congress in these elections, and also sending a message that going ahead, it is about his personal guarantee, Modi guarantee, as he talked about. And the process of government formation, Vishnu, has begun in the BJP. They have reasons to celebrate. 3 states won convincingly, and all these 3 states that they had not won in 2018.
The Prime Minister spoke about the woman vote, the vote among young voters, first-time voters included in that. Adivasis and farmers. And he made it clear that Nari Shakti was at the heart of what he promised. He promised women that the guarantees of promises would be fulfilled and that he personally assured them of that. He also said Adivasis had been liberated from the Congress, which kept them in a perpetual state of backwardness. The bottom line over here, development, I think that's a very positive agenda, because I would suggest that almost half, Maria, of the Prime Minister's speech was looking forward. It wasn't just about the win. And if that is the agenda for India development, then perhaps that's the most progressive agenda of all.
Yes, and interestingly, the dais from where the Prime Minister was speaking, the backdrop has sent a message of going ahead. Sanjay, come in on this. The message was, "Sapne nahi hakikat bunte hain, tabhi to sab Modi ko chunte hain." So the message is clear, 2024, it will be not about dreams. He's not a dream merchant here. He's someone who believes in ensuring that those dreams get converted into reality.
See, that was very interesting, and the first thing which caught my attention when his car was driving in,
yes,
and then Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah sitting on the podium, and in between that vacant seat and that banner, that stood out, and I think that is going to be catch line for 2024. What you said, merchant of dream, Congress once upon a time had called him something else. Sonia Gandhi, and she paid very heavily in Gujarat election. Now, when he was also talking about freebies announced, and there again he put a counter as to the credibility, the delivery, the fairness, the transparency, and it is on basis of that people judge. Now, this is a very simple language, and it was also very important that he mentioned, the party mentioned Telangana also. It was not just
and he begins with Telangana.
Yeah, Telangana tak gunj ye jani chahiye.
Gunj ye jani chahiye.
Otherwise, what one would have imagined, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, they write all Telangana. And niche Modi ki guarantee. So that is, I think, going to be catch-phrase. It is very simple, very communicative, and very easy for people to understand. Basically, he makes an argument in such a language which is very clear to the people at large. सपने तो बहुत लोग बुनते हैं, दिन में भी सपने देखते हैं, मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने होते हैं, कुछ भी दे दो, कुछ भी कह दो, आसमान दे दो, but we are the one who actually translate that into the reality.
And they have also sent a message of Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh are the catchment areas, Veera. The message is clear and it begins with ye goonj ye Telangana tak jani chahiye, understanding fully well that yes, it's a gain from 1 to 8. It's a distance covered, but a long, long way to go.
That's right. No, that's right. But, you know, in the sense that it's a really long way to go, there is a South-North divide. But the fact that there was an inroad that's been made, and I think one needs to wait and see how it plays out. I mean, you formed an alliance in Karnataka, and I think one needs to look at this, Maria. Is there a possibility of a BJP BRS
going into Raj Bhavan in Telangana?
That's in Hyderabad, along with that. And this is fascinating. If you're going to stake claim, then it means that you've decided who the chief minister is. You can't go there. So it's most likely Revanth Reddy.
It is Revanth Reddy.
Yes, and DK Shiv Kumar and Revanth Reddy, both of them are going to the Raj Bhavan to stake claim
to form the government, which is categorical and clear, right? Why? And I'll tell you why. At 70, 75, it was a different game. At 65, I think the Congress wants to get this done fast and seal the deal there in Telangana and make sure that the flock is together. You don't want to give any time between now and later, you know, in terms of having any kind of problems there, because 65 is what, 5 above the halfway mark, and you don't want to risk any kind of chances here.
And why has DK Shiv Kumar been called there?
Because he's the observer, plus also the fact that you needed that kind of a person to hold the MLAs together, which was essentially required. Remember Telangana, Maria, don't forget that out of 18, 12 shifted last time, right? Now, it's a victory, and I think they will have to hold it together. It's not a government where the Congress can feel easy.
Yes.
They need to constantly watch their back at 65, especially post-2024.
And if the movement is with Revanth Reddy, Veera?
Sorry?
So, it's the potential chief minister who has gone to claim
It has to be, right? You can't, nobody else can go and stake a claim. You can't go and stake claim as a CLP. If Revanth Reddy has gone, obviously DK Shivkumar is not staking claim.
No, I'm talking about Revanth Reddy. Does it mean he has gone as the state president, but yes, also his position?
No, you can't go as state president to stake claim. You have to go as chief.
No, but he is not being chosen as the head of the CLP.
So I think they will have to go and stake their claim in terms of...
That technicality again is very interesting, because till such time you have a CLP leader, as a party, you cannot precisely stake a claim. The incumbent has to decide. This has not happened in, say other states, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, and Madhya Pradesh.
So this is basically in a hurry, Maria. I think if Revanth Reddy is going
politics, so that's why DK Shivkumar has been sent. The reason.
So you make it clear, get it done with, move forward, get the rest of it sorted.
I just wanted to bring in Amitabh for a second. In your mind, what did the BRS do wrong?
See, the BRS, I think, at the top level, inaccessibility to people. So KCR was inaccessible. His son used to make it up with his appearances. However, the culture flows from the top. The MLAs became inaccessible. And there was high anti-incumbency against local MLAs. And KCR took a challenge and renominated most of them. When people are changing 15, 20, 30% of the MLAs parties, you have not changed any of your MLAs. So that, I think, hurt the people very hard, and a lot of corruption allegations. Because see, it's an industrial state, but urbanization is also a double-edged sword. There is a have and have not battle also. Even in Hyderabad, the slums, 25% people live in slums.
Yes.
So while people have made some money, there is progress, but there is also a bigger section which has been deprived of this.
So I think that lopsided development.
There is urban areas. BRS has swept. I mean, has won and retained its whole thing. The Congress has not done well in urban areas. You know, campaign committee chairman Madhu Yashki Gaud has lost in LB Nagar, which is against Sudhir Reddy, who's the Huda chairman. So in the urban areas, the BRS has held its own. The Congress hasn't really done really well. It's the rural areas that it's worked, A. And B, I think largely if we have to look very closely at this vote shares and the results, how it plays out, the BJP's gain in North Telangana seems to have hurt the BRS more than it has hurt the Congress at some level. So I guess it's a large narrative, and important, as someone pointed out, post the liquor scam, corruption coupled with family rule is a very, very difficult combination.
Corruption has been a factor across.
Corruption has been a factor across.
In Chhattisgarh as well. But it is a narrative the BJP has stitched together quite well in the context of different states.
You see, the BJP actually aided the Congress in the attack on the KCR family, right? You know, BJP kept saying family rule. So family rule on one side along with corruption is anti-state.
Interrupting you just everybody half a second. Uma Sudhir joins us now outside Raj Bhavan. The Congress has gone to stake claim. Uma, what's happening behind you?
Just a few minutes ago, even as we were waiting on live, but at that time the convoy of vehicles in fact went in, and it's not just the 4 people that we have mentioned, but there were about at least a dozen vehicles that went in, which included all the observers who have been appointed for overseeing the process of government formation. As you know, that list of observers was in fact released yesterday itself. That of course included DK Shivkumar and Deepa Das Munshi and the others who were mentioned in that, Manikrao Thakre and the 2-3 others. But yes, Revanth Reddy was also there, and Uttam Kumar Reddy. And let me clarify this, since you were discussing this earlier, that they have said that they have not selected their leader, but they are going to go in and stake claim to form the government as the single largest party, and that they will be holding their CLP tomorrow, when that decision will be taken on who will lead the CLP, and most likely that's going to authorize the central leadership to take a decision on it. This is what top source, who is one of those who has gone inside, has told me. So while all this is happening, not all the MLAs have still reached the Ella Hotel where they were all meeting together this evening. Some of them are still on their way. So the CLP has been scheduled for tomorrow. In a short while from now, we are expecting that DK Shivkumar and Revanth Reddy and Uttam Kumar Reddy and others will come out, and they will be briefing us on what exactly they have told the governor, other than saying that yes, we are staking the claim as the single largest party with a majority.
So, Uma, just a quick question in terms of it. Do we have clarity on when they're going to hold the CLP meeting, as you're pointing out, this tomorrow morning? And also, if Uttam Kumar Reddy, Revanth Reddy, all of them are going in, are they just going there to fix a date for this one? Because taking claim, how does that process play out?
This is exactly what the source that, one of those who's gone inside, he has told me, saying that they are going in to stake a claim to form the government. I asked him, so have you decided on a leader? He said, no, we have not yet decided on a leader. We will be holding our CLP tomorrow because not everyone has arrived yet as of now, and therefore we are waiting for everyone to arrive, and we will be holding the CLP tomorrow. I also asked him, is there a time that's been fixed for the CLP tomorrow? He said, no, that clarity has not yet come about when we will be meeting for the CLP.
Sure.
Okay, so the sense that is coming in now from Telangana, that the Congress has gone to stake claim. They have gone to meet Governor Tamilsai. And this is essentially a quick movement by the Congress party. Remember, just few hours back, much before the election results were announced, they had announced observers for all the states. It is this state, Telangana, where they need the observers. Rest three, they don't, because they have lost the states really badly, perhaps. But Uma, coming to you with one question that is on everybody's mind. The CLP leader hasn't been chosen, but they have gone to stake claim. Are we to believe that MLAs, without even getting their, the certificates, they had given their approval to DK Shiv Kumar, who was in charge of Telangana?
See, it's like this. The MLAs are all, most of the MLAs have already arrived, and they were in fact initially told Taj Krishna, and then they went on to the Ella Hotel where they were all meeting. But they have decided to act fast. I would also think for two reasons. One, that while they are saying that they are not fearing any kind of a poaching on the part of the BRS or KCR, what was very clear was that the president of the party had conveyed that if the number of MLAs is less than 65, then they all be shipped out to Bengaluru. And if the number was between 65 and 70, they were to be kept in a five-star resort. To be kept in a resort in Hyderabad itself. Now, even though the number is less than 65, even then they are saying that they are confident that they are not going to be poached. In fact, they have been in touch with BRS MLAs, including two ministers who have, in fact, been elected in this particular election, and they are likely to be joining, in fact, the Congress rank. So that will, in a sense,
Uma, half a second. Uma, just one sec. If you could, a key meeting taking place in a hotel, that's where all the Congress leaders are. And that's going to be taking place tomorrow, and it's going to be a CLP meeting. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., right?
Yes, 9 a.m. That's where Pratibha is.
And let's go across to Pratibha.
Yes, this is all technicality. I think what is becoming clear is that Congress is trying to send a message that there is that nimble foot movement on the part of the Congress. They do not want to leave anything to chance. That is to put the entire picture together. Yes, go ahead. Pratibha, what are you seeing there?
Well, in fact, I'm stationed right outside Ella Hotel in Gachibowli, and just about an hour ago, all the leaders did arrive here, most of them from their respective constituencies, also headed by DK Shiv Kumar, one of the prominent leaders from Karnataka, who has been making key decisions here with respect to the next move of the Congress government in Telangana. And based on the meeting that took place, which was just a quick meeting of about 45 minutes, they came out, and Mr. DK Shiv Kumar did mention that they would be rushing to the Raj Bhavan to stake claim and form the government. And once all the leaders are in is when the legislature party meeting would take place, and that will be roughly at around 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. And the next steps would be decided soon after, once they decide on the CLP leader. But yes, as of now, the Congress wants to project itself as one party that has a sweeping majority in its place, even though the numbers are less. That's the image that they want to portray, and this is what we are picking up from the moves that have been planned out by the Congress government here.
We're also joined at this stage by Supriya Shrinate of the Congress Party. Good evening, Supriya. It's been a tough day for the Congress Party. Of course, you've done extremely well in Telangana. But with this win in 3 states in the north, would you agree that the BJP has essentially been able to set the narrative ahead of the big elections next year? Or do you believe that between now and then there is enough time for the India Alliance to sort of find some sort of narrative which works?
So thanks very much for having me on the show, and I'm reasonably certain that we will have a Congress Chief Minister in Telangana very soon.
Yeah.
I do not think there is seizing of the narrative as much as there is winning. I mean, and I am somebody who calls a spade a spade. Yes, we've lost the 3 Hindi heartland states, but I don't think all is lost. I mean, if you remember, before 2004 elections, we had lost exactly these states, and then we formed the government in the center. I am reasonably certain that there are palpable issues on the ground that we will capture as the India Alliance. I mean, today is the day that belongs to the BJP as far as Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh are concerned. I will, however, keep insisting, and I'm sounding like a broken record for some maybe, but I do think that I see a glimmer of hope in Rajasthan. I'm very disappointed with Madhya Pradesh, extremely disappointed with Chhattisgarh, but not as disappointed with Rajasthan, because in the previous few times where we have been incumbent, we have really been routed. The fact that we are holding on to those seats does tell us that schemes have been talked about, schemes are affected, but there was something else that worked on the ground, and that something else is perhaps things that we will have to work upon. Yes. And so, like they say, success has many fathers and failure has none.
Yes.
So I'm going to be humble in my defeat, but I do believe that this is not a script that can be pre-written for 2024.
Okay, so you certainly feel that...
Your position, does it weaken your position with the India Alliance?
How does it weaken my position?
I mean, your partners would be saying that, look, you've not done well in terms of the Congress being the direct contest, plus the Congress being the largest party within the India Alliance. Does it somewhat weaken your position within the alliance?
No, actually quite the contrary. I mean, we have wrested a state from a regional party, which if you ask me is a pretty big deal.
So one state, but 3 states you've lost.
I'm coming to that. You seem to be very anxious to get answers out of me, and you will get all the answers that you want. Let me finish my statement, and then you can jump in. So I think wresting a state from a regional player is a pretty big deal. That's part number 1. We've got over about 40% votes in almost all of these 3 states that we've lost. We've together got about 250 seats. So I don't think it weakens our position. Quite the contrary. I think we're very much in the game. And within the India Alliance, it is not a competition about who's winning or who's losing. We are together for a reason. And I'm reasonably certain the fact that we've been able to put up a good show in Rajasthan, and Madhya Pradesh, like I said, is disappointing. Chhattisgarh, I think there are enough issues to tie down the BJP on, and that is what we will be meeting and discussing and putting our collective minds to.
Right. All right, Supriya. Well, we're going to take a short break at this stage, because coming up right after that, my colleague Sanjay Pugalia speaks to Jyotiraditya Scindia, who's had a great day today. That's coming up in the next couple of minutes. So do stay tuned.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, "Yaar, Deepinder, the idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from?" And he said, "Look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns. What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch. And consulting hours were long, so you ended up, maybe having 2 meals in the office, lunch and dinner. And office had a cafeteria which would not serve food, but you could get your own food and eat it. So to make life easy for the employees, the admin team had collateral menu cards of all restaurants that deliver there.
Yeah.
And so, and Deepinder said, it is a huge pain every day, 1 p.m. I go to the cafeteria, I have to wait in a line to access the file because everybody's come at 1 o'clock. And then I get it for 3.5 minutes, and I got to decide very quickly, I ring up the...
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. this World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
They have almost learned like a lesson what happened in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee lost to Shivendu Adhikari. So they want to send that message that they have somehow in this defeat managed to create a challenger or a contender, not only to KCR, the former chief minister, or an outgoing chief minister, but also a potential chief minister in Revanth Reddy.
Exactly.
In from Kamareddy.
And not just that, if you see, we got 6.98, when it comes to vote percentage, and now it's gone up to 13.8. So we've doubled our vote share, which is huge. But something very major is happening. When you look at, I heard Supriya Srinath talk about what would be the narrative leading up to 24. But I think we're missing the big picture. And that was there encapsulated really well in the way Modi ji spoke. Something momentous is happening in our country. And that is, the whole identity politics. When he says that he believes in 4 castes, and those 4 castes are Yuva Shakti, Mahila Shakti, Kisan Shakti.
I think that's more about the class play, which is happening here.
No,
it's the class play.
No.
Because he understands that women as a gender constituency.
Women and youth would not be class play. So we are used to observing, practicing, and a certain kind of politics. The vote bank politics, the identity politics based on religion and caste. But somewhere this is blunting, and this is the new Modiism. This is the new Modi.
Okay, then how will the Congress and India blunt that point of 4, classes, or should I say new constituencies that the Prime Minister says is emerging for the BJP? Supriya? Okay,
all right, we don't have Supriya with us anymore. Would you like to take that question, Sanjay?
Yeah, Modi came out with this thing since the time Congress and all of India alliance tried to divide this Hindu consolidation in name of caste. After all, this was Nitish Kumar's Sagufa, the caste census. I call this Sagufa because there was nothing to say as to what after caste census, right? And Congress picked it up like Congress picks up anything from what Arun Jaitley used to say, rent a cause. And thereafter Congress tried to give its own shape, jitni abadi utna haq, which of course was rebutted. Modi in his previous
Sanjay, just to add to this point, we have seen the emergence of class, the Garib Gurba for the BJP in 2017 UP. That's where it started post demonetization, and please come in on this, Amitabh. What is interesting here is that you cannot do mandal politics by being on the margins of OBC politics since your inception. Congress has not been an OBC party. They have not done that. In fact, they have been anti-mandal. So, Amitabh, all of a sudden, you cannot reimagine yourself and say that we'll do caste census.
Can I just add 20 seconds?
Yeah, remember na jaat pe na paat pe, mohar lagegi haath pe. Indra ji ki baat pe. That was the nara. So
see, the whole concept of Labharthi was based on there is no caste. Even some Muslim women voted for Prime Minister Modi. Yadavs voted for Modi in 14 and 19 because that is completely alienated as a social constituency for the BJP. That Labharthi cuts across because that delivery system. And here again, when you talk in terms of caste, Modi no longer, or BJP no longer is talking Modi as OBC. That period is gone. Now, when he talks about this, he bridges not just the religion, but this becomes panned across all religions.
I have a different take on this, the OBC aspect, and I'll bring in Amitabh on this. When the cabinet reshuffle happened this time around, the fact was about the OBC representation in the cabinet having gone up. If you look at the OBC representation in various states, the BJP has ensured that there is a proper OBC representation. But I think they realize that these caste blocks, yes, will stay with the party, but it is about creation of a new idea going ahead. And that's where the demographic aspirational classes of women and youth come in. Amitabh.
Yeah, essentially, see, BJP is already the OBC party.
Yes, they are the OBC
party. It has already cracked the caste census demand which the opposition is now relying on. That's number one. You mentioned about the beneficiary factor. 28% BJP voters in Madhya Pradesh who have voted for the party are beneficiaries. That is 1/3 of its total vote bank. Correct? So, कास्ट पॉलिटिक्स में बीजेपी ने ऑलरेडी क्लास का तड़का लगा दिया है। ये आज की बात नहीं है, ये बहुत पुरानी बात हो चुकी है। और कास्ट एंड इन कास्ट सेंसस यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट कॉन्फ्रंटेशन, अगड़ा वर्सेस पिछड़ा, वेयर एज बीजेपी इज टॉकिंग अबाउट एसिमिलेशन, inclusiveness. So all these things, see, first of all, you have to set your house in order. You are demanding caste census. What is the proportion of candidates, OBC candidates have you given? What is the proportion of OBC members you have in your CWC? You are asking media, कौन कितने OBC बैठे हैं? अरे भाई साहब, पहले CWC में कितने OBC हैं आपको मालूम है? और कोई मीडिया वाला पूछता नहीं है सवाल। ये अजीबोगरीब बात है।
I just wanted to add one. So this caste census issue has fallen flat, you know, with the way the results have come out. Another issue which the opposition was banking on was the issue of OPS, and there was lot of churning within the opposition parties that if OPS is going to be projected, and of course we seen Mr. Gehlot had announced that already that announcement for OPS was done, that this is what is going to draw the middle class towards them. But that also could not hold fort in front of the way their deliverance in terms of welfare schemes. It failed both in Chhattisgarh as well as in Rajasthan. So that also is an issue which we see that has been able to, could gather much steam in these elections.
And do you sense, Desh Ratan Nigam, that post-COVID, the idea of various castes have started, assimilating or should I say intermingling? Because these were moments that it was about individuals and everybody was a citizen. And I think the emphasis that the BJP keeps giving, कि सरकार ने सबको टीका लगाया, irrespective of what you were and who you were. Do you think all that mean, because those are moments that you realize mark a shift in politics, those are momentous moments, mark almost like tectonic shift in politics that we keep talking about?
See, beyond politics is our society.
Yes.
The entire society was on survival mode.
Yes.
And who came with vaccination? The Prime Minister. With the entire indigenously developed vaccine over a very short period of time, which had one of the highest success rates in the world. Ultimately, yes. And where everybody was doubting, people were laughing on this indigenous mechanism that India developed. So that survival mode cut across all the caste divides, class divides.
Right.
And that is where the government came in between, the Prime Minister came in between, and he took a lot of flack for that. Please remember, right from Supreme Court to everybody was, trying to raise banners at that point of time.
Okay, I think what we'll do right now is let's just go across to our big screen and take a look at what the overall situation is. I think over a period of time, what we've been doing is getting a bit caught up in the minutiae, which is fascinating in these elections. But in case our viewers are just joining us, then perhaps it's time to take a look at this. So we're going to take a look at seats and we're going to take a look at vote share. So let's start off first with Madhya Pradesh. This, of course, is absolutely huge. The BJP at 164. Who would have thought in the beginning of the day that this is where the BJP was going to be? The magic mark 116. Look at where they are presently. That's up 55. The Congress has done disastrously, down 49 from last time around. So that's what the seat situation is. If you take a look at the vote share, the BJP, of course, has gained both in terms of seats and vote share. They would with such a decisive mandate. 49% of the vote share is with the BJP. The Congress 8% less. So, I mean, there are no two ways about this. It's absolutely huge. But I think it is interesting, however, that in terms of vote share, there is no real difference. There is no difference for the Congress party. They've not managed to win seats. Their vote share, it appears, is the same as it was last time around. But look at this. The BJP up on seats, up in terms of vote share as well. I wonder if the Congress would be taking consolation from their vote share. Let's take a look at Rajasthan now. And again, start of the day, the sense was that this was likely to go to the BJP, but it could be close. A lot of the exit polls, in fact, got a lot of things wrong. But Rajasthan perhaps much more in favor of the BJP than most polls would have suggested, up 42, down 30. One of the areas where the Congress has done well, I beg your pardon, the BJP has done well. And of course, to win a state, you'd have to do well everywhere. But the fact that in the Gujjar areas, in eastern parts of Rajasthan, the BJP really made inroads in an area where the Congress in the past has been quite strong, is a real testament to how they have gained across the state, well above the majority mark of 100 at 115. In terms of the vote share again, let's take a look at where that is. The vote share will be narrower between the BJP and the Congress party, 42 to the BJP, 40 to the Congress and its allies. Let's move to the next state now. In fact, let's stay on this for half a second more. The Congress has actually gained 1%. Congress and its allies have gained a little bit in terms of vote share. So that is interesting, but again, not translating into seats. Chhattisgarh, now this is where every exit poll has really gone wrong. There was a strong sense, perhaps even a sense of complacency at the level of the Congress party that they were going to win Chhattisgarh. There was nothing to it. They'd done all the right things. Baghel was untouchable. I should remind you, when Maria and I started anchoring in the morning, Baghel was actually trailing. Eventually that changed, that turned, but for a long period he was actually trailing, and that was perhaps symbolic in a sense of what went wrong with the Congress. I mean, with the majority mark of 46, the BJP at 54, who would have thought at the start of the day that Chhattisgarh would also go in favor of the BJP? And I think what is interesting as we bring up the vote share, and that will be much closer, of course, is the Prime Minister talking in his victory speech this evening about how the Adivasi community was one that the BJP had worked extra hard, in a sense, one among 4 groups that he identified to sort of gain their trust and take them out of what he called the backwardness that the Congress had placed them in for decades. 47 to 43 over here, but just look at this, a vote share increase of 14 for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Finally, let's take a look at Telangana at this stage, and this is where the Congress party has a lot to be happy about. It is, in the context of the overall elections, a consolation, but it is an absolutely huge win for the Congress party, because for them to actually come to 65 is up 46, the BRS down 49. For them to have a 20% or so swing in certain cases, is absolutely remarkable. But don't forget the third party over here. Yes, compared to the Congress or the BRS, the BJP is far, far behind. But remember, last time around, they were only at 1. So it's a gain of 7 from last time. And I think seat share would be quite interesting to see the difference between the Congress and its allies and the BRS. So let's have the next one I beg your pardon, the vote share. And the vote share at this stage is the Congress at 40, the BRS at 38, and the BJP, and this is where the BJP will be taking a lot of interest in this number, that yes, the seats have gone up, perhaps not as much as they would have liked, but the fact that their seat share, their vote share rather, has gone up to 14% is something that they would be welcoming. So that's what the overall situation is, and it's on the basis of this that we have the Prime Minister spell out the agenda from now to the next elections. The BJP, I suspect, has already entered poll season as far as 2024 is concerned.
Absolutely, Vishnu. You know, when you say the poll season, if you look at Prime Minister's speech, that is setting the agenda going ahead and going forward. That was a very forward-looking speech. It's a victory speech and also an election speech. Sending a message, Amitabh, to what his Karyakartas should be looking at. But I think the point here that has been made about the catchment areas, and I think it will be also too much of a binary to, and very limiting, I would say, to look at these elections as some leaders are doing as some kind of north versus south. I'm not too sure if that is the right prism to look at it, because even in the state of Telangana, going up from 1 to 8 and identifying potential catchment areas, which includes also Tamil Nadu.
Yeah. So essentially, if you see across states,
Yes.
BJP has gained vote share.
Yes.
Congress vote share has remained the same even in the Hindi heartland. Others have got squeezed out even in Vidhan Sabha election. And in Telangana, BJP has gained 7%, largely at the expense of others. The third parties, smaller parties, with the contest becoming bipolar largely, they are getting squeezed out. And you mentioned about the forward-looking, the speech. The next goal is to break the record of 414 of Rajiv Gandhi of 1984.
I think that is
Modi is a man of records.
And I want to flip or look at the question which Maria asked from the opposite standpoint. That suppose there is a north versus south. I mean, it is quite clear that there is one. This is resounding for the BJP in terms of the north. Do you believe that that is where our country is right now, looking forward to the next elections at the south? The Congress has done really well in Telangana after doing really well in Karnataka. The BJP, the BJP doesn't have much of a say in Kerala and in Tamil Nadu presently. Therefore, there is consolidation for the opposition led by the Congress in the south of the country, not so in the north. So is that a factor that the BJP will have to deal with in 2024?
So in Karnataka, we were in power 3 times. So it's not that it's totally new, that was the citadel that we were in the south. But you look at all the states and the CR score, we were 0-5 or 0-4 if you look at the 4. What are we now? 3-1. Right. Even in the last one, Telangana, we have made huge strides. So it's just been again and again and again and again for BJP. As for the south, I think Karnataka was a loss definitely and a big setback. But like we came from 2 to 303, I'm sure we'll be working. And now another thing, when you talk about Tamil Nadu especially, I think this has also costed them, this whole thing of obliterating Sanatan Dharma.
Yeah, so
that is a huge factor.
It played out in Chhattisgarh as well.
Yeah.
I mean, who would have thought?
Who would have thought? And you know, Chhattisgarh, I mean, nobody expected us to have such huge gains. I thought we'll do well. Amit Shah ji predicted it and said we'll making a clear, we'll have a government there, clear majority, simple and absolute. But the fact of the matter is we didn't expect the numbers to be so high.
Right.
There is something to be said there that clearly is just on the pulse of the people, but a redefining of how BJP and Modi ji is looking at the new constituents, new India. And also it's a two-way process. Even the voters are changing. You know, there is something happening there. That is a tectonic shift I was talking about in our politics. So the expectations are different. So it is development oriented. You know, all this talk of Hindutva. You see what Prime Minister talked about today? Only Vikas and development. And
that's fascinating. And I wanted to ask Deshrathan ji about that. That the Hindutva ideology, focus, backbone exists for the BJP that is untouched. But it just seems to me, based on what the Prime Minister has said, that for the next elections, that's not the number one plank. It's not the plank which the BJP will be going into the elections with. They're confident of that identity. They want to focus on development. 4 groups identified make sense from the standpoint of votes, make sense from the standpoint of development.
Well, Vishnu, Hindutva is already well established.
Yeah, so we are beyond that in a sense for 2024.
And in fact, other parties are now following it. So
in Chhattisgarh, we saw that.
All rest
and
of them
Ram
are
Temple on 22nd of January. We are.
So that is done. So, and secondly, immediately after the India Alliance's attack on Sanatan Dharma, which actually jolted a lot of people, even the silent ones, that there was no provocation, there was nothing in the air, but you still provoked people. So those 2 factors. And secondly, as we talk of the south, Karnataka, even last time they had swept. However, the Telangana being the gateway, BJP has to very carefully stitch alliances now in the south. Whether it is Tamil Nadu, the Annamalai is doing very well. He's almost uplifted the mood in the state. Telangana is 14%, and if they have an excellent alliance in Telangana and Andhra, so there could be a possibility that BJP can, you know, talk about, as Amitabh was talking about, up ki baar 400 ke paar. So probably they are looking at Modi being, as rightly pointed out, a man of records. And that is where he is coming into play, and they are shifting the narrative. They have changed the definition of the caste also today. As rightly pointed, it's both caste and otherwise.
Sure.
Exactly.
That paradigm, it's a paradigm shift. Please remember that.
And talking about that paradigm shift, we have often seen, Shankar Iyer, that when UP was won, after that, the first national executive of the BJP was held in Bhubaneswar. So the message was that going forward, it will be Eastern India, be it, Bengal, Orissa, that will be the focus area. So the point was look east. Now, with the Hindi heartland being won and having lost Karnataka, what is the look for, policy of the BJP? What are they looking at?
He outlined it in his speech. He has touched on 5 major market shares that he is targeting, which is the youth, women, farmers.
Can you get me?
And the aspirational class. Now, once you have that, you have to look at the historic record of the BJP. In the 2014 election, they won about 130 seats with a 50% vote share. In 2019, that moved to 225. Now, just draw the graph. I think in Gujarat, they have had a historic victory. In Rajasthan, in Madhya Pradesh, they have had a historic victory. In Uttar Pradesh, they've had historic victories. So the idea of creating history is not for the sake of records, but to capture the momentum. And in this case, I think the target will be to sort of have at least 300 seats or more with 50% vote share. That makes BJP impregnable. Now, what kind of seats you will get when you work for 300 seats with a 50% vote share? I think that the next record that will be broken will be Rajiv Gandhi's record. Now, how do they work on it? How do they bring that about? That's basically the politics of it. I don't think the issue is so much about South versus North or whatever. What is Mr. Modi looking at? Mr. Modi is looking at total domination. And that, if you see the slogans of the last 10 years, whether it is Congress, Mukt Bharat, or whatever he says, it's basically total domination.
Yes, I agree with you. You know, Shankar, when you said that, and Sanjay sir was making that point, that Prime Minister Modi has this obsession of beating records. So when they won, the manner in which they won the state of Gujarat, it was beating their own record and the margin was phenomenal. Look at Madhya Pradesh again. This is BJP's best performance ever with 164. Those are the visuals coming in of the Raj Bhavan, where you can see the Congress leaders step out. DK Shiv Kumar along with Revant Reddy and other leaders of the party. They just met Governor of Telangana, Tamil Sai, and let's listen into what they are saying now.
I will put the mic, but this is not a way, no? Frame, sir? Elisa, can you bend down a little bit, please? Elisa, can you bend down? Bend down. You have to come forward a little bit. Sir, please. Sir, please. So you are...
We can't satisfy all logos.
Can you hold this also? I'm unable. It is my DJ.
Amma.
You get me back. Okay, you come.
Please.
Sir, can you come a little?
Okay.
Come.
Very. Today, under the leadership of our in-charge General Secretary, Mr. Manik Rao Thakur, the PCC President, former PCC President, and all our ACC observers, we have met the Governor today. We have claimed to form the government. Tomorrow morning, 9:30, we have called a meeting of the Congress Legislative Party, MLAs. Since they all are not able to reach late night, it may take some time. So tomorrow 9:30 is the Congress Legislative Party meeting which has been fixed. So after that, we will come back to you. So we have claimed the formation of the government.
Sir, when are you forming the government? What is the date?
We have claimed the formation of the government. Tomorrow we are meeting. We have a procedure in the Congress party. We will come out with the procedure and we'll come back to you.
Sir, what about the Chief Minister?
I can't disclose what the governor said and all. It is between me and the governor. We have claimed the formation of the government with 65 members in this new elected house.
Sir, Revant Reddy sir.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Okay, those are the visuals coming in where DK Shiv Kumar, who is in charge of Telangana for the Congress party, along with Revant Reddy, the man of the moment, who could very well be the head of the CLP by tomorrow morning and head to Raj Bhavan very soon to take oath as the Chief Minister as well. But as we have been discussing, it's about sending a message of total dominance. And that's what has happened today with Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan. The entire Hindi patti or Hindi belt has been won by the BJP, and what a victory it has been. And they have managed to increase their vote share as well, Sanjay.
Yeah, about 9% in Madhya Pradesh, which is huge.
Yes.
Rajasthan again, they have increased their vote share, and same in Chhattisgarh. What is interesting here, I fail to understand what was Congress's hurry out there in Telangana, in Hyderabad, to go to Raj Bhavan when you have majority mark, just to say they're actually jittery. That indicates that they are not very confident of their vote.
Among their own, for their own MLAs.
Who have won have come from BRS.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is one.
Revant Reddy himself.
नहीं इस बार अभी हाल फिलहाल में.
Yeah, so they are actually worried on that count, and that's why DK Shiv Kumar was appointed observer out there. So if need be, he can pull resources, marshal out contingency plan and something, send people to whatever,
yes, that
to his resort and whatever.
Urgency is a good point, and perhaps the Congress will be able to respond to that. What was this urgency without the CLP meeting, without choosing the head of the CLP, the Congress going to say that give us time till tomorrow, we will be coming with the signature of all our MLAs and then stake claim to form the government. But yes, 65 is not too much of comfort for the Congress party at the moment. Yes, they have crossed the halfway mark, but a comfort of just 5 MLAs, and most of these MLAs who have been fielded or candidates of the Congress party are from the BRS.
Some of them are from BRS.
Congress
They
quite
just
clearly
jumped the ship.
once bitten, many times,
Yes.
not once, more than once bitten, many times shy.
They don't
Goa,
want-
what has happened in Madhya Pradesh as well, they don't like the rug to be pulled under their feet. Keep them in that hotel, keep them nice, stake claim to form a government, and then let's see what happens tomorrow. They'll go through
Goa, they were
that
single largest
entire-
party, not in majority.
Yeah.
Here, the situation is different.
Okay, I just want to quickly go through, and if we can bring up on the screen the region-wise look at where the parties have done well. So let's take a look first at Telangana. These, of course, are images of the BJP leaders, of the Congress leaders coming out. Tomorrow's CLP meeting at 9:30, Congress Legislature Party meeting. So let's just take a look at the maps, if we can, and the region-wide split in terms of regions in Telangana. And this is interesting because all across the state, this is what the overall situation is. 65 for the Congress, that's up 46. And let's just get into the regions over here if we can. If we go to the next page, we should be able to see the regions. In fact, let's take a look at Chhattisgarh. We don't have the breakup over there, so we'll come to that later on. So that's what the situation is in Telangana, as what we were just discussing now, Maria.
Yes. So Telangana, as we had those visuals come in, but I would ask the producer to actually put out those graphics where we are discussing how the BJP support in the Hindi belt is only swell. It has grown, and the manner in which it has grown, nobody gave them a chance in Chhattisgarh. Perhaps everybody thought that after anti-incumbency of 4-term, the Chief Minister won't be able to return to power. But just look at those numbers that have started coming in. BJP winning 3 on 3. What are the reasons and why have the pollsters got it so so horribly wrong. Just look at it. It's very clear that there is a massive BJP wave in the Hindi heartland. These 3 states that they had lost in 2018, the party has gone on to win this time around. And they have trounced the Congress in the Hindi belt, these 3 states, and it was a direct bipolar contest. So the Congress has much to explain to India partners when they meet on 6th of December. Looking at Chhattisgarh, particularly here, nobody gave BJP a chance. You know, it was seen as complete dominance of Bhupesh Baghel. But here they came up with the formula of collective leadership under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There was an interesting event that happened in fact, Bhupesh Baghel is speaking. Let's listen in now.
पता चलेगा जी, लेकिन जो जनादेश मिला है उसका हम सम्मान करते हैं। सर, लेकिन जो छत्तीसगढ़ियावाद को लेकर सर आप लोग आगे बढ़े थे, जो छत्तीसगढ़ियावाद को लेकर आप आगे बढ़े थे कल्चर पे और सारी चीजों पे, लेकिन उस पर भी सफलता नहीं मिल पाई। देखिए, अब वो तो समीक्षा करने से पता चलेगा, लेकिन अभी जनादेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला है और मैं उनको बधाई देता हूँ। हार का क्या है सर? छत्तीसगढ़ बड़ा आपने सुना मुख्यमंत्री भूपेश बघेल।
You know, Bhupesh Baghel, Desh Ratan Nigam, had that, you know, the tadka or the mixture quite well. He had tried to copy the BJP playbook of Hindutva, tried to marry it with welfareism. Why do you think people did not take his welfareism plus Hindutva seriously?
The fact is, a copy always remains a copy. The original will always remain an original. So, when you become a...
And same thing happened in Madhya Pradesh.
Yes, when you become a Chunavi Hindutva or Chunavi Hindu, I think people see through it. And secondly, what they undermined or probably overlooked, the tribal votes. Where a lot of work was done, and the Prime Minister referred to it also. That had already, in fact, I had said so that we are winning on the day of the exit poll, that we are winning Chhattisgarh because tribal votes have come back, which was not there because of Ajit Jogi in the previous elections. That vote bank has come, and which is one of the turning factors. And they concentrated on tribal votes not only in Chhattisgarh, but Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan also. The Meenas have gone back. Right. So that also you see the lot of work has gone among the tribals, and that was paid dividends out here.
In fact, the graphics you have on your screen are the graphics which I was hoping to have gotten a little while back. Yeah. It is interesting if you look at where the BJP has gained, where the Congress has lost out. This actually looks at South Chhattisgarh. The Congress down 7 in an area where they had done well last time. The BJP up 8 over here. Let's just move to the next couple of states if we can, to actually look at the split of the BJP and the Congress in the various states. So after Chhattisgarh, if we can just pull out another state and talk through where the parties have done well. Rajasthan has been fascinating, for example, with the BJP doing quite well in eastern parts of the state. But this is Chhattisgarh, north. Again, the BJP has done well. The Congress, you know, compared to last time around, 40% of the vote share, no gain or loss over here. So that is interesting. The BJP, of course, has gained substantially. If you look in Madhya Pradesh, and this is the Bundelkhand region, the Congress has gained, so has the BJP over here, to the detriment of the BSP. But the gap between the Congress and the BJP, absolutely huge. Not so in the Chambal region, just a 2% gap. No change in the percentage for the BJP over there, the seat the vote percentage, but seats, of course, they've done badly. So, and that's the Mahakoshal area. The Congress up 1, but the BJP up 7. So all in all, a fairly resounding performance of the BJP. And of course, this is Malwa, which defines this entire election. Just look at this. The gap is, you know, I mean, it's the vote percentage is 10% for the BJP over here. And as always, and Amitabh, just run us through this one point. Whoever wins the Malwa region ends up winning. So I mean, that's where they want it.
88 seats.
Essentially.
Agri-distress, ST Belt, Nimad, 28 seats, 20 were won by the Congress.
Right.
And they're even losing in Mahakoshal, which is Kamal Nath's area.
Yeah.
Just the graphic before this.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And so that's just a quick look at what the overall situation is. Do we have the package ready of the Hindi heartland? Okay, we're going to try and play that up in a few moments from now.
But Vishnu, undoubtedly the big takeaways
this
as
is East Rajasthan. This is the interesting part. Look at
Yes.
this, up 7 for the BJP over here in an area where they hadn't done well last time. Maria.
Yes. To sum up our day-long coverage, big takeaways from the battle for states, the verdict that has come today. All pollsters got it wrong to begin with. It wasn't really 2-2, making both the BJP and the Congress happy. It's clear that it is Modi wave all through in the Hindi heartland, and Congress has no narrative for Hindi heartland, so they have much to worry. On road to 2024, Prime Minister Modi and the BJP remain firmly in the pole position, and Congress has no counter to the Modi magic. Vishnu.
Absolutely. That's what seems to be the dominant position, the dominant narrative, I would suggest, on the basis of what's happened. Well, it's been a really hectic day for Maria, for me, for our guests.
And to everybody
in our election war room. And I think everybody wants to grab some sleep because it's not over yet. You were wondering about Mizoram. Mizoram will be counted tomorrow, so we'll be bringing you all the details on that. But what an election it has been for the BJP, an important consolation win for the Congress party as well. But the agenda for 2024 quite clearly established. From Maria, me, and the entire NDTV team, good night. Goodbye.
Thanks for watching.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time, or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel Banks on Welfare is keen to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will romp home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so continuously for the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe 15 years, with some breaks in the middle, but not a break currently, simply because we are seeing good opportunities, we are seeing good companies, good founders, good ideas, there are good new emerging technologies, and we believe over a 7, 8, 10 year perspective, this is actually a good time to get in, because we believe entry price, entry valuation matters a lot. So we invested in Zomato in 2010. Right in the middle of the global financial crisis. We invested in Policy Bazaar in 2008, just before Lehman collapse. And those have turned out thus far to be our 2 best investments. ICICI Venture invested in Info Edge, our first round, in April 2000, just when the dot-com bubble burst. And we built Naukri through the crisis, profitably after a couple of years. And ICICI Venture got a 28.5x return in 6 years. So I think some of the best and most profitable investments are made when the market is down.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time, or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time?
आप पहले भी बोल रहे थे कि 52 से 55 के बीच में, अब वो आंकड़ा पहुंच रहा है।
बिल्कुल लगता था और पूरे छत्तीसगढ़ को घूमने के बाद एहसास हो गया था कि भूपेश सरकार के भय और आतंक से जनता ऊब चुकी है, भ्रष्टाचार से ऊब चुकी है और बदलाव होगा।
अब आगे का क्या होगा, क्योंकि अब पूर्ण बहुमत आ गया भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। अब जो चर्चाएं हो रही हैं कि मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा, तो क्या माना जाए कि अब डॉक्टर रमन सिंह ही मुख्यमंत्री होंगे?
नहीं, कोई डॉक्टर रमन के चेहरे को सामने रखकर चुनाव नहीं लड़ा गया। विधायक दल की बैठक होगी, पर्यवेक्षक आएंगे, विधायकों से राय लिया जाएगा और दल का नेता चुना जाएगा। हर बार यही होता है, 2003 में भी हुआ, 8 में भी हुआ, 13 में भी हुआ, तो वो प्रक्रिया समानता है और विधायकों के बैठक के बाद तय हो जाएगा।
लगभग चलाने शुरू हो गए हैं। रुझान जो है शुरू से ही बीजेपी के पक्ष में रहा है और एक बीजेपी के कद्दावर नेता और प्रत्याशी भी बृजमोहन अग्रवाल जी हमारे साथ हैं। ये काफी वोटों से आप लोग आगे भी चल रहे हैं और काफी सीटों पर आगे चल रहे हैं, क्या स्थिति अभी अंत में लगता है?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी स्पष्ट बहुमत लेकर आ रही है और छत्तीसगढ़ में सरकार बना रही है। कांग्रेस के अन्याय, अत्याचार, भ्रष्टाचार, विनाश के विरोध में जनता ने वोट दिया है। विकास के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जिताया है, मोदी जी की गारंटी पर विश्वास किया।
आप भी काफी मतों से आगे चल रहे हैं। काफी चर्चा चल रही थी कि इस बार बृजमोहन अग्रवाल को टक्कर है, बृजमोहन अग्रवाल पहली बार हार भी सकते हैं, लेकिन काफी अंतर रहा। कहाँ कौन सी रणनीति काम की?
हम पहले दिन से मान रहे थे कि दक्षिण की सीट जीतेंगे और रायपुर की 7 सीटों को जीतकर ये बता दिया है कि अब छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता अन्याय, अत्याचार, गुंडागिर्दी को बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी। जनता में उसमें बुलडोजर चलाया है।
क्या लग रहा है आगे की भूमिका क्या नजर आ रही है?
आगे की भूमिका छत्तीसगढ़ को विकास के रास्ते पर ले जाएंगे। यहाँ का गांव, गरीब, मजदूर, किसान, नौजवान, महिलाएं, सबका विकास करेंगे।
जी, आज नतीजे आए, 4 राज्यों के नतीजे आए। छत्तीसगढ़ का हमारा चुनाव हुआ। जो जनादेश मिला है उसका हम सम्मान करते हैं। लोकतंत्र में हमारा अटूट विश्वास है। 5 साल पहले हमारी सरकार बनी और 5 साल से हमारी सरकार ने पूरी निष्ठा से छत्तीसगढ़ के लोगों की सेवा की। हर वर्ग के लिए, चाहे हमारे ट्राइबल बहन भाई हों, चाहे अनुसूचित जाति, किसान, मजदूर, महिलाएं, स्वयं समूह, युवाओं के लिए हर तरह से, हर तरफ हमारा प्रयास रहा कि छत्तीसगढ़ के विकास में सबको हिस्सा मिले।
It was a stunner for Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and it was Mama, Mahila and Modi for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. As Shivraj Singh Chauhan said, there's no anti-incumbency, only pro-incumbency, and that was really visible even after 20 years of the BJP's rule here in Madhya Pradesh. BJP's strategy of fielding member of parliaments also paid dividends. Jyotiraditya Scindia also took a sweet revenge as the BJP won big in Gwalior, Chambal region, and in the last, BJP's Kamal blooms, Congress Kamal sinks. And clearly, the BJP workers here are jubilant. Everywhere, in all parts of Madhya Pradesh, there was a stunning victory for the BJP, and the cadre is so happy. We are inside the BJP party office in Bhopal, and you can see, as we have already said, it's only Mama, Mahila and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In Bhopal, with camera person Rizwan Khan and Anurag Dwari for NDTV.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जन जन के मन में हैं, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता के मन में हैं। उनके प्रति अगाध प्रेम और विश्वास। डबल इंजन की सरकार ने जो काम किए, चाहे वो केंद्र की योजनाओं का आदर्श क्रियान्वयन हो या मध्य प्रदेश में हमने बनाई लाडली बहना जैसी योजना हो, समाज के हर वर्ग का कल्याण किया और विकास किया, तो जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला। अमित जी की अचूक रणनीति, नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, कार्यकर्ताओं का परिश्रम, हम सब लोगों ने मिलकर काम किया, उसी का ये परिणाम।
लेकिन इतनी बम्पर जीत की उम्मीद थी लाडली बहनों?
मुझे तो शुरू से थी। मैं हमेशा कहता था कि हम शानदार सफलता प्राप्त करेंगे, क्योंकि जनता में स्पष्ट दिखाई देता था एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं थी या प्रो इनकम्बेंसी थी। कुछ लोगों ने हवा खड़ा करने की कोशिश की थी कांग्रेस के, लेकिन सच तो यह है कि ये सरकार के पक्ष में जो काम थे उसकी भी लहर थी।
एक आखिरी सवाल, आज आप बहुत व्यस्त हैं कि आगे का मार्ग क्या होगा, क्योंकि 4 दफे आप मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं, अब आगे मध्य प्रदेश का रोड मैप क्या है?
में से कोई अपने बारे में कोई फैसला नहीं करता। एक बड़े मिशन के हिस्सा हैं हम, कार्यकर्ता हैं। हमारे बारे में जो भी काम हमारी पार्टी तय करती है वो काम हम लोग करते हैं।
विपक्ष ने आपको एक्टर कहा, अभिनेता कहा, क्या उसको ये जवाब है? आप ये कहते हैं
ये जनता ने जवाब दे दिया, इसलिए मैं क्यों जवाब दूं।
प्रजातंत्र के इस मुकाबले में हम मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं का फैसला स्वीकार करते हैं। आज विरोधी दल के नाते और आगे भी जो हमारा कर्तव्य है, हम उस कर्तव्य पर डटे रहेंगे। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बधाई देता हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि जिस प्रकार जनता ने उन्हें समर्थन दिया है वो उस पर खड़े उतरेंगे और जनता को जो विश्वास उन्होंने जताया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर, वो विश्वास बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से वो निभाएंगे।
सर, आज की इस जीत पर क्या कहेंगे? ऐसी जीत की उम्मीद थी क्या?
अनुराग, मैंने आपको कहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत होगी और आपने भी उस दिन मुझे कहा था कि मुझे भी लग रहा है कि यही होगा। आपकी सोच और हमारी सोच पूर्ण रूप से सत्य निकली। इस जीत पर अगर मैं किसी को प्रथम मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूं तो हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के एक एक मतदाता को मैं देना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ ये सरकार बनाई है। मैं उनके सामने मैं प्रणाम करता हूं, नतमस्तक हूं और उनके पैर छूता हूं। और उसी के साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, जो एक पूर्ण रूप से लक्ष्य के साथ उन्होंने कार्य किया है मध्य प्रदेश के विकास के लिए, देश के विकास के लिए। गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष JP नड्डा जी, उनका मार्गदर्शन, हमारी जो हौसला अफजाई हुई, और प्रदेश के अंदर अगर किसी को श्रेय जाता है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता जिसने खून पसीना एक करके इस पार्टी को इस स्थान पे लाया है, और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी, जिनकी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं ने ये परिवर्तन लाया है, और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष BD शर्मा जी।
और ये छत्तीसगढ़ में क्या हो गया? आप तो वहाँ भी
प्रधानमंत्री जी का देश की जनता के दिल में जो जादू है, राजस्थान हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, एक इतिहास प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश के अंदर जो कायम किया है उसी का एक रिफ्लेक्शन है कि एक एक राज्य में जनता उनके साथ जुड़ी है।
बस एक आखिरी सवाल, मुख्यमंत्री चेहरे को लेकर बहुत सवाल हो रहे हैं।
मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता था, आज हूं और जिंदगी भर रहूंगा। उसी सोच और विचारधारा के साथ उसी श्रेणी में मैं कार्य कर रहा हूं।
उस दिन मैंने कहा था 9 सीट इंदौर में जीतेंगे और 160 से ज़्यादा सीट हम मध्य प्रदेश में जीतेंगे। मेरा ऑन रिकॉर्ड है, बहुत सारे सोशल मीडिया में भी चल रहा है। मैंने 9 सीट इंदौर की जीतने को बोला था। मालवा में सर्वाधिक सीटें जीतेंगे हम। हमने मालवा में भी रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा है, और वैसे तो सभी राज्यों में रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा है। छत्तीसगढ़ की इतनी ग्रेट विक्ट्री है जिसकी कल्पना हमको भी नहीं थी, और राजस्थान हम बहुत अच्छे वोटों से जीत रहे हैं। तो 3 राज्यों में सरकार बनाना, ये बहुत साफ दिखाई देता है कि आने वाले लोकसभा में हम 400 से ज़्यादा सीट जीतेंगे।
So the BJP has royally romped home in the desert state. It's the desert storm for the BJP as they have managed to paper over their differences and win convincingly in Rajasthan. What worked for the BJP? Clearly the revolving door of politics that showed the way out for the Gehlot government. Despite a strong social welfare pitch, the infighting in the Congress probably led to its defeat, while the BJP, which also was facing dissent within, actually could paper over that dissension led by the magic of Modi. Going ahead with the PM's face in this election, the BJP has royally romped home in the desert state. And the Prime Minister also picked up the guarantee narrative. Despite Ashok Gehlot's social welfare pitch, Prime Minister Narendra Modi from the dais very often promised the people of Rajasthan that their social welfare schemes would not be shut down or they would not be closed if the BJP came to power. In fact, he positioned his guarantee versus the Congress's guarantee. And clearly that plus the revolving door of politics certainly helped the BJP in the desert state.
राजस्थान की ये जो शानदार जीत है, ये माननीय हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिनका मंत्र था ये सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, ये उसकी जीत है, उनकी दी हुई गारंटी की जीत है। ये जीत हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह जी की रणनीति की जीत है और ये जीत हमारे माननीय अध्यक्ष श्री नड्डा जी के कुशल नेतृत्व की जीत है और फिर सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट ये भी है, ये जीत हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं की।
जो भी मैंडेट आया है जनता का, मैंने पहले ही कहा जनता माई बाप है, लोकतंत्र में जो भी फैसला आएगा उसको हम विथ ह्यूमिलिटी स्वीकार करेंगे और नई सरकार जो बनेगी उसको हमारी शुभकामनाएं हैं, अच्छे काम करके दिखाएं, ये हमारी भावना रहेगी उनके साथ में, पूरा सहयोग रहेगा उनके साथ में। जो नतीजा आए हैं वो चौंकाने वाले हैं।
The sort of confidence that the Prime Minister built amongst the people of Rajasthan with his commitment, with his policies and his ability to deliver those policies to them, and then compare that with the schemes that were announced in Rajasthan, but they would never actually fructify, and most of these schemes were announced 2 months short of the elections. So you can imagine the comparison that the voter would make in terms of a person who is committing his effort, his schemes, money of the country to them right from the beginning and ensuring last mile delivery vis-a-vis a government, a local government that was unable to do so. The law and order was very poor. There were 19 paper leaks in Rajasthan. And so obviously the youth, the farmers, the women, 35,000 rapes in 5 years. Can you even believe that? Can you imagine that? Yeah. And this is NCR, this is National Crime Bureau record data. Right. So compare this with Prime Minister Modi's work, and then that's where it builds confidence in the people that we need Prime Minister and his style of governance in Rajasthan.
The dream run for KCR has come to an end as his stature as the undisputed leader of Telangana has been put an end to by Revanth Reddy, who has in fact stunned the BRS into this kind of a defeat. KT Ramarao has tweeted out saying that even though they are not saddened by the outcome of today, they are certainly a little disappointed because they had not expected this kind of a result. Very oblivious the BRS and KCR has been to the fault lines in their governance and in their administration, because very obviously there was anti-incumbency that had grown over the last 10 years, and that is something that they failed to see coming. The Congress has stunned the BRS with a kind of a very strong and spirited and targeted campaign that they carried out from a party that looked literally invisible during the tenure, in the last tenure of KCR. They came on to manage this very huge victory. This has put an end to KCR's national ambitions for now at least, because with this defeat on home turf, KCR will not be able to do much on the national platform. For the Congress, Telangana has come as a southern solace, because this is the second state that they are winning in the south, even though they did not manage a positive outcome in the Hindi heartland.
I'd like to thank the lakhs of workers of the BRS party who have toiled very hard over the last 3 months for ensuring that we come back at the hustlings in a successful manner. Unfortunately, the result is definitely not what we wanted. Now, we are short by about 20 seats, but nevertheless we have put up a valiant fight, and I am deeply grateful to the people of Telangana for blessing us with 2 consecutive terms. हम हमारा काम जारी रखेंगे। हमारे जो लीडर हैं केसीआर सर, उनके लीडरशिप में we will continue to strive for the greater good, for the benefit of the people of Telangana, and we will assure all cooperation to the new government. We compliment and congratulate Congress Party on winning the mandate of the people.
तेलंगाना के मोटा की तस्वीर है, जग्गी साहब हमारे साथ हैं, सांसद हैं और अब चुनाव भी जीत गए हैं। बहुत बहुत बधाई हो सर, आपकी पार्टी यहाँ जीती है, आपकी पार्टी ने जीत हासिल की है, आपने जीत हासिल किया, बहुत बहुत बधाई।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। मेरा जीत रहे, पब्लिक का जीत है। तो सोचेगा नहीं, अभी 6 दिन के बर्थडे करने हैं, सोचेगा गिफ्ट देने के बाद तो हमारा 10 साल अब तेलंगाना आए, मगर नया सब एक फैमिली रूल करके उसके बदले में आज पूरा पब्लिक रोडों में आके उसमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा यूथ रोड पे है। यूथ के वास्ते एक एम्प्लॉयमेंट के वास्ते कुछ नहीं करा, साल बाप बेटे और दामाद का सरकार बन गए। इसीलिए वास्ते यहाँ का पब्लिक मेरे को हाईएस्ट मेजॉरिटी कांग्रेस पार्टी में मेरा और मेरा बाजू कान से हाईएस्ट मेजॉरिटी है मेरा तेलंगाना में।
And we are going straight to Bhopal, where Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan is joining us live. शिवराज जी, बहुत बहुत बधाई। इतनी बड़ी बहुमत बीजेपी को मिली है, 160 आपने पार किया है। मेरा सवाल ये होगा कि क्या आपको इतनी सीटों की उम्मीद थी?
मुझे पूरा विश्वास था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की भारी विजय होगी। जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद भरपूर हमें मिलेगा, लाडली बहनों का लाड़ भी मिलेगा और भांजे भांजियों का समर्थन भी मिलेगा। उसी के अनुरूप ये जीत हुई है।
आपने लाडली बहना योजना की चर्चा की, तो कितना आप मानते हैं कि महिलाएं आकर के उन्होंने आपका समर्थन दिया?
लाडली बहनों ने भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया है, लेकिन भांजे भांजियों का प्यार भी मिला है, गरीबों का, किसानों का, समाज के हर वर्ग का समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला है और बहनों ने तो भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया।
ये तो प्रो इनकम्बेंसी का चुनाव हो गया आपका। शिवराज जी, कांग्रेस बार बार एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की बात कर रही थी, तो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी कहाँ गया?
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी थी, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी कहीं नहीं थी। एक शगुफा था, एक वातावरण बनाने की कोशिश की थी। परिणामों से यह सिद्ध हो गया कि जनता सदैव हमारे साथ थी।
आपके खुद की चुनाव की बात करें, जहां पर से आप एमएलए का चुनाव लड़े हैं, बुद्धि से आपकी जीत 1 लाख वोटों से ज्यादा से हुई है। आप पूरे प्रदेश में जब प्रचार कर रहे थे तो आपने जनता को ये कहा था कि बुद्धि आपके हवाले। तो ये जो मार्जिन ऑफ विक्ट्री आपका खुद का है, वो कैसा देख रहे हैं आप?
लाडली बहना योजना चलती आई और
मैं बुधनी की जनता को प्रणाम करता हूं। उन्होंने कहा था केवल फॉर्म भर के चले जाओ, फिर वोट डालने आना। मैं केवल फॉर्म भरने गया, फिर वोट डालने गया और जनता ने लाख से ज्यादा वोटों से जिताया। ऐसी जनता को मैं बारंबार प्रणाम करता हूं। अद्भुत है हमारी जनता और हमारे कार्यकर्ता।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, मेरा सवाल ये भी होगा कि केंद्रीय नेतृत्व, जो सेंट्रल लीडरशिप है भाजपा की, उसने मध्य प्रदेश पे खास फोकस रखा था। 3 यूनियन मिनिस्टर, 4 एमपी और जनरल सेक्रेटरी जो थे, सब चुनाव लड़ रहे थे इस बार।
प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति अगाध श्रद्धा और विश्वास, उनके काम और उसके साथ साथ अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, भूपेंद्र यादव जी, शिव प्रकाश जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, उनका भी माइक्रो मैनेजमेंट, और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष वीडी शर्मा जी और हितानंद जी, उनके नेतृत्व में संगठन की पूरी टीम और कार्यकर्ताओं ने मेहनत की है। उसी का परिणाम।
सामूहिक नेतृत्व या कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप की बात की जाए तो कोई चेहरा नहीं था, कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप ने चुनाव लड़ा है। ये आप किस तरह से देखते हैं?
जिस तरीके से लगातार जो है लाडली बहना,
हम सब एक हैं, मिलकर साथ चुनाव लड़े।
आखिरी सवाल, जनता के नाम आपका क्या संदेश होगा? 160 से ऊपर की जीत और बहनों के खास करके आप उनको क्या कहेंगे? मध्य प्रदेश की बहनों के लिए क्या संदेश?
मैं तो बारंबार प्रणाम करता हूं। देवतुल्य जनता है, उसकी सेवा में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
Shivraj ji, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. That was our big newsmaker Shivraj Singh Chauhan. a chief minister of 18 years who has returned. The state has been won by the BJP convincingly and with a landslide. Lots more news and updates on the other side. Thanks so much for watching.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of it, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today, because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I'll tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value proposition is so good that the customer will really want this? Are customers using it? Are they happy? Are they coming back again and again? Is the company getting some sales? Right? Are customers paying real money for this? And is that real money higher than the cost? So that's the first thing. Then we look at the quality of the team and the founders. Right? And then maybe 100 other things. But these two are absolutely important. Very important also is there some IP that is being created or potentially can be created?
Mm-hmm.
Right? That matters. Because IP is what I think gives superior margins, builds a moat, and provides longevity to a business. Right? So at Naukri, we have built pretty serious IP. A lot of it is not known in the public, it's not talked about, but all our resume database is the largest in the country. The kind of algorithms we use to search our resume database are fairly unique to us, right? In the company, we've got an AI, ML, analytics team in excess of 40 or 50 people, which is one of the largest for an Indian internet company in this country. We believe that.
Hello and welcome to this special presentation on NDTV 24/7. An exhilarating day of counting is over. The BJP has swept Congress aside in 4 out of the 3 states, that is Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. With this dominant performance, the party has asserted its stronghold in 3 large states in northern India in what is also called the Hindi heartland. And despite the exit polls predicting a tight contest in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, the BJP has managed to win by an impressive margin. And a major reason for this hat-trick is being attributed to the Modi factor. BJP fielded no chief minister face in any of these states, and Prime Minister Modi campaigned extensively in all of them. We decode Modi's masterstroke for you.
It's a lotus bloom, be it Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan. Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the BJP charge in all 3 states. And clearly, the Modi magic worked for the voter. Leaders from all three states have just one thing to say. Modi hai to mumkin hai. Nothing is impossible for Modi.
पूरा राजस्थान कह रहा है, जा रही है कांग्रेस, आ रही है भाजपा। पूरे राजस्थान ने ऐलान कर दिया है, गहलोत जी कोनी मले वोट जी। एमपी और छत्तीसगढ़ में तो कांग्रेस का डिब्बा गुल है। अब राजस्थान की बारी है। कांग्रेस साफ हो जाएगी ना।
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जन जन के मन में हैं, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता के मन में है। उनके प्रति अगाध प्रेम और विश्वास। डबल इंजन की सरकार ने जो काम किए, चाहे वो केंद्र की योजनाओं का आदर्श क्रियान्वयन हो या मध्य प्रदेश में हमने बनाई लाडली बहना जैसी योजना हो, समाज के हर वर्ग का कल्याण किया और विकास किया।
राजस्थान की ये जो शानदार जीत है, ये माननीय हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिनका मंत्र था ये सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, ये उसकी जीत है। उनकी दी हुई गारंटी की जीत है।
जो नतीजा दिख रहा है, मोदी जी की गारंटी सबसे प्रमुख रूप से, उस गारंटी पे छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता ने विश्वास किया है।
न खाता हूं न खाने दूंगा। 7 महीने एक सेवक को देके देखो, मैं सिर्फ सेवक।
In 2013, Narendra Modi rose on the national scene, and since then, he has been the mascot for BJP's election juggernaut.
सबका साथ, सबका विकास हमारा प्रण है। यूपी प्लस योगी।
PM Modi has proved to be not just a crowd puller, but also a vote-attracting magnet.
डबल इंजन यानी डबल वेलफेयर, ये नॉर्थ ईस्ट के नागरिकों का सम्मान है।
BJP didn't project a CM face in any of the 3 states. So much so that even 4-time CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan wasn't declared the CM face. Similarly, former CM Raman Singh in Chhattisgarh as well as Vasundhara Raje in Rajasthan weren't projected as CM probables. Elections in all 5 states were fought in the name of Prime Minister Modi.
MP के मन में मोदी, MP के मन में लाडली बहना और लाडली बहना के मन में भाजपा, उसकी विजय।
देश की जनता के दिल में जो जादू है, राजस्थान हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, एक इतिहास प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश के अंदर जो कायम किया है, उसी का एक रिफ्लेक्शन है कि एक एक राज्य में जनता उनके साथ जुड़ी है।
Take a look at the Twitter handles of BJP leaders, be it Piyush Goyal, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, JP Nadda or Sanjay Jaiswal. In one voice, they all emphatically say that Prime Minister Modi's leadership guarantees a win for BJP every time.
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विश्वास पर, उनकी गारंटी पर भारत के 4 राज्यों की जनता ने फिर एक बार अपना आशीर्वाद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिया है।
पूरे भारत में आज मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन को विश्वास है।
सर, आपने एमपी को बेहद ही करीब से देखा है, क्या वजह रही जो इतने सीट लेकर आ रही है बीजेपी?
मैंने आपको कहा, देश में मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन का भरोसा है।
Talking about Chhattisgarh, be it political pundits, pollsters or the media, everyone was predicting a win for Bhupesh Baghel. Baghel himself was sure he would retain the state. But Prime Minister Modi's leadership as well as his strategy paid off.
आपको लूटने का कोई मौका नहीं छोड़ रही।
Just before the elections, former Chief Minister Raman Singh was made BJP's National Vice President. No CM face was announced, giving all state leaders an incentive to give it their best. Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed 4 mega rallies in Chhattisgarh. In every rally, he gave a guarantee of good governance and development of the state. Bhupesh Baghel, in contrast, is facing corruption charges as Chief Minister. Be it the Mahadev app or corruption, the issues the Prime Minister raised resonated with the public and they chose BJP over Congress.
ये जो छत्तीसगढ़ में महादेव सट्टेबाजी घोटाला हुआ है, उसमें 508 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक के बंटने के आरोप है। जांच एजेंसियों के छापों में रुपयों के ढेर पकड़े गए हैं। यहां के मुख्यमंत्री के करीबी जेल में बंद है। कांग्रेस के इन गणितबाजों को बताना होगा कि मुख्यमंत्री को इसमें कितना पैसा हिस्सा मिला है। कांग्रेस के बाकी नेताओं के हिस्से में कितना माल गया है और दिल्ली दरबार तक इसमें से कितना माल पहुंचा है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi leads an aggressive election campaign. In the very first rally in Chhattisgarh, Prime Minister Modi took a psychological lead, declaring victory for the BJP. In typical Modi style, he invited the people of Chhattisgarh for the swearing-in of the BJP government.
मैं गारंटी देता हूं, छत्तीसगढ़ को भाजपा ही संवारेगी।
The Chhattisgarh battle was a Modi versus Baghel battle, and the voters went with Modi. In Madhya Pradesh, except for the 1.5 years under Kamal Nath, BJP has been running the government for the last 20 years. Shivraj Singh Chauhan himself has been the chief minister continuously since 2005. The Congress was convinced that anti-incumbency would ensure a win for them.
कहने की जरूरत नहीं है भाइयों और बहनों, यहाँ पे कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार आने जा रही है। 150 सीटें यहाँ मध्य प्रदेश में कांग्रेस पार्टी को मिलने जा रही है। तूफान आ रहा है कांग्रेस पार्टी का।
But the results tell an entirely different story. In order to buck anti-incumbency, BJP did not announce Shivraj Singh Chauhan as the CM candidate. Once again, the election was fought in the Prime Minister's name. PM Modi did a whopping 15 rallies across the state. He also did a massive roadshow in Indore. Shivraj Singh Chauhan's Ladli Behna scheme won the hearts of women in the state. BJP's Hindutva plank, with the Ram Mandir topping the discourse, also worked. BJP moved stalwarts like Kailash Vijayvargiya and several union ministers like Phaggan Singh Kulaste, Narendra Tomar and Prahlad Patel back to the state. These perhaps are the reasons why the BJP has retained Madhya Pradesh. BJP's campaign in the state left nothing to chance, from the selection of candidates to the poll strategy. Moving to Rajasthan now, Prime Minister Modi once again led the BJP's poll juggernaut, holding 12 rallies. He kicked off the campaign from Udaipur, and it was a Modi versus Gehlot battle all the way, with Gehlot failing before Modi's magic. Kanhaiya Lal's murder also proved to be a simmering issue that helped the BJP. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi also encashed on the Gehlot pilot infighting, bringing it up in almost every rally.
राजेश पायलट जी, एक बार उन्होंने कांग्रेस के इस परिवार को कांग्रेस की भलाई के लिए चुनौती दी थी, एक बार। फिर वो भी झुक गए थे, लेकिन ये परिवार ऐसा है कि राजेश जी को तो सजा दी, उसके बेटे को भी सजा देने में पड़े हुए हैं। राजेश पायलट तो नहीं रहे, लेकिन उसकी जो लड़ाई है, जो खुन्नक है, बेटे पर भी निकाल रहे हैं।
Call it the Modi magic or the pull of the Modi guarantees. The lotus bloom is here to stay in the Hindi heartland. And all eyes are now on 2024.
Now, the Congress had raised three key issues: caste census, reservation, and reviving the old pension scheme in Rajasthan, MP, and Chhattisgarh. Now, despite all of these promises, Congress failed to deliver, losing in Rajasthan, MP, and surprisingly in Chhattisgarh. But what worked against the grand old party? Was it BJP's late but solid campaigning and their focus on micromanagement? Or was it the corruption allegations that muddied waters for Congress? Was it the infighting? Or was it Modi magic that worked in BJP's favor? Here's a report. Victory celebrations across the Hindi heartland. 3 states, 3 key issues raised by the Congress: caste census, reservation, and the old pension scheme. Prime Minister Narendra Modi effectively countered all 3. Congress banked on these issues not only to win big in at least 2 out of the 5 states, but also to expand its nationwide footprint in 2024.
भाइयों और बहनों, इसका कारण है, ये एक साजिश है। आपको आपकी सच्ची जनसंख्या, आपकी सच्ची आबादी नहीं बताना चाहते हैं।
The caste census card paid dividends for Congress in Karnataka. The party hoped for a repeat in the Hindi heartland. It also promised to implement the old pension scheme in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Had this experiment worked, Congress would have repeated the formula in 2024. But even before the elections, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made it clear what his criteria for giving reservation was.
देश में 4 जातियां ही सबसे बड़ी जातियां हैं। और जब मैं इन 4 जातियों की बात करता हूं, हमारी नारी शक्ति, हमारी युवा शक्ति, हमारे किसान और हमारे गरीब परिवार, इन 4 जातियों को सशक्त करने से ही देश सशक्त होने वाला है।
Congress's caste census card was perhaps BJP's biggest dilemma. The issue was raised by Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav in Bihar, and the state even conducted its own caste survey.
इस पूरे देश में जाति आधारित जनगणना होना चाहिए, ये मेरा 1990 की बात है।
But at the national level, it was Rahul Gandhi who emerged as the champion for caste census, promising to hold the exercise in every state that the Congress won. Rahul even raised the issue of discrimination against OBCs within the bureaucracy.
53 अफसर में से पिछड़े वर्ग के कितने अफसर हैं? 1। और ये एक जो अफसर है, बेचारा वहां पे अकेला है, इसको ये लोग कोई काम नहीं देते, ये कोने में बैठा रहता है। और फिर शिवराज चौहान जी और नरेंद्र मोदी जी कहते हैं मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार पिछड़ों की सरकार है। कैसे पिछड़ों की सरकार है?
During the assembly elections, BJP's stance on caste census also softened, but with it paying no dividends for Congress, Rajasthan, MP and Chhattisgarh, the matter most likely will lose steam now. Similarly, Congress dreamt of winning at least 50 seats in Rajasthan by restoring the old pension scheme. In fact, it was the 7th guarantee given by the Congress in the state. Both Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi raised the issue several times. Clearly, unlike Karnataka this time around, the Congress's choice of issues by Narendra Modi's guarantees hit bullseye in the Hindi heartland. Extrapolating to 2024, Congress has an uphill task before it, with no leader to counter Modi's stature and the issues it picks having little resonance, at least in the Hindi belt. Bureau Report, NDTV. It's been a clean sweep for the BJP in the Hindi heartland. Maria Shakil decodes this and how it's been a crucial win for BJP ahead of the 2024 general elections.
What we have seen today is a massive BJP wave in Hindi heartland. Remember, 3 states they lost in 2018, 3 states they wrested back this time. First, the state of Chhattisgarh, where the Chief Minister had borrowed the BJP playbook of Hindutva and welfareism. Second, the state where the BJP was facing the anti-incumbency of 18 years and a visible fatigue factor, that is Madhya Pradesh. And third, a state where the incumbent Chief Minister had gone all out with his guarantees, that is Rajasthan. So what did the BJP do right to go against the popular narrative in these states? I'm going to begin with Chhattisgarh. Remember, voters have given a mandate which has appended the mandate of the pollsters. None of the pollsters gave a chance to the BJP in Chhattisgarh. It was a well-set government of Bhupesh Baghel, a popular chief minister. Nobody thought that BJP can really trump him. What worked? Prime Minister Modi, remember, had announced 24,000 crore for the welfare of tribals. Where did he do so and when? On tribal icon Birsa Munda Jayanti, the occasion chosen and the place chosen was Ranchi. It had its impact in Chhattisgarh and tribal belt of other states including Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. The BJP visibly came from behind to counter the welfare politics of Bhupesh Baghel, with Prime Minister himself saying that it is about his personal guarantees. What we saw also was collective leadership under brand Narendra Modi to counter what was visible dominance of state politics by one man, that is Bhupesh Baghel. Shifting focus now to Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh mandate for the BJP is now close to the ultimate ambition of Prime Minister Narendra Modi of securing 50% of votes polled. What they have usually done in Lok Sabha is now translating into assembly elections. In what was a break from the past, the BJP released the candidate list a month before the ECI, that is the Election Commission of India, announced the poll dates. It fielded 3 union ministers, 4 MPs and a party general secretary, sending a message of all hands on deck. And these MPs and ministers have clearly delivered for the BJP. The message again was collective leadership to counter any fatigue against a chief minister of 18 years. Now to Rajasthan. Despite all indications of a Gehlot fight back, the BJP roamed home with great ease. In the end, pushing aside all internal differences and dissent. Remember that image of Prime Minister Modi in Mathura? He was celebrating the 525th birth anniversary of Sant Mirabai, who was from Rajasthan. The message was for women voters in Rajasthan, communicated from Mathura. It ensured that despite not having announced the chief minister face, the party also ensured that Vasundhara was not seen as visibly disgruntled. And she played an important role and an active role in electioneering, and that's why we are saying the party managed dissent and differences pretty well. And then the party also countered the temple run of Ashok Gehlot with Sanatan Dharma push in certain pockets. So that electrified the BJP campaign. Coming back to this question certainly of what worked in Rajasthan, if we were to look at the Mirabai celebrations in Mathura.
Well, my colleague Vishnu Shom takes a look at the vote share and what it implies for the BJP and Congress in this elections. Take a look.
We're going to take a look at seats and we're going to take a look at vote share. So let's start off first with Madhya Pradesh. This, of course, is absolutely huge. The BJP at 164. Who would have thought in the beginning of the day that this is where the BJP was going to be? The magic mark 116, look at where they are presently, that's up 55. The Congress has done disastrously, down 49 from last time around. So that's what the seat situation is. If you take a look at the vote share, the BJP of course has gained both in terms of seats and vote share. They would with such a decisive mandate. 49% of the vote share is with the BJP, the Congress 8% less. So, I mean, there are no two ways about this. It's absolutely huge. But I think it is interesting, however, that in terms of vote share, there is no real difference. There is no difference for the Congress party. They've not managed to win seats. Their vote share, it appears, is the same as it was last time around. But look at this. The BJP up on seats, up in terms of vote share as well. I wonder if the Congress would be taking consolation from their vote share. Let's take a look at Rajasthan now. And again, start of the day, the sense was that this was likely to go to the BJP, but it could be close. A lot of the exit polls, in fact, got a lot of things wrong. But Rajasthan perhaps much more in favor of the BJP than most polls would have suggested, up 42, down 30. One of the areas where the Congress has done well, I beg your pardon, the BJP has done well. And of course, to win a state, you'd have to do well everywhere. But the fact that in the Gujar areas, in eastern parts of Rajasthan, the BJP really made inroads in an area where the Congress in the past has been quite strong is a real testament to how they have gained across the state, well above the majority mark of 100 at 115. In terms of the vote share again, let's take a look at where that is. The vote share would be narrower between the BJP and the Congress party, 42 to the BJP, 40 to the Congress and its allies. Let's move to the next state now. In fact, let's stay on this for half a second more. The Congress has actually gained 1%. Congress and its allies have gained a little bit in terms of vote share. So that is interesting, but again, not translating into seats. Chhattisgarh, now this is where every exit poll has really gone wrong. There was a strong sense, perhaps even a sense of complacency at the level of the Congress party that they were going to win Chhattisgarh. There was nothing to it. They'd done all the right things. Baghel was untouchable. I should remind you, when Maria and I started anchoring in the morning, Baghel was actually trailing. Eventually that changed, that turned, but for a long period he was actually trailing, and that was perhaps symbolic in a sense of what went wrong with the Congress. I mean, with the majority mark of 46, the BJP at 54, who would have thought at the start of the day that Chhattisgarh would also go in favor of the BJP? And I think what is interesting as we bring up the vote share, and that will be much closer of course, is the Prime Minister talking in his victory speech this evening about how the Adivasi community was one that the BJP had worked extra hard, in a sense, one among 4 groups that he identified to sort of gain their trust and take them out of what he called the backwardness that the Congress had placed them in for decades. 47 to 43 over here, but just look at this, a vote share increase of 14 for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Finally, let's take a look at Telangana at this stage, and this is where the Congress party has a lot to be happy about. It is, in the context of the overall elections, a consolation, but it is an absolutely huge win for the Congress party, because for them to actually come to 65 is up 46, the BRS down 49. For them to have a 20% or so swing in certain cases, is absolutely remarkable. But don't forget the third party over here. Yes, compared to the Congress or the BRS, the BJP is far, far behind. But remember, last time around, they were only at 1. So it's a gain of 7 from last time. And I think seat share would be quite interesting to see the difference between the Congress and its allies and the BRS. So let's have the next one. I beg your pardon, the vote share. And the vote share at this stage is the Congress at 40, the BRS at 38, and the BJP, and this is where the BJP will be taking a lot of interest in this number, that yes, the seats have gone up, perhaps not as much as they would have liked, but the fact that their seat share, their vote share rather, has gone up to 14% is something that they would be welcoming. So that's what the overall situation is, and it's on the basis of this that we have the Prime Minister spell out the agenda from now to the next elections. The BJP, I suspect, has already entered poll season as far as 2024 is concerned.
Well, Team Modi has walked home with wins in 3 states. More importantly, this team has delivered in the Hindi heartland, where except Himachal Pradesh and a minority stake in Bihar, Congress is nowhere to be seen. But this victory for BJP is being credited to the infusion of fresh leadership in these states. Who are these faces? Who took on the mantle and delivered? Here's a report.
Bhupendra Yadav, Ashwini Vaishnav, Prahlad Joshi, Om Mathur, Mansukh Mandavia. Modi's men who made it all happen. 5 faces who navigated as the BJP juggernaut rolled through Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, leaving the Congress crestfallen.
जो भी मैंडेट आया है जनता का, मैंने पहले ही कहा जनता माई बाप है, लोकतंत्र में जो भी फैसला आएगा उसको हम विद ह्यूमिलिटी स्वीकार करेंगे और नई सरकार जो बनेगी उसको हमारी शुभकामनाएं हैं, अच्छे काम करके दिखाएं, ये हमारी भावना रहेगी उनके साथ में, पूरा सहयोग रहेगा उनके साथ में। जो नतीजा आए हैं तो चौंकाने वाले हैं।
प्रजातंत्र के इस मुकाबले में हम मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं का फैसला स्वीकार करते हैं। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बधाई देता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस प्रकार जनता ने उन्हें समर्थन दिया है वो उस पर खड़े उतरेंगे।
और अभी जो जनादेश मिला है उसका हम सम्मान करते हैं और हम लोग चूँकि विपक्ष में हैं तो सकारात्मक विपक्ष की भूमिका हमारी है। जो जनादेश मिला है उसका हम सम्मान करते हैं।
BJP's strategy in Madhya Pradesh was simple: effect a leadership change in the party. While Shivraj remained CM, Bhupendra Yadav was made state in charge and Ashwini Vaishnav as co-in charge in Madhya Pradesh. Bhupendra Yadav, with his OBC roots, used his experience well, while Ashwini Vaishnav micromanaged the show.
पूरा विश्वास था जीत का मध्य प्रदेश में डबल इंजन की सरकार पर। जन जन का विश्वास है, मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन का विश्वास।
In Rajasthan, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi, who played an important role in BJP's second win in Uttarakhand in 2022, was made the state in charge.
People have voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party's positive commitment and Prime Minister Modi's leadership and very well micromanagement under the guidance of our National President and Amit Shah ji. This has worked out well and people have rejected overall Congress party in the almost in the majority of the states.
And in Chhattisgarh, Prime Minister Modi's confidant Om Mathur was made the state in charge. He played a critical role in ensuring BJP won UP in 2014. Team Modi, handpicked by him and Amit Shah, stepped up to the pitch and delivered the semi-final to 2024 for BJP. NDTV Bureau Report.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time, or will the Modi magic trump?
गहलोत का जादू।
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel Banks on Welfare is keen to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will romp home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say BTech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore.